Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's Dan here. What's going on, everyone? It is, what is today? Wednesday, right? Wednesday, July 8th? Yes. Sorry, I don't even know what day it is. Wednesday, July 8th, 2020. And ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into a brand new series. It's been some time since we did a full game run through in a live stream. I believe the last one was Those Who Remain. So it's good to be back. It's good to be doing a fresh game, and I'm very excited about it. I actually forgot about this game. It actually came out originally last year, about a year ago in 2019. However, they've released, I believe, the full version, or it's been re-released. I can't really remember what's going on. Either it was originally on PC last year and they brought it to like consoles, like as in like the last couple days, I think on Tuesday. I can't really remember. We're playing it on PC. I remember looking this puppy up and thinking it sounds awesome. Picture it here. I'll give you guys a bit of a synopsis. You're a cab driver in Paris, and you have a knack for getting people to talk. You're very persuasive. You're very charismatic. Now, somebody tried to murder you, a serial killer, and it's up to you to find out who the hell it was. So basically, this is a mystery thriller game, one of my favorite genres ever. So I'm very, very excited about this. Try and look at it kind of, from what I've seen, try and picture it like a Phoenix Wright kind of a thing. So the gameplay is not normal, it's not standard, but it's about investigations, and I really like it. So with my insight, my experience in doing things, but also I'll have you guys alongside me, and we're going to try and solve this together. So the game should be, what I've seen, on average takes people about 4 to 4.5 hours, maybe 5 hours to beat, so nothing too crazy. However, from what I understand, there are multiple endings. So I think to beat the whole thing, I saw like for completionists to beat the whole thing is about 26 hours. So we're probably just going to go through it once unless I really, really like it and we want to try and get the other endings. However, we're going to stick with this, okay? We're going to stick with one time through, enjoy it how we would the initial, the initial run through, and I think we're going to experience it at its best there. So thank you guys so much for coming. Don't forget to leave a like on the stream if you're joining us on YouTube. I'll quickly run in and say my hellos before we get started, and then we'll officially jump in. So I am really, really excited. All right, let's start over on Twitch. Tonzo, what's up? Hey, Nat, how's it going? It's going good for me. What's up, Beef? How you doing? Just like Condemned? Not really. Condemned is still a first-person shooter. I don't really like to use the term shooter with detective aspects, but this game is mainly detective kind of stuff, investigations. But yeah. Anyway, welcome. Let's jump over to the YouTube side. What's up, Grant? Crazy, what's up? How's it going, Gareth? Hey, Abdul. What's up, TL? What's up, Michael? Matt? Gareth, what's good? Falcon, how you doing? Danielle, what's up? Juan, how's it going? Charles, hello. Jared, I don't know if I got you yet. I don't think so. What's up, Funky? Erland, what's up? Hey, Alex. Surprised, to be sure, but a welcome one. What's up, Tyler and Chris? How you guys doing? Thank you so much for joining me, guys. I hope you're ready to rock and roll with Night Call. Don't forget, like I said, to leave a like, and also let me know what you're thinking of the game in the comments below. And guys, don't be afraid to shout out if there's anything. If we're getting stumped and we're figuring stuff out, I'd love to hear what you guys think of it. Or if there's, I'm not saying like, hey, I need help. I'm just saying I want to figure this out together. I want it to be a group experience. We're gonna solve this case, not just me. That's what I love about streams. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's get started with Night Call. Let me know if the volumes, both me, my audio, and the game audio are good. The game audio might be a tad loud, so I'll just turn it down slightly. All right, choose the investigation. The judge. Oh, there's multiple investigations. I didn't realize that. Okay, so there's different kinds. I didn't know that. I thought it was just one big one, but apparently there's multiple. Surprise investigation. The game will randomly pick an unsolved investigation. Random investigation. Wait. Oh, all. So this, wait, hold on. An unsolved one. And this is, okay, solved one. I got you. So we're going to start with the first one. Choose the investigation. The judge, the angel of death, or the Sandman. Let's read the judge. Victims have all something in common and the motive seemed clear, but which suspect could have done it? Balanced case, perfect for a first run. There you go. Obviously we'll start with that. Angel of death, random victims, unknown motive, weird case, slightly more difficult than others. Sandman. The victims may feel random at first, but there is a connection. Yet the motives might be hard to find. Dark and twisted case. So the easy, medium, and hard. So we're going to start with the easy case with the judge. Let's do it. Choose the difficulty mode. Story, balanced, or hard. Well, money will be tighter. Investigation will be harder to solve. Every action will cost more time. More challenging experience. The way night call. Well, we got to do that.
But then it means you suck. If you don't play it on hard, go kill yourself.
Like, you won't go that. See, look, I'm looking at this. The way Night Call was designed. A lot of games say this is how we wanted you to play the game. People are so funny. Anyway, the way Night Call, we're gonna do balance just to kick things off. We really, if we want to do hard with the extra coffee ring, that's just twice the amount of goddamn work we've got to do. You know, twice the scrubbing. So, you know, we'll just scrub a little bit. We don't, I mean, obviously coffee is gonna leave a ring. We still need our coffee, but we don't want to be scrubbing like a maniac. So we'll go with balanced. Let's do it. I'm looking forward to this. I don't really know what to expect, but I'm looking forward to it. No, it's not a booty call. Watch it be a booty call the whole time. Got him. What's up, Lucas? I'm mailing out your hoodie today, man. Same with Danielle and Jeff. I have 3 different shirts and hoodies going out. What's up, Walrus? The entire experience should take us about 4 to 5 hours. Like all of the cases. We'll see if I have to move my camera or not. Alright, next. Doctor. Here. Sir, can hear me or do I need to speak up? You're fine. She takes a deep breath. Sir, you just spent 2 weeks in a coma. The word bounced around your head. You need a moment to understand its meaning. Coma. I think I'm in the way of the okay, I'll move myself. Hold on 1 second. There we go. There you go. That way, we're out of the way of the commentary now, or the words. The words scratched along your throat. Yes, you were the victim of an assault.
No, but I'm a simple cab driver.
Oh, he's French, right? You gotta do French.
But I am a simple cab driver, just like my father was a simple cab driver. Not another word.
The word resonates in your head, victim.
You were weak. A serial killer is currently on the loose in Paris.
I won't be able to do that because I won't be able to take it seriously. You feel the contents of your stomach crawling up your throat. The judge, as a police call the killer, assaulted you. The bullet touched your liver and in most circumstances it would have been fatal. We chose to put you in an induced... Her voice becomes more distant, fades. You taste bile at the back of your mouth. Your head is burning. You hear a whistle in one ear. Your fingers move to your wound. Underneath the bandages, you can feel hard skin. It's incredibly painful. Did they... I'm sorry? Did they... catch the judge? Nah, fam, you dead. You gonna be dead. You know he's dead. Can you imagine? Can you imagine Dan Q8000 being a doctor? I'm so sorry, ma'am, but you know he did. Like, your husband, you know he did. That'd be the worst. Anyway, what about my passenger? He was dead before he even got out of your cab. What? Doctor is silent for a second, a very awkward second. She hesitates. The police would like to see you as soon as possible. Ask you some questions. After all, you're the only one who survived the judge. Noise in the hallway attracts your attention. You try to turn your head to no avail. You need to rest. She leaves the room. Her voice resonates in the hallway. I don't care. He's the only witness. He's... Another female voice joins in, a strong authoritarian voice. You can't clearly make up what she's saying. A strange feeling washes over you. It's not pain, not fatigue, some odd combination of the two. Before being in this hospital room, you never realized that anger was made up of a combination of pain and exhaustion. Anger. A feeling you know all too well. Oh. Dots. Days go by and a month later. Dots. Night 1. So I'm under a time limit to solve this case. Okay, so I'm given this map. I have 327 euros. Well, look, I've got a bit of a problem. A real problem, that is. You have a pounding headache. It's your first night behind the wheel since the attack. Are you listening to me? You catch your boss's eye in the rearview mirror. Yeah. He stares at you for a second or two without speaking. Sometimes I wonder what goes inside your head. You always seem so far away. Dude, I was nearly murdered, so I don't know what you want from me. Sorry. I'll just say I'm listening. Okay. He's watching you closely, trying to make out what's going on in your head. Well, that's not his decision. He's not my psychiatrist. You know I'm worried about you, don't you? I know. You're like a son to me, you know. I know. And you know he's about to tell you the story of his taxi fleet again. When my father died and left me the store, I could have sold it. I could have retired, gone back to the old country. Let him go on. Why not? I want to hear it. But I decided to start a cab fleet with the money he left me to hire the guys in the neighborhood. And that's why I've got 45 guys like you working for me. His hands flutter in the air, though none of them are any match for you. He smiles. His voice suddenly takes a serious note. Did you want me to go over everything again? He points to the equipment on the dashboard that meter the GPS. You haven't been in a taxi for weeks. Maybe you need a little refresher. Good idea. Right then. Well, first the map. You spot potential customers and try to guess where they'll be going, then decide. You click next. When the customer orders a cab, if there's no one around, you have to go pick them up. Nothing rhymes, but you see what I mean? Gives you that kind of a hip-hoppy beat. Hey, he shrugs. What the fuck? Don't know. Skip it. That's the way it goes business. Motherfucking mother business. No problem, bro. Ain't no nothing, no other fares. You look at the map, decide whether or not you take them. Leave them on the curb, leave them in the cold, and then you drive off like a boss. No matter the cost. He flashes a quick mechanical smile. You know it well. When he talks about work, he talks about work. That's all. Alright, we get it. When you shift his order over, we do the numbers and his voice trails off as if searching for the right words. And that's all. It's pretty simple. There's no reason why you can't do it.
But I don't know what to do.
Alright, no overtime. We're in France here and there are rules, regulations. So basically, don't overdo it. You might not see it that way, but no one likes having a driver who hasn't slept for 24 hours. So I've got to regulate myself. He looks away. Something's been bothering him since he got in the cab. Anyhow, you know the ropes. You get it. I know you're going to do a good job.
What's the matter?
Your boss keeps quiet for a while as if hesitant to speak, and then, I don't think it's a good idea. You shouldn't be driving. The murderer's still out there, and we think he's going to come back for you. Why? What did I do?
I am a simple cab driver.
Maybe. Gotta make them bills though, bro. The murderer ain't paying my bills though, so I gotta cab it. I've got it. Ever since I was a child, I knew I had to taxi people around the city. People had appointments needed to go to. People had to see people. People had to get paid. And in those people getting paid, I needed to get paid. So quite frankly, I don't give a fuck if the judge is gonna be. If you're the judge, you're sitting in the back seat judging me. You don't judge my bank account, my empty wallet. I've gotta go in, and I've gotta make that bills. I gotta pay my rent. Are you gonna pay my rent? No. And that's all I need to do. Maybe he told to go easy on you. He holds your gaze and turns around, completely ignoring. I'm making this game take longer right now. You know, I can put you on the day shift or send you out the suburbs away from it all. You shake your head no. Don't worry about it. Anyway, I'll let you get back to work. Every minute spent your taxi is a minute lost. He gives you a smile, half ironic, half serious. So what is that one? Is that it? You know, is that his smile? You can count on me. He scratches out an invisible strain on the armrest. Don't, man, that's my leather. It's rich Corinthian leather. Leave it alone. Yeah, I know. That's the problem. He smiles. Your boss opens the door and exits the cab. Get the fuck out. Now I just scotch got it. Get out of here. You think I got time to scotch go on? Your boss opens... Okay, you watch him enter the street and... Watch your boss be the guy who's the murderer. A couple of colleagues are milling about. Taxis are coming and going. They all ignore you, consciously or unconsciously. You are branded. You sit there a moment, then turn the key in the ignition. The hum of the engine sends a tingle down your scrotum. I mean spine. It's impossible to describe how you missed that feeling. It's back to the night shift. Back to life. Despite the attack. Despite it all. Alright, we are... Let's go. Let's pick up some fares, y'all. So what is our situation? This guy's the closest, so they obviously want... We got to save on as much fuel as possible, so let's go. We got to kind of plan our route here, guys. So I think it makes a lot of sense. I don't know. So any one of these guys can be the judge. I think that's what it is. I don't know. What's up, Matthew? How you doing? Let's see. I guess we'll grab this guy. He's close. See, you gotta watch your fuel. Angelique de Fondamier. De Fondamier. I have to get back to the 16th. Distance. Where's this bitch going? That's pretty far. I forgot it's... Yeah, I'll accept it. The fare is 31 euros or 32 euros. It's 9.4k. I'll get some of that money back. That's alright. Let's burn it. The next pass you're getting your cab enters in a cloud of extremely heavy... Oh, it's a woman. I thought it was a dude. Whoops. Heavy perfume. It's a well-known scent. One you often seen advertised on the Champs-Élysées. Élysées. The woman must be in her 50s. She has impeccable posture. Is this how it is? Yes, dear. Take me there. The fur she wears around her neck must be worth several days' pay. Why is she riding in a cab then? Why doesn't she have, like, a limo then? Oh, she's flexing. She wears her bank account on her person at all times, but really she has no money. She's one of those people. She opens her mouth. Angelique, good evening. Before you start driving, I just need to tell you something very... Press your lips, tempting to stifle the word that is about to come out. Raise a finger. This one? Shh, merde! And you gotta say merde. Whore. Whoa. He's looking at you, the same smile frozen on her face. She shouted gibberish at you, but her face doesn't budge, just like she hasn't even aware of what she said. Pursed her lips even harder. Doggy foreskin. Guys, I am not making... It's right there. It's there. She said doggy foreskin. She said it. I didn't say that. She said it. It's in white, and it's in white, I guess. It's written in white. I didn't write that, people, okay? You can't come in and be like, hey, Dan, you're immature. You don't age. You've been the same since 9 years ago. No. Doggy foreskin. It's written there. Shakes her head. I would have been like, pardon? Pardon moi, s'il vous plaît? Excuse me? I am truly sorry. Does she... Please tell me she has Tourette's. Please tell me she's got Tourette's. Hear me out. You're taking back if I have nothing to say. Suffering from major emotional trauma seems to have triggered very strong verbal episodes. They're exhausting, to be honest. I hope you can understand. She has Tourette's, man. Please know that I don't believe a single word that I'm saying. She smiles. Tiny dick. Dude, Tourette's syndrome is no laughing matter, but it is a laughing matter. If I look at it this way, it's your way of getting away with swearing in public. I know some people are like, Dan, you would hate it if you had it. You're probably right, but still. Tiny dick. It's my husband. Is that what made her think tiny dick? That sucks. Poor guy. Poor guy. She shrugs. Married for 25 years, 2 kids, a house on the coast, all sorts of fun plans for the future. Then, sad smile flashed across her face. Eat shit. She looks at you. I'm used to it. Thank you for understanding. Let's try and be understanding here. She grins for a second. Here I'm discovering how to live alone for the first time at 50. Crazy, isn't it? Ah, I see. Yeah. Toilet brush up your ass. Oh, man. What's up, Piyush? It's really not so easy. I wouldn't imagine that would be. You bite your cheek to avoid laughing and start driving. The bit of luck, your passenger won't say anything for the remainder of the ride. Passenger heaves a sigh. Oh look, it's actually moving. That's cool. I like that. I hope it doesn't bother you so much, or too much. For a second you don't know what she's talking about, but then, wench! Some days are harder than others. It must surprise people. I might have to crank this game, actually. It's kind of quiet. There you go, that might help a little bit, guys. That's maxed out, by the way. Must surprise people. Oh, it does. It's more than teasing. You see, cauliflower shaped. What? Excuse me. Oh man, dude. Excuse me, devs of this game. You guys are amazing. This fare alone has made up anything. This has made the game worth it. Oh man. Disgusted by her own coarseness. Our neighbor's son. She shakes her head. It's a long story. What's up, Adam? Sorry. What's up, Cosmic? I've been distracted by these curses. Oh man. They're expats, Chinese. She works for Chanel, I think, and he for a big import-export company. I can't remember its name. Oh, Jesus Christ. Whew. Transatlantic sodomite. Something like that anyway. She sighs, she's getting annoyed with herself. Their only son used to come get help with his French from my husband and me. Now that we're separated, Rugrat, he still comes around. But he films me. Oh, he's discreet about it, of course. Excuse me? He slips his phone in the front pocket of his blazer and films me. I must think it's funny. An old lady who swears and calls everyone. She stops personal events, just trying to not to. When she opens her mouth again, she's glassy-eyed. Maybe he even shares them all with all of China. Shitty ass Rugrat. Her mind wanders for a second. We don't really have any idea what goes on over there. My daughter said I might have become a dick internet star there. Oh man. You raise your eyes to look at your passenger. The last syllable hangs in the air, oddly accentuated. I doubt they'd broadcast that. Voice becomes screechy. You think? You think? I don't know anything about any of that. It's beyond me. She raises her eyes abruptly to look at you. And plus, death pay. And plus, I'm not a good influence on this boy. I think you are. I think everyone needs a little cauliflower-shaped anus in their life. He's learning swear words. There's no way to learn a language. Especially not French. The language of love, the language of poetry, of ballads. She smiles a very sad smile at you. Dick cheese! Oh no. Dick cheese! Oh, this is great. And now it just went super French on us, guys. Oui, verrez-vous. What would that be? How do you say dick cheese in French? I know cheese is fromage, so dick would be penide fromage. I don't know. I don't think it is, but her smile vanishes. That's why I no longer see my grandchildren. My son thinks it's better we wait until it passes. I think he's right. She stares right into your eyes. You can tell she doesn't believe what she just said. If they don't support you? Man, this is a long trip. They don't support you? Yes, of course. Jean Roland is a dear. Felches! But I don't want to bother him with this. He has his problems and I have mine. She lets out a little laugh, clearly designed to end the discussion. You're not far from your destination. In the back, your passenger is dousing herself with perfume. The smell is dizzying, overpowering, oppressive. Does this bother you? No. She blushes briefly. I've been wearing this hairy-ass perfume 25 years. Maybe you should switch it up. Maybe that's what's causing the side effects. It's such a part of me I don't even notice it anymore. It was the first present my husband gave me. Might be time for a change. Change my preferred underfucked. Why? What? It has roots. He left you? Your remark hurt her. You can tell right away. She lowers her eyes. What of it? He doesn't own this perfume. It's mine. You pull up in front of the building. She hands you the fare but doesn't move. Is everything okay? Yes, it's just we're still moving. I'm always anxious about going home so late. No one is there. Con. Oh man, no lights on. Every noise seems suspicious. Flabby vaginal queef. Oh man, she pauses. Could you wait until I'm home before you leave? Her voice, suddenly very deep, has a tone that makes your hair stand. Oh my.
Can you wait before I leave?
Sure. Thank you. Your passenger leaves the taxi and walks towards the lobby of her building. You watch her every move as she walks the dark meters between your taxi and the door. You chose not to mention that you do all this for your clients. Since the attack. Since you got hurt. Since you can't sleep like you used to. She waves to you as the door closes. You have just enough time to get a glance of the white marble and shiny copper stairwell. Door slams. Alright, well, we got a bit of bread. We actually made 15 euros in tips, which is pretty awesome. So I think the nicer we were to her, the better it would have been. Give me that bread. Alright, well, there's a cat. Wait, is that a fucking cat? Dude, we're picking up a cat. We're doing it. I don't care. We're getting a cat. We're picking up a cat. Crookie. Yes! You pull it to the side. Since it looks like a no-show, you get out the cab after a minute or two to smoke a cigarette. There's not much going on in this small town in the suburbs. There are a few apartments that still have lights on. Sweet scent hangs in the air. Eventually, you stub out your cigarette and get back in the car. Oh, look at this cat. This is the killer. This is the judge. A cat has managed to slip into the cab. It's sitting on the back staring at you intently. You sit there for a moment considering whether or not to shoo it away. But just as you're about to wave your hand, the cat shifts positions and a slip of paper falls from its collar. Pick up the paper. You pick up the piece of paper and unfold it. A fragment of a map of Paris, the Saint-Lazare train station. You turn your eyes slowly to the cat. He seems to be expecting an answer. Are you going somewhere? The cat tilts its head to the side as if to say yes. You want to go to Saint-Lazare? The cat tilts its head again. That's so cute. Are you a dog? Or is it looks like a cat. It is a cat, obviously. Nods his head no. You clutch the wheel tightly. What the hell is going on? You turn around to face the cat. Okay, I'll take you. YOLO! You let out a sigh. Okay, fine. You start talking to yourself in low tones as if to balance the conversation. Oh, this is perfectly normal. Oh my god. You start the cab and cast a glance at the cat behind you. You're the one who ordered the cab? You start to laugh. A few minutes go by, you try to break the ice. What is happening? Simple questions are probably best. Everything okay? Neither a yes or a no, more of a plaintive meow. Are you meeting someone? No, that's not it. Staring at the conversation seems to bore him. You seem to be well fed, pretty strange I must say. Did someone hurt you? Plaintive meow, you sigh. Your owner? Another meow, but longer and deeper, more heartfelt. You nod your head. What happened? Was it a man? No answer. A woman? What's she mean to you? Cat seems to be uncertain. She was overly affectionate? So a string of insistent meows. Yes. Touche, that's it. She's too affectionate. And that's why you were running away. That makes sense. Expo, thanks for the sub. She's just like clenching him or her, whoever. The cat is watching you with a steady eye. You are sure on the right track. You have to be careful with people like that. They suffocate you before you even know it. You nod your head. But you ran away. I meet lots of people like you. You stop short. But you were just a cat. You roll your eyes behind you. The cat lets out a quiet, reassuring meow. Go on. What I mean is, well, we don't even know we are in a cage. We prefer not to think about it. We're never fully aware of it. You look at the cat. I must be crazy. I'm talking to it. You shake your head. You point to a light in the distance. That's Saint-Lazare. We'll be there soon. A few years later, you stop at the drop-off area in front of the station. The first train doesn't leave for another hour. Where are you going? The cat stares at you without making a noise. Let me guess. Saint-Lazare. If you were going to the suburbs of Paris, you wouldn't have needed to come into town. So somewhere in the northwest of France. Normandy? Somewhere by the sea, huh? Cat's looking at you and meows. A sharp sound, probably a yes. A very hungry yes. For the fish, I guess. You check the time on the dashboard. It's time to go to get a real customer. You try not to think too much about the situation you're in. You hope that no one sees you talking to a cat. Go on. Alice starts saying the names of cities, and you meow when you hit the right one. Normandy. Cat doesn't move a muscle. Cherbourg. Cat looks up. We're going Cherbourg. Or Cherbourg. It's probably Cherbourg. Getting close. Saint-Malo. Nothing. Deauville. Meow of delight. You're smiling, so all of a sudden you're exhausted. Okay, come now. Come on, time to say goodbye. What is happening? Alright, you get out of the cab, open the back door. A bill has appeared on the seat next. It's enough for the fare and more. Are you shitting me? You're full of surprise. I want to ask you where it came from. I just got paid. Lean over to pet the cat. It leaps out of the car and darts between your legs. You can make out its shape dashing up a flight of stairs and slipping between bars of gate. I just got achievements, guys. Un étoile, un étoile, and le chat, which means the cat. That's funny. So I got an achievement for the cat. You look at yourself in the rearview mirror. Your features are heavy with fatigue. Your right eyelid is twitching. As you start the car, you remember you were allergic to cats, but you haven't sneezed once. You pull off the station. He gave me 18 euros. So he gave me 18 euros for 18 euros. 18 euros for the Jesus Christ, Dan. 18 euros for the actual fare, and then 18. What do you call cents in euros? I don't know. That part I don't know. Anyway, that was worth it. It was a short trip. We got an achievement, and we ended up getting bread. Anyway, door suddenly opens. A woman gets in the back seat. Bousset, having a good night? Oh, she looks pissed. For a second, you freeze. One of the cops working on the judge's case. Oh shit. Grins at you. Her voice creaks. You remember seeing her at the hospital. Something already bothered you about her there. You know, it's actually pretty crazy. For weeks, I've been saying to myself, there's something off about you. Something not so nice. I dug around, mulled it over, bugged all my fellow cops about it because I was sure you lied to us. Let her keep going. She has a cold sneer on her face. I'm gonna be frank with you. She leans over to you. I don't think you're the judge. Nah, I just can't picture it. She squints like she's trying to make you out from far away. It still sense? Really? Okay. Now I know. What's up, Mark? She squints like she's trying to make, okay. Like you'd have gone to the extent of hurting yourself? Yeah, between us, it's a bit of a stretch. She stares at you. But not enough of a stretch for my chief to stop going on and on about you. Seriously, he talks about you all the time. If I didn't know better, I'd think he had a crush on you. Or maybe you do, Bousset. She smirks. No, I think he's more interested in your profile. In prison at 17, an icy chill fills your gut. And for murder, too. What? Whoa! Hello! You open your mouth, but nothing comes out. Since you got out, you've kept a low profile, but you're lying about your name and your address. I checked. It's normal, you'd say, if they got word of your time served. No loan for your permit, no lease for your car. Meaning no second chance at life. Her voice becomes softer, almost warm. I personally like guys who want a second chance. No, I like guys who fight for a second chance. Basically, I like guys who are willing to work for me. She leans forward, her shining cat-like eyes narrowing. My chief wants to go to the prosecutor with a first and last name with evidence. Actually, knowing him, he's not so hot on evidence. So, I'll give you info, victim, suspects, medical reports, some photos that are a bit... She makes a gagging noise. Ugh. You have to be discreet. Keep it between you and me. Interrogate, ask questions, dig around. I've never done this. She shrugs. Don't worry, you're already keener than half the squad. And don't forget, I'm not asking you to make an arrest and deliver the killer wrapped up with a bow in front of my station, okay? You're no Batman. You're just here to get me more information. She rummages around her pockets for what seems like forever. Here, take my card. I'll call you in 3-4 days just to check in. We'll chat. And I'll let you know if I have any new info. She takes on a didactic, paternalistic tone, like she was giving you a list of recommendations for the 100th time. Don't get caught, don't get arrested. Also, I wouldn't recommend trying to leave Paris. I know what you look like and I know what who your friends are. Well, that's a threat. You can either be the solution or the problem, my friend. It takes a minute to scan your face, your emotions. If I have to, I'll go check in on you-know-who. Her smile is biting. What, Voldemort? That reminds me, she know you've done time? You shake your head, she snickers. Oh, my little dirtbag, you cover your tracks well. Hey, fuck you, man. I'll go and pick up that 50-year-old lass who had Tourette's syndrome, and she would call you all sorts of things. I did what I could. Yeah, if you say so. She sighs in a tired, exaggerated way. Don't you try to mess with me, man. If things don't go well, I'll turn you in. I'll send your picture to all my friends in the media and every asshole in Paris. Your picture with your name on it, your real name. Anyone close to you will have their places searched, and they'll be put under house arrest, spend nights in jail. You have any idea how tense things are with that fucker's trial underway? You sigh, you know just what she's trying to get at. Come to think of it, your last names are almost the same. You could be brothers, actually. I'm nothing like that son of a bitch. She smiles. Let me tell you, with that face of yours and your handle, they'll welcome you with open arms. Say nothing. Take some serious tone business like. I want to catch this killer personally. I want to drag him to court, ruin his fucking life with a bang. I can't botch this case. You got me, and neither can you, right? Nope. Well, great then. We'll see eye to eye. So you can just say you're my informant, my CI. You ripped open your gut. You saw your own insides. You were in a coma. Yeah, you have plenty of reasons to want to get back at him. She furrows her brow. Yeah, I think you're actually going to do what I tell you to do. You investigate, ask questions, listen to all the rumors, and you come up with a list of suspects. Lays her hand on her door handle and freezes. Oh, right, and don't get fired. Without this cab, you're worth nothing to me. You glare at her. Puts her hand up, and you can hear the words. This conversation never happened. I'll make sure you get more intel tomorrow. I'll find a way until then. Not a word to anyone, obviously. Not a word. Damn. What's up, Saeed? Hey, Zach. Squeaks and slams shut. Fucking bitch. You sit alone for a while, teeth clenched, dry-eyed, ears buzzing. Shit. On the back seat, the cop left a pile of papers. Shit. Key in the ignition, motor running. Radio on, crackles, turn off, start driving. Talking to passengers might unlock new documents and clues for your investigation. You will find them back at your studio after your shift. Okay. 6 clues discovered, available in your room. That'd be something if he was still in a coma. Yeah, like it's all in his head. That'd be crazy. You take a second to enjoy the silence of your studio apartment. Outside, the city is slowly waking up. You can still hear the hum of the taxi buzzing in your ears. You throw the files Bousset gave you on the table. On the wall, you hung up the big corkboard where you used to pin up photos of your nephews. They've been gone since you got out of... Your plan is simple. Jot down all pieces of evidence and connect them to the suspects. The guilty party won't necessarily be the one with the most evidence against them, but the one with the most compelling evidence against them. Gotcha. It's like you're building a story about each suspect. Try to understand their motives. Understand how he or she got into this situation. Your neighbor flushes the toilet out of the corner of the eye. You can see the pipe shake. You sigh and get to work. Okay. So what do we know? Well, these are all given by Bousset. So we know it's one of these people. Okay? I don't want to end night. Not yet. Alright, let's start with the killer case, okay? 4 clues discovered. Picture of the crime scene. Picture of crime scene 2. Lot of murder. Crime scene 3. Okay. Victim 3. 2 clues discovered. So how do you look at these? Oh, they're up. Okay, here we go. Alright, so here's all the connections, okay? Killer knew the victims or researched them. Killer left messages in chalk on first 3 crime scenes. Weapon is a rare gun used in the 70s. Victims killed with 1 bullet in, what's it say? In the neck. Message on crime scene 2. You deserve this. No sign of violence on victim 3. Time is up on crime scene 3. Killer's height is 1 meter 80 centimeters. So that's 180 centimeters, yes? So dude's about 5'10", 5'11". Message on the crime scene. Justice. Alright, so Salim Wadian is connected to these two. He's got the height of the killer. Claudia is medical exam. Okay, let's start with the front here. He is 1.69. Retired cop. Wait, let's just confirm I know the heights, just so we're not stupid, okay? 1 second. Because meters is different. So 1.69 meters in feet. So he's 5'6". He's a short chap. 1.8 meters, I think. Because I know 184 is 6 foot, so he might be 5'10". Yeah, he's almost 5'11". Okay, so retired cop, joined the police in 77, divorced from a judge. Born in the French Antilles. Moved to mainland France in 1976. His height is... killer's height is less than 1.8 meters. Sorry, it's less. I thought it was 1.8 meters. So, we know he's a shorter chap, then. Hervé Guayou. He is 1.77 meters. Homeless man with an unknown background. Briefly worked for Charles Bougrain, victim 2 in the 90s. So, he's connected to the killer. Or, sorry, the victim. The second victim. Got health issues for Rick Dockton health scandal. A couple of arrests for breaking and entering. So he's connected with the height and the crime scene to a degree. But I don't think it's him. Just knowing the guy or working with the guy doesn't matter. Pirot Bataz, he's 1.7, so he meets the height. Cop in Paris. Dad was a cop, financial affairs. Died 2 years ago. Mom got health issues after the health scandal. Gay in a relationship. Never discloses information at work. Okay. So they think he could be linked to the You Deserve This. I don't think he's linked, but anyway. Claudia is just under 1.8, so she 1.79. Medical examiner in Paris. Escaped from Argentina when she was young. Lost her parents to the Argentinian junta in the process. So she's got the height and time is up is linking her, apparently. And Salim, 1.75. Well-known lawyer from Saint-Ouen. Defender on the Douar case. Defender of several molested kids in poor neighborhoods. Was a promising football player when he was 10. So justice and... So really, we don't have a whole lot of information. I can't really... Apparently, I can't, like... The only thing linking... So everyone's got the height. Everything that's linked to these guys at the moment is the height. That's all we know. Everyone's height is the only saving factor. That could be anybody. That's stupid. These were the hints. These were the hints right here. Oh! Oh, I can move them. I see. I can move them around. So we have certain ones. I get it. So some are connected. So everybody's height is exactly the same. So that's how we can kind of deduce these. These are very specific to them. So two of these guys both have the same height and the You Deserve. So these guys are both linked to the You Deserve This. See, right now, these two are the only ones have two things to them. It doesn't mean anything. The rest we don't know. This stuff we don't know yet. That's all, like, on its own. So, we'll leave these at the bottom since we don't know anything about them. Okay, we'll leave that for now. These, we know they're theirs, but these could be anybody's. Alright, so we don't have enough information. We gotta gather it. Let's go back down. Look around a little bit. Next documents, if we can. No, I think we gotta end the night, guys. It's way too early. So let's end the night. With a heavy hand, you wipe your tired face. Maybe, you know what, man? This stream I might not be able to beat the whole game in 4 hours, but we'll see. Maybe we'll sort the streams by case. I'll figure it out. Anyway. With a heavy hand, you wipe your tired face. You pull open the sofa bed, which unfolds with an unpleasant creak. You collapse into the mattress. Events of the day run through your head. Streets of passengers are faced with their problems. Take a nap, bro. Let's get some more intel. So we know it's one of those people, though. Unless it's not. Alright. You open one eye. Your back aches, you'd like to close your eyes and go back to sleep. You get up quickly. And a few minutes later, you're outside of your studio. Night dose. Alright, we can pick up whoever we want. What's our fuel like? Oh, we're good. What's this? What does this mean? He's close, but he might be far. You know what I mean? Like, I want to go. I think I'm going to go here. I don't know what that is, but it might bring us some intel. 240-somethings are smoking a cigarette on the sidewalk. Gray suit, wrinkled shirts. They're doing overtime. You park a few streets away from the Argentinian embassy. Wait there for your contact. Besides, seems so odd to have a contact. So excessive. The guy's one of your regulars' poker buddies, a night watchman at the embassy. You get out of your taxi and walk towards a big metal gate. Clean lines, early 20th century maybe. Lots of wrought iron. The gate opens and someone moves towards you. They indicate you should follow them. The person's face is hidden by an oversized hoodie. Your heart starts to beating faster. What if it was... Just follow. Walk into a narrow, covered passageway, probably the entrance to a parking garage. The man turns around and lights up a cigarette. The lighter lights up his face for a second. A young man with curly hair, pale skin. He looks young, very young. That'll be 250 euros. Wow, that's a lot of money. You hope the intel is good. You pay. Listen up, because I'm not going to say it twice. Gorodisha is definitely a colonel from the junta, one of the few who wasn't arrested and put on trial. He was responsible for torturing dozens of political opponents. He tortured and killed them. You know, we don't like him much here, but the rich Argentinians in Paris love him. They really respect him. Is that all? I read in the newspaper that the killer wrote a message in chalk. Time's up. It was a slogan at the end of the junta. I see. So that'll help us maybe make it seem like Time's Up was... You remember that one Argentinian lass? So maybe she wrote it. A sort of watchword from the opponents. It was time for them to go. You get it? You nod. A second later, you're back in your taxi with a hole in your wall with the new information on one of the victims. If you follow this lead, maybe your investigation will move forward. You start the car and go back to your shift. So you can earn money and then come back and spend it to get more intel. Alright, well that's good. I'd say that was worth it. Do we need fuel? We don't need fuel. We'll just go pick up her. She's fairly close. Yeah, it does, Leo. What's up, Jacob? Alright, we'll take it. Couple's getting into your taxi. A couple like you've seen so many times before. Attractive, a bit tipsy, drooping eyelids. He's already asleep. Must be about 20, maybe more. She's still smiling faintly, like the evening had a lasting effect on her. She's older, maybe 40, 45. Alessia, right next to the movie theater. Very well. Pull away, leave the street and the neighborhood behind. Your passengers say nothing. When you downshift, you hear the man's heavy snoring. Woman stares right at you. I beg your pardon, this may seem odd, but what do we look like? I mean, her and I, what do we look like? So you could say firmly a couple. That could be mother and son, though. A couple? Thank you. She pauses. I happened upon two friends who were making fun of us tonight. We could be mother and son. It's stupid. She hesitates and... Forget it. Let's just let it drop. Sorry to bother you with that. No need to apologize. Well, you do look like a couple. Thank you. That's very kind of you. I don't think I've ever met a taxi driver so understanding before. Dude, it happens all the goddamn time. Who cares? I'm serious. Watch you for a while. You can see the hesitation in her eyes. Then she turns her head. I'm too defensive. It's unhealthy. Not good. I agree. Not for me or for Eve's. Her expression hardens. Or Eve, I think it would be, technically. I love him more than anything, you know. People think they want to think he's some sort of toy. But he's not a toy. I did not choose him because he's young and chic. I love him, period. Can you understand that? Open up. More than you think. What do you mean?
Woo!
I like older women. I get what you're going through. That's what she just said to you. But now that she started, she has to finish. I don't really know how to put words to what I actually feel. I takes a deep breath, her throat shakes from all the air. Outside, the reflection of an interior design store appears in the frozen puddle. Think of the Sub-Zero. I think the problem is me. I don't need a mirror to see it. He's young, he's handsome, he's filled with energy from morning to night. My joints creak, I lose a fraction of eyesight as each year passes. I get lost in my own street the other night. I got lost in my own street. I'm a burden on him. Don't say that. She smiles coyly at you. You're not a shrink. I shouldn't, unload on you like this. I think I've said enough. Far too much. You have been remarkable. Thank you. 2 minutes later, you reach their destination. You pull up to the sidewalk. Your passenger plunges her hand into her bag and stops. What if... She shakes her head. No, forget it. She pays the fare, and as she's putting her wallet back in her bag, she hands you a bill. €100 bill. Dude, be nice to your fellow man. You get paid. You get paid. That's what I'm talking about. Would you mind using this money to take... Oh, fuck. God damn it. Damn it. You had my hopes up. I thought that was a tip. God damn it. 2 seconds later. Stop right there, Dan. You ain't getting shit. I don't have the will to do it myself. We need to put an end to this. He deserves someone else. Oh, that's not cool. Her proposition leaves you speechless for a while. I'm serious. Take the money. Out of the question. Yeah, I'm gonna... Out of the question. Why not? Be polite. Be honest. You're a very attractive woman. It appears you're both doing very well for yourselves. Judging from the place I picked you up and where you live. I don't know if he loves you, and I couldn't care less, to tell you the truth. But I can't think of anyone who deserves to be left behind in a taxi like that. Lines on her face fade in the dark. And I'm really a bit insulted by your request, but let's move on. I'm putting it away. Money goes back in her bag. Damn it, I did the noble thing. A car passes on your left and pulls over next to you. The driver asks if you're leaving soon. 1 minute. You turn to your passenger. I've got to go. You should do the same. She seems horrified by her behavior. I'm so sorry. You wave her off. It's nothing. No big deal. A second later, she's walking to her place, holding on to her partner. He hasn't even woken up. You smile, wondering what he must have dreamed about. You like to have similar dreams. Dude, what? You don't know what he's dreaming about. He could be dreaming about some cheese. Anyway, you let the other car pull in and go back to your shift. Damn, so I could add €100 to take him somewhere. But I did the noble thing. Dan, you idiot, and you damn nobleness. You could say that's noble shit. We don't need fuel yet, so we're good. Who should we grab? They're both pretty close. How about this old chap? Let's take the old chap. He's out late. What's up, Brenda? Sure. Before he even gets in your cab, you say you don't like your next passenger's face. Man, I just hate your face. Makes me want to punch it. He looks like an old fart, like someone who's going to annoy you, make you angry. He gets in the back of the cab with a little dog that seems bad off from time to time. It moans and yelps. Molitor Veterinary Clinic, please. Aw. You start driving, I'm unable to put a finger on the smell he brought with him. Is everything okay? Obviously not, Henri. Fuck you, Henri. Look at her snout, her glassy little eyes. Moulet. Wait, Moulet? Moulet, yeah. Moulet is about to pass. Aw. That's so sad. She's living her final hours in this world. Yet you're pretty sure you can see a smile making its way across. Wait, what? She's been like this for 10 years. Oh, maybe he's just happy that she's ready to pass and be out of pain. His voice sinks into a sticky sadness. Morning to evening, all night too. She's in pain. I hope she'll be soon free from the suffering. Yeah, that's what it is. He pauses. For her own good, for everyone's good. He looks out the window for a second, letting his thoughts slip away. Sorry. He shrugs, pretty much ignoring you. He doesn't finish the sentence. Dog moans along. Aww. It resonates in the cab, and then you concentrate on driving on the road, the streets ahead. You're good at that. You know how to turn off your brain. Follow the white lines, brake for the red lights, go on green. In back, the dog occasionally makes a little tooting noise. You think the strange smell must be coming from her. Your passenger clears his throat. You like animals? Yes, I love animals. It's funny. You don't look like someone who This dog is my whole life. She's the only child I ever had. She's my progeny, if you will. Do you believe in reincarnation? I don't know. Maybe. I understand it's an unusual idea, an Indian idea, Hindu, very distant, exotic. His eyes cloud over for a second. The thing is, no one really knows what happens when we die, right? So you got to be open to most of it, even if it's, you know what I'm saying. I didn't believe in it before. Of course not. I didn't believe in it. But then I saw it with my own very eyes. Wile, she's the reincarnation of Coco Chanel. She isn't, dude. Now you're smoking a blunt. I thought you were just saying something to, like, you know, to, like, get you through it and be like, oh, she'll come back and start a new life. Just help you with it. Now you're saying it's Coco Chanel? Dude, you're an idiot. Coco should, like, come again. They have the same personality, same style. Look closely. Wile has her grace, the same severity in her warmth. So many people have that. His eyes are moist. My mother knew Coco well. They worked together. Mother supplied her with some of the fabric she used. Really? I met her several times. I was young at the time, but was already working in Mother's boutique on... He seems to have lost his train of thought. He wipes his eyes with the back of his hand. He let him be for a while. First time I saw Wile, I said, yes, it's Coco Chanel. I'm sure that's what you thought. She was the last one in the litter, but she's already had such a presence. Yes, that's it, presence. And her illness has never been able to take that away from her, ever. That's great. Past chooses not to react to your remark. He looks away, uncomfortable with the conversation. Oh, he leans over his dog, whispers a few words in her ear. Let me make out the last words. Almost over. The veterinary clinic is just the end of the street. Your pastor is getting impatient and back. As soon as you come to a stop, he hands you his fare. Okay, come down, Wile. You ceased to exist like you became a ghost. So I shouldn't have said that. Dog under his arm. Walks to the clinic. The automatic doors remain closed. He freezes for a minute. Just he's about to turn his heels, the doors opens. The old man walks inside. I mean, if you go to a veterinary hospital, they're open later. You open the window to air out the cab. You've identified the smell that has been lingering since the beginning of the ride. Mothballs, like your passenger stepped out of an old closet. Cool air floods over your face. You take a deep breath. Not a whole lot of cash, but it is what it is. Do we need fuel? We don't really need fuel yet. No newspaper available. See, how do you know who to take? Like, how do you know any of this? You know? That guy looks like Gorbachev a little bit. Let's go take on Rico Suave over here. And it's like Antonio Banderas right there. Well, it's not new. It's just like a remastered version. Oh, he's a dick. But he's gonna pay money. Fine. Fine, Phil Bourgeois. You seem like a bougie douche. Phil. Sells in the backseat, could be a male model. Now look at him. Yeah, if he's doing so well, why is he taking a cab? He asks you to take him to Charles de Gaulle Airport. His voice is mild and pleasant. You sense your pastor wants to talk about the killer. It's simple. Since the first murder, everyone thinks they know something. Everyone thinks they saw something. And this pastor is no exception. Well, let's talk to him. You watch him in the rearview mirror as he adjusts his clothes, checks his breath, obviously primping. You drive people to the airport all the time. They bring along a suitcase or a bouquet of flowers. Your pastor doesn't have either. He's looking at himself in the rear view. His lips part and he runs his tongue over his teeth. Nothing's stuck in my teeth, right? Shake your head no. Wonder why he's going to the airport. Wonder why I'm going to the airport, aren't you? Yeah. I could tell you were curious. I'll tell you, but it's a secret. His voice has changed as if he were about to deliver a speech. Women today are too smart for us men. Too smart. They're onto us the minute we try to hit on them. He crinkles his nose if there was a bad smell in the cab. There are dozens of books on how to get lucky, on how to score, but they all make the same big mistake. Do you know what I'm talking about is? They're written by men? I don't see why that's a problem. After all, deer don't write books on hunting, do they? Fair enough. Fair enough. He smirks. No, let me tell you. All those books about hitting on women never tell you where the best hunting grounds are. Man, you gotta change your tone. Hunting grounds? A theatrical pause. Airports. So, we're going to the airport so you can get laid. All right, fine. I'll bite. What else? It's brilliant, right? I can just picture him. It's like that meme. Airports. It's brilliant, right? Women in airports are lonely, emotional, and available. Look at the teeth. Look at those teeth. Yeah, they available. You know it. On the streets, they're always in a hurry. Don't have any time at the movies or in the museums. They don't want to be disturbed. What's up, Ting? Hey, gamer boy. Oh yeah, I'll be playing Mafia Definitive Edition. So, like, because I never played it, and that comes out in September, I think. Anyway, but at the airport, he's clearly very proud of himself. He remains silent. He crinkles his nose and sniffs again. Is it me, or is there a funny smell in your cab? You sniff too. So I don't smell anything. Shrugs and goes back to his monologue. Personally, I prefer older women. Let them talk. Single moms are at the airport to pick up or send their kids to their exes. They're waiting at the unaccompanied minors counter to get information about a late flight or a gate change. I walk over to the counter, look at the flight information, pretend to be worried. My sister, I say. I'm waiting for my little sister. She's never been to Paris before. I'm going to take her to the Louvre. She wants to work in fashion someday. She's already very talented. I hope everything is okay, that she had a good flight. She means the world to me. She's my half-sister, but I love her like a sister. A smile. Well, to be fair, your half-sister is still your sister, dick shit. Just means you have one of your parents. You know what I mean? You do share blood. Anyway, a smile. He takes off another stiff glance around the cab, then picks up where he left off. The half-sister line works every time. Divorced parents, remarried. Every time. We burst out laughing. Let him talk. I like to... You seem like you want to talk. I let people who want to talk, I let them talk. It helps me realize how full of shit they are. A word of advice, though. You have to get there early. Make a day of it. Keep an eye on the domestic flights that delays the companies. It requires a little preparation, but I usually go home with 20, even 30 numbers. In 6 hours. Not bad, huh? Let him talk. Another thing I would recommend Orly. The counters are a disaster there. You have to go back and forth between the different levels. It's exhausting. And the neon lights, they ruin your eyes. No, Royce is definitely the way to go. The domestic flights terminal. He rubs his hands together. He's ready. What's up, Jerry? Hey, Epic. How you guys doing? I can feel it. Today's my lucky day. It's going to be amazing. They're going to fall for me big time. You can't resist. You give a slight cough and say, excuse me, do you mind if I ask you a personal question? No, of course, not at all. Anything to help you understand my game plan. You realize you're a total asshole? What do you do after all that? Do you really need to go through all that? What do you... I'm going to ask him just straight up. What do you do after all that? After what? After you get their numbers. Ah, very good question. I rate all the women I talk to, give them stars on a scale of 1 to 5 according to appeal level. I go home and start sending messages. First at the 3 stars. He drops his voice in knowing tones. They're the easiest, the best looks, easy ratio. Same thing the next day with the 4 stars. They usually play hard to get. They see themselves as real beauties. With a look of disgust. And then the 5 stars the day after that. Just leave them hanging a little to get them to doubt their own attractiveness. This guy knows his game. That's what's funny about this. It's rule number 1. When you want to pick up women with my little strategy, lower their sense of self-esteem. Ouch. That's kind of mean, but... Cab pulls to the drop-off lane, your passenger pays the fare and exits the cab. I'm telling you, she's taking my advice, a piece of cake. You just need to come up with a good line or two, they fall for it. It's really bizarre, that smell of shit. It seems to be following me wherever I go. He walks away under the sole of his right shoe. He catches a sight of a dark brown spot. Passion just feel. Oh, he's not gonna have a very good day. Go to the back seat and start up the cab. Decent fare money though. How's the fuel? Fuel's still good. Back to over 200 euros. She's right next to it. Let's see where she's going. Well, listening to the radio takes time off your clock. I just realized that. I know Blood. I have it. I own the game. They gave it to me as a part of like a trilogy. So when the full game, comes out, like I have both the second and third one lined up in my Steam account, but they're not installed. We're waiting on the first one to release. Anyway, what's up, Richard? Yeah, let him know about the first lady, totally. Is she tweaking back there, or is she just like moving her knee about? So overtired, look worn by so many young Parisians. She collapses into the back seat and mumbles an address on this other side of the city. You start driving. Hope I have enough time. Watch her in the rearview mirror. Her face looks familiar. Maybe she's famous. Maybe you've driven her before. After a few minutes, you decide she must be a babysitter. Young, not necessarily wealthy, an expression of utter boredom on her face. You often pick up this kind, especially in nice neighborhoods. You sense your passenger wants to talk about the killer. Simple since the first murder. Everyone thinks they know something. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. We've already seen this. Well, at least we have something about it. Having a good evening? Raise her head. Hey, yeah. Fall silent again. The last silence lasts. Out at your window, Paris is just beginning to fall asleep. Occasionally, you catch her glancing discreetly at you, like maybe she recognizes you too. Some minutes go by before she dares break the silence. May I ask you something? You and I have already talked. You may not remember, but I was babysitting for an Iranian family, and... Oh, of course. Or I tell you, she's not entirely sure you're telling the truth. It's not all the same situation anyway. There are new clients. These are new clients. I think I'm in love with the father. Of course you are. You speed up unconsciously. In love? Yes, in love. Smiles you and looks quickly outside the road. It's late. A few pedestrians are walking up the street, heads buried in their coats and scarves. I can't stop thinking about him. Something warm about him, about the way he moves. He's so sweet. A bit distant, maybe a bit disconnected. You're a romantic. A romantic? She snickers. It's not really my style to fall in love so easily. Actually, that never happens to me. I've had a few boyfriends, one girlfriend, nothing serious, nothing, no real attachment. But this, she opens her eyes wide, she's speaking to herself more than you. Her fingers slide over the window as she leaves a message you can't see from the front seat. I'd be like, bitch, you wiping that shit. You cleaning that. That's why I left him a message tonight. How? I slipped the letter into his coat pocket just before I left. My heart was racing. Pause to avoid your gaze, but I should speak to him directly, tell him how I feel. Her eyes start to wander again, she's elsewhere. He used to play rugby, he's got an amazing build. He's got a bit of a belly now, it pulls on his shirt buttons. Her eyes twinkle. I love it, it makes me melt. She's into the dad bod. When I close my eyes, I picture him. She stops as if she'd only just realized she was alone. It wasn't alone in the taxi. What are you hoping will happen? I stop talking, but it must be something. I don't really know. I hope he'll tell me how he feels. That he'll turn me down. That things will be clear. I can't take this anymore. I'm worn out, tired of seeing him all the time without being able to touch him. There's one question you're dying to ask. Has he come on to you? She smiles. No. It's like I don't even exist. His wife takes care of everything. She calls me, pays me, orders the cab. She's lovely, adorable actually. And the little kid is an angel, always smiling, always in a good mood. So it's easy bank. She needs a moment to complete her sentence. He barely says hello. It's like I don't even exist. She looks away. You almost well, if he doesn't say anything to you, how is he sweet? Like how? I don't understand. I don't get it. Silence fills the cab. Young lady leans forward suddenly, like she's surprised to find herself at the end of the street near her building. I should be ashamed, shouldn't I? Her eyes are filled with tears. She's shaking, but you hear from the tone of her voice she's panicking. No, I wouldn't say you should be ashamed. But, no. Oh yes, I know I should be. I shouldn't have. You pull up to the sidewalk while she heaves an odd sigh. I'm such an idiot. Face Fair gets out of the cab. Probably. I want to know what happens. You go try to catch your own breath. Take a moment, turn the key in the ignition. Alright, what's my fuel like? My fuel's fine, but I'm running out of time. I might have enough time for one more fare. Because we don't know where they're going. That's the problem. We don't really know where they're going. Fuel is still good. We can pick up like Fabio over here. Let's go see what Fabio has to say. What's up, Carlos? Hey, Mesh. Okay, so Port de Versailles. Oh, he looks exhausted, or he's high as shit. His eyes are hidden behind a pair of large, dark glasses. His clothes reek of sweat and booze. A clubber. He mumbles his destination and you start driving. A few words are exchanged, weather, taxes, traffic. Then you can tell it's something. Okay, well, everyone, I don't know what you've heard. Who knows? It might come in handy. So we got more stuff. Yeah. What's up, Barani? Your mind wanders. Your eyes vaguely scan the store windows. Sodium light coming off the street lamps feels like it's dripping into your brain. You're falling asleep. You need a bit of music to keep you awake. Ask your passenger. Might I put a little music on? Who his hand and said, who cares? Turn the radio on, passing on the dial to find a station you like. 80s rock ballad, too soft. Passenger is snoring barely, but you can hear him. A tonal classical music sounds like the orchestra is badly tuned. Not tonight. Two journalists discussing new evidence in the investigation of the judge's murders. The information they share, salon talk, nothing more, seems important nonetheless. An ad interrupts the torrent of words and you change the station. Classical music again, the flute grates on your ears. Electronic music, like the rhythm but just aren't in the mood. Stop. Music plays on. Not bad. Turn it up so I can hear better. I say nothing. Leans forward. Not bad at all. Hear the touch of an accent, probably an American, but someone who's lived in most of his life in France. Leave it on until they say the musician's name. Music continues. There's something turning in the background, a persistent melody that gets higher and higher. Your client mumbles, I bet. The song is coming to an end, and the announcer in a piercing foghorn voice throws out the name of a DJ never heard of. DJ Blunt. That is so stupid. I knew it. Like his stuff? Yeah, it's a good product, pretty conventionally structured, but it's super popular. He snickers. Still, I taught that dude everything he knows, everything. In '94 at a party at the Rex Club, there was this kid who started buying me rounds. He waves his hand around. A kid no older than 17, I thought he was hitting on me. He chuckles. He would have been disappointed. He shakes his head. No, he wanted to teach him how to spin. I told him no, but you can watch. And that's exactly what he did every week until he moved to the Osiris. He sold X to pay his way in. He briefly snickers. And now he's on the radio. Silence fills the gap, waited silence. You can tell your passenger's mind is spinning. You know what he did this summer? He was the opener for the soccer championship at Stade de France. It was huge. They don't call it soccer, though. They call it football, so... Put it right! Wonder what people think if they knew he was selling drugs at 17. He lowers his voice a bit. Sounds a bit jealous to me. Anyway, if they only knew. Your passenger clams up. You stare at the passenger and notice little details revealing how old he must be. Thinning hair on top of his head, crease in his forehead, his worn blazer that he can't quite fasten anymore. We ran into each other in Ibiza 4 or 5 years ago. We almost jumped at the sound of his voice. I was spinning in this little club, yeah, really little, but it was something. He totally ignored me, of course. Even those dark glasses, you can see how angry he is. Well, to be fair, you weren't much of a nice dude to him either. DJ motherfucking cunt. He suddenly starts waving his arms around, rummaging through his pockets as he says, your radio, can it take a flash drive? You glance at your radio, don't really know what he's talking about. No, only CDs. No worries. He lays his phone in the space between the two front seats. Listen to this. It's what I played tonight. It's mine. He sets his phone to play. But you know, people were barely dancing. Drum machine playing a hard edge beat in the background. They were talking, taking each other's picture. 4 notes start to dance in the cab. They barely touch, never kiss anyone anymore. Perfect dance beat becomes progressively audible. All that, purely electronic crescendo plays, is over. There's a break in the music, synthesized strings calm the song down without slowing it down. At least, the song is getting intense again, explodes as your passenger drifts off. I got people dancing. Keeps going for another minute. Then stops, your passenger doesn't budge. You drive to the rhythm of his snoring. The sound fills the cab. Ideas are bouncing through your head like they do every time you find yourself alone. This guy in the backseat is too old to be young. You look at your own hands, they look like they're suddenly aging in time lapse. You close your eyes a second. Only a second. When you open them, you've reached your destination and pulled over to the sidewalk. You tap your passenger's knee and he wakes with a start. Shit, yeah? We're here, sir. Ah, yes, great. He rummaged through his pockets and hands you a few rumpled bills for fare. Thanks, I hope you liked it. Silence. Music, I mean my music, the song I played for you. Should have been in the spotlight, yeah? 15 minutes of fame. Just a minute of Stifles a burp. You hear him mumble as he leaves the taxi. Those whiskey and Oranginas really screwed with my system. You see him stagger towards his building. He takes several tries to get the door open. Finally disappears inside. You heave a long sigh. Okay, come on. I have to end my shift now, guys. But yeah, I gotta end it. It just ends right there. Alright. You now know more about your clients. Check the Passidex menu for more details. So I made 144 euros in profit. You've met Henri. Met Phil. Phil's funny. He's a hustler. You've met Miriam. I don't know if it really matters who you meet. You don't remember Miriam at all. From before, apparently. Told you about your crush on the dad. And you got involved. They're like, yeah, you shouldn't have. And I'm like, bitch. Peter DJ Watson. You fell asleep. Hey, what's up, Tam? Hey, Nova. I'm not sure. Last I heard it was the 17th, but... What's up, Ghost? Alright, the foot of your front door, just behind a drain pipe, you notice an envelope. It's thick and heavy. You can make out your name written in thick black marker on the front. Your real name. You take a deep breath and go inside. On the envelope, you find more information, just as Bousset promised. You lay them on the table. Take a few minutes to update your board with your new clues. You're suddenly overcome with the desire to sleep. You close your eyes, press your fingers to your eyelids, and let out a yawn. You crack your knuckles to get to work. Okay, well, we've got a few more goodies that we've unlocked. Picture of Crime Scene 4 by Bousset. Okay. Police report from victim 1. Not enough time? Aw, why? That's some ass. I didn't realize I didn't... Oh, that's stupid. It's too late. The amount of time it takes to go through the files takes up time. I see. So you have until a certain period, and it's just too much time. Alright, well, what do we know? This is now mixed with the height. Killer is less than... oh, wait a minute. We now know that the killer is less than 1.7 meters. So does that mean it can only be 2 people? Oh, no, not necessarily. That's what you heard in your cab, that it could have been. So you don't know. That's word of mouth, right? Spent bullet case. We don't know this one yet. There's too much shit over here, isn't there? It's all in the way. Didn't deserve this. But we do have that new information on the tortured prisoners. Colonel, see, we have a lot of information. These ones here. Time is up. Claudia, could have been Claudia. But then they say... Oh, wait, we know for sure that the killer is not a meter. Do we know that for sure, though? That the killer is... Oh, wait a minute. Killer's height is greater than 1 meter 80. That can't be right. So you've heard different things. That's from the victim 1, that he was taller than 1.8 meters. So he was above like 5'11". Well, that's interesting. But none of these people are 5'11". So there's just no information. We don't have any information. With this girl has the most. You know what I mean? Like, she has the most information. Like, you'd think they'd know if it was, like... I don't know. It's annoying there's not enough time. That really sucks. Because we need more time. So we'll have to end the night. We could probably end the night sooner, I think. Anyways. With a heavy hand, you wipe your tired face. You slowly open the sofa bed and lie down. The events of the day run through your head. Streets, passengers, or faces, the problems. Your brain is running at full speed, your body aches, and you're in pain. You can tell you need to get more sleep. You glance at your investigation board, it's slowly filling up. Wipe your hand over your face like it'll help sleep come. Your fingers are shaking, stressed probably. You shake your head and your mind wanders for a second. Your eyelids flutter once and you're asleep. Considering he's going to bed at 6 a.m. To be fair though, he works nights. You open one eye. Your attention turns to shouting upstairs, the door slamming. Typical. Get up quickly. And a few minutes later, you're outside of your studio. Okay. So we have a bit of intel. We've already gotten this one. I'm going to try... Oh, whoa. No. This one. Go here. A woman across the street in front of you carrying a baby. From outside the mall... I didn't read it. Didn't let me read it. I didn't even see what it said. Does anybody know what it fucking said? That's some shit. I didn't see it. Man, that chokes me up a little bit. It just read it really fast. I don't know what the hell happened. You park your taxi across from the stadium, just a few meters from a two-story building. It's an odd brick place that clashes with the huge concrete behemoth that is Charlton Stadium. You get out of the car and walk to the front door. You knock. You wait a few minutes, lights come on, and the door finally opens. Marco appears. Marco is a former taxi driver, a strange guy, but spacey and different. He's been working at the stadium for a few years now. Well, shit, you're still alive? That's Marco. You like him. I mean, wow, it's so nice to see you. You know he stole your wife. Come in. You want something to drink? Oh, right, you stopped drinking. Cup of coffee? Yes, please. You've all been into his caretaker's home. It's pretty nice despite the mess and filth. He serves you a cup of coffee and sits you down at the table. You follow suit. The only noise in the room is the TV behind Marco. Before you came by, he was playing a soccer video game, FIFA. The fans are singing and clapping their hands. So what have you been up to? I have some questions. Shakes his head. No, not yet, man. Seriously, no. Last time I helped you out, I lost my job. So the answer is no. You know, it's just, you know it. You owe me this much. Marco drops his head between his shoulders. He starts to beg. I'm telling you, man, I love this job. It's so easy. I get to take care of a stadium that's empty 75% of the time. He sits up roughly in his chair. Behind him on the screen, the stadium is going wild. I need information on Ronan Benson. Straightens up. Ronan, the coach that got killed by the judge. The very one. He was a great guy. Everyone's torn up about it. Drink your coffee. But there were rumors. Some parents heard he was a little too hands-on with the kids a while back to get my drift. Oh shit. No one ever looked into it. Was it true? I don't know nothing. He sighs. A few months ago, Ronan cornered a kid, like by the showers, you know what I mean? Jesus. Kid stabbed him in the thigh with a pair of scissors and ran away. Kid's parents weren't sure whether they'd file a complaint. The club director brought Ronan in, and bam, 2 days later he was murdered. Who else knows this? About the kid? No one, I think. Well, maybe some other parents. Don't know. You get up. One last thing. Give him the name of your suspects or the victims. Victims. You list the victims. He doesn't react until you mention Charles Bougrain. Oh yeah, him. I know him. I mean, everyone knows him. Right-wing extremist son of a bitch. Hold on, what are you doing these days? I can't say. Marco sits up. Damn it, I'm gonna get fired. Easy. His voice speeds up. Don't tell anyone where we got this info, okay? Don't worry. Yeah, I've heard that before. A vuvuzela noise comes from the TV. Okay, I've gotta run. He walks to the door, mumbling with clenched teeth. Every time I run into you, jinx me every single time. You took my woman, dude. You walk outside and over to your taxi. Door key, motor purring, get back to work. Alright, well, we're gonna need to fill up at some point. We're not quite there yet, so... Look, it's that woman again. Dude, it's her again. Dude, we could take the cursor. Or is that... It looks, she's got a mustache, though, for real. What is happening? Oh, that's pretty far away. Let's bring the guy that kind of looks like me. Dude, that kind of looks like me. To a degree. Alright, Sunny Talpa. 42 euros. I'll take it. You double park and wait for your next passenger to slide into the back seat. He looks at you like he appreciates you and your taxi, gives you his address. You start driving. A few words exchange, weather, tech, blah, blah, blah. So something, conversation, rumors, blah, blah, blah. We know all about that. Make a sound in the next few minutes. Doesn't bother you, have enough on your mind. Your investigation, the judge, who say, you're overcome with craving to smoke. Now slowly glance at your passenger. Calm still, he seems far away. Everything okay? Yes, thank you. So he turns his head towards you and gives you an odd look. He's disappointed you're talking to him. Watch you closer for another minute, turns back to look out the window. Keep your eyes on the road. Silence becomes heavy. All of a sudden you feel a strange sense of camaraderie with your passenger. Look at him quickly in the rearview. He doesn't look familiar at all yet, and it's like you know him. Second later, an outside light shining on the face of a weird angle. Looks like he's smiling. A few seconds later, you drive down a street. He straightens up a bit. Park in front of the number he gave you. He pays his fare without a word. Door opens slowly and smiles at you. You can tell it comes from the bottom of his heart despite how uptight he is. You're a really small guy. You weren't expecting that. By the time you collect your thoughts, your passenger's already far away. He disappears in a building. A moment goes by before you turn the key in ignition. So that was just easy bank right there. That was just a quick, easy money. Get the bread till we end up dead. You know what I'm saying? Alright, who else do we want to go to? This guy looks like a hoodlum. He's literally got a hood. She looks a little psychotic. Look at her. This is it's fucking Santa! Dude, it's Santa! Dude, I'm getting Santa. Santa Claus. Get Santa right now. Dude, that is Santa. There's nobody else. It is Santa. Champs-Élysées, I think, yeah. Hell yeah. I don't care if it's only 17 euros. I'm taking Santa. Smells like beer. No, it's drunk Santa. Even better, man. It's even worse. It's like every single fiber of his Santa suit has been soaking up in a keg. Come on, dash away. His breath is 96% brandy. Your eyes are starting to sting. I'm parked somewhere near the Champs-Élysées. Oh, shit. Name of the street is... Says spinning and he does his best to hang out of the door. Impasse. It'll come back to me. Go ahead, drive. You start driving and suddenly wonder how you ask your parent if he has enough money to cover the fare. You glance back, mumbling to himself, but you can't quite make out what he's saying. Christmas is over, so why is he dressed up? You have a nice evening? Oh, fabulous. Smile spreads across his face, and I really needed it. He lowers his voice. He's confiding in you. I'd work my ass off all year. I like to hit my favorite pubs. I get momentally wasted. Is that what he said? He guffaws. Here in Paris, there's a bunch of bistros perfect for just such an occasion. No one talks to you, and they have white wine so dry it eats away at the inside of your mouth. And so many different types of brandy. Pear brandy, cognac. Closes his eyes in delight. And sometimes I order just one eeny-weeny beer to cleanse the palate. He's almost whispering. Okay, it's usually not one of them fancy microbrews there. He jumps. Oops, but don't tell anyone, okay? Just imagine if people found out Santa Claus thought the beer here tasted like piss. He laughs a sparkling laugh when he stops. It's just to throw out, non-committedly. Anyway, you can't say anything anymore. Honestly, well, it's all I go to, people should just leave me the fuck alone. All those fair weather activists, they still want their little snot-nosed miracles to get the latest stupid toy. Oh hey, speaking of snot-nosed kids, what is it with the manure pile of a new generation? 50 years back, you'd give a kid a book and you'd go on about it his whole life, all starry-eyed. But today's little whiners, what an eyesore. Fucking hell. Said Santa Claus. Fucking hell, Santa Claus. They want to have it all, but they don't like anything. They all have GSMs when they're 8. Those things cost a whole month's wages. How could you possibly make them happy after that? How? He's staring at you, waiting for you to answer. A trip. A trip. He bursts out laughing. Now there's a shitty idea. What kid wants to have his ass stuck on a plane for 15 hours? I'll tell you what they want. What kids these days want are machine guns and dolls whose hair they can fix. He seems to have calmed down for a second, but it was just an illusion. Speaking of which, both girls and boys like those dolls whose hair you can fix. He twists his mustache in silence. Back when I still made toys for kids, I can tell you they couldn't care less about them. Couldn't give a damn. They just wanted to have fun, play, laugh, forget their parents were losers. He leans over to you, rife with anger. Fuck, that's the real problem, I'm telling you. Parents are losers, idiots. Putting kids into this world, those guys haven't got a clue. Am I right or am I right? I mean, have you seen the state of the ice cap these days? Have you? Huh? Because there's not much of it left. He pauses. Now I can't say it's all bad. I don't have as many polar bears coming into my yard. Damn nasty beasts, vicious, mean. I'm not sad to be rid of them. He heaves a long sigh through his beard. Before things were different. Tears form in the corner of his eye. Shit, I can't even talk about the past without crying like a little girl. He throws you a sideways glance. No need to stare. You don't even have time to react and starts back into his rant. I remember you, you know. To tell the truth, I remember everyone, every single person. You were an angry one. So terribly angry. And your letters, your handwriting, holy fuck, were they hell to decipher. Don't worry though, the elves handled all that for me. You could hear a hint of disgust in his voice when he brought up the elves. Otherwise, I wouldn't have time to do nothing. Yeah, you were just furious. It's like someone punched you in the stomach. Your brother was giving you hell. Someone wrenching your gut. Man, what an... He suddenly thinks of something to stop talking. His gaze wanders outside. Yeah, anyway, let's talk about something else. How do you know all that? Don't react. Or do we react? Ah, fuck it. Still don't get who I am? In the rearview mirror. Look, kid, I'm not gonna spell it out for you. And something tells me you'd rather avoid the subject. A little something called jail. Another punch to the stomach. There's your Christmas present, we're not gonna talk about it. He smiles, opens his eyes wide. Wait, I think we're almost there. Slow it down a bit, kid. He searches outside for... Are we looking for his sleigh? Looking for my sleigh, kid. What else? He looks at you with pity. It shouldn't be too hard to spot. There's the sleigh and a couple half-dozen reindeer. He gives a funny sigh. I'm sure it's like in an alleyway. Oh, right, over there. Return right. You obey and go up the street you were on a few seconds before. A few meters down, your passenger stifles a yelp. Oh shit, it was right here. Drive around the block. You turn again in the back, your passenger's mumbling. I would have to get one of those thingamajigs, GPSs. It helped me find my sleigh more easily. Eventually pull over an alley, no light, few empty boxes, buildings, and some trash cans that haven't been emptied for days. Kid, sorry about before. I didn't mean, you know, to bring up any sore points. He pays his fare. Watch your back, kid. There better be an achievement for picking up Santa. He slips on the wet sidewalk, grabs under a street lamp with a heavy and awkward step, climbs along the alley. Let's stay. Sit for a moment watching him. At the end of the alleyway, he starts rummaging through a pile of boxes, pushes the trash can on wheels aside, and disappears. Stay a bit longer. A few minutes go by and nothing. You turn the key and start driving again. You open the window for a second, hoping to get rid of the alcohol fumes. Something tells you they'll stick around for a while. Damn, did we actually take Santa? Man, there was no achievement though. I thought there would be. I wonder if we should fill up. Any one of these guys. She looks pretty rough though. Let's take her. She might have a story to tell. Alright, 38 euros. I'll take it. It's gonna eat up a lot of our time though. Shoot. It might be one of our last ones. The woman getting in your cab looks frantic. Jesus! She looks like she's gonna murder me. I've lost my inspiration. Every last drop of it. Come on, drive. You throw her a very skeptical looks in the mirror. I'll tell you where to stop. I have to. I am seeing. Oh my god. A stream dead. A billabong. She stops talking. You hear a low guttural sound coming from her throat. A mantra. Say nothing. Let her finish it. Billabong. Must find a billabong. It's like, isn't it like a type of... I know what it is. It's like a water... Like it's a form of water. What's that? Focus drops more intense. A billabong. A dead river. Yeah. There's one right below us. Drive. Drive, I say. Okay, start driving. Let's go. Minutes go by before you realize the passenger is making a guttural sound. Sound resonates with the hum of the engine. Once in a while, she changes notes. Look at her go. Modulating and playing with the harmonic. Suddenly, she shouts. Turn left. Then abruptly, as if you're falling a path she alone could see. Go down the boulevard. You drive for a few minutes, aimlessly. In back, your passenger is still singing. The meter is running, the kind of ride that puts you out of sorts. You know when it will end. Who knows when it will end? Your passenger squeals. Stop right here, not a bit further. You brake. Yes. Yes. She whistles at high, loud notes. The billabong runs just beneath us. Its water flows no more. The black stream from my vagina has stopped short. Okay. The rumble of revolution. The water flows no more. All that remains is to clear away the remains. You stop the engine. Silence fills the cab. Your passenger's low voice and the scratch of her pencil on the paper are hypnotizing. How many rivers have run dry? The water has left its bed and flows no more. You feel something vibrate beneath you, probably the metro. How I long to sculpt the clay and mud of life in the water that flows no longer. Except the metro doesn't run this late at night. I plunge my calves in this water that flows no longer. I am calmed and refreshed by its coolness. She squeals so loudly it makes you jump. She then returns to a simpler, more natural tone. Thank you. This poem has been years in the making. I was only missing a few lines until tonight. I sensed the billabong I needed while walking down the street like a Charon. Amused. She opens her eyes. You. When you're driving alone at night like this, what moves you the most? I'm never alone. Shuts her eyes. Of course, true solitude does not exist. Simply pronouncing the word solitude proves that we are not alone, because someone's listening. That's profound. Anyway, I like that idea. I walk in the night on water that flows no longer. At my side are those who saw it run. Pause. Superb. A second later, she has left the cab. I knew I would find my inspiration on the path to the billabong. She freezes. Your color is marble. Oh, I missed it. Never forget this. She says nothing more, passes you her fare through the window, and walks away with purpose. You sigh and drive away. Alright, we're running out of time. But we got 42 euros from her. We got a good chunk of change from that, boy. I think I might fill up my, my tank. My resi. Which is closer? I think that's a tad closer, so let's go there. We have 500 euros in the bank, boy. An ambulance passes you and speeds ahead. Because we got to pay a bit of money to fill that bad boy up. Not a soul in sight. Fluorescent light irritates your eyes and the smell of pee is wafting up from the space between the pumps. It's self-service here. You pay directly at the pump. The mini-mart over there must sell newspapers. Person behind the counter must see and hear things. Might be worth asking a couple questions. You don't know why, but Parisian gas stations are always frightening. You check out your surroundings before getting out of the taxi. We'll fill the tank. Damn, that's getting expensive. Almost 80 euros. Holy shit. Is that how much it is? Because 80 euros, let me find out what Canadian dollars is. The thing is, I live in a oil province, so gas is usually cheaper here. So hold on. Let's just say 80 euros to Canadian dollars. 122 Canadian dollars for a tank of gas. What? What? Damn. I feel for you guys. I do. You live in the UK, Europe, whatever. That's crazy. You walk into the mini mart. Let's buy some shit. There's a smell coming off the guy running to the shop at the station. Booze. Welcome. He sighs beyond tired of repeating the same sentence over and over. To La Belle Pompe. Alright, I would like... What is this? What are these? I will buy the newspaper. What is this? Perdu. What does that mean? You're fucked, boy. Losing ticket, no luck. Cash, cash, cash. Come back tomorrow. So you can gamble and maybe win a bit of cash. I see how it is. We'll stock them. I was wondering. You immediately bring up the serial killer. The cashier looks up, obviously excited by the topic. Good night, I guess. You nod and exit the shop. Alright, let's get the fudge out of Dodge. You get into your taxi and drive away. Alright, do we have enough time for another fare? That's my question. We might. We'll take a look. She's right next to the station, so... Well, we could read the newspaper. Or do we want another fare? I think, let's read the newspaper. We just bought it. Glove compartment, start leafing through it. Eventually, something grabs your eye. It's a rather positive critique of a bar called Soleil. You make note of that information with interest in your line of work. That kind of thing can always come in handy. If you turn the page and stop, you've read about a third of the newspaper. Keep reading. You stop reading and go back a few pages. Thought you saw something. It's just a few lines. A funny anecdote. A man disguised as Santa Claus had to be taken off the roof in a building by firemen. That's funny. He was highly inebriated and stated he did not know how he had gotten there. You only have a third left to read. Read the whole thing. Why wouldn't you? As soon as you get to the page, you stop. Your instinct tells you to look at. You glance at the critique of the great Alicia Cleff's latest collection of poetry. The critique seems convinced, but is curious to know what might have inspired her to write this masterpiece. That was who we just took, that Alicia chick, who was talking about black mold vaginas or whatever. You shut the paper, it'll end up in the trash tonight. If you remember, it's there. Otherwise, it'll spend the rest of its days in your glove compartment. Yeah, there you go. We don't have enough time, I don't think, to take anybody else, but... We have enough time to take this guy, maybe? He's right here. I have to go home. Let's do it. Let's finish this up. We'll get 34 more euros out of the deal. Pastor getting in your cab is clearly upset. He gives you an address near the Pantheon. You know the address, a residence for foreign students. You often drive American and Chinese students there. Isn't that toque he's got on, or as Americans call it, a beanie, that looks like the football club that Paris has. It's like Paris do something. I can't remember the name of their team, but I've seen the logo before. Excuse me. It's a very thick American accent. You look up. Can I ask you something? He's like, so what would his sound like? Excuse me? No. That doesn't want to work. You nod. How do the police usually treat black people in your country? I mean, wow, this is an interesting time to get a passenger like this, hey? It's crazy how everything just repeats itself. In general, what is their behavior like? He isn't even sure his pronunciation. Beat around the bush. Answer honestly. I'd say the police have a problem with black people. You reveal your teeth as you continue speaking. And Arabs. And anyone wearing a hoodie. A hoodie. Yeah, wearing sweats. Yeah, if you dress like someone from the poor neighborhoods, they give you a hard time. What does Raishai mean? It's a new word name. You shake your head. Well, it's a word with sort of negative connotations. Negative. Yes, definitely. It gives you a little smile. Now I get it. They thought I was a lowlife. A Raishai. I hope I'm saying that right. Even with your accent? Well, they didn't seem to understand me very well, or maybe they thought I was making fun of them. He sighs. You give him a second to catch his breath. His anger seems to be letting up. Where are you from? Chicago, the States. What's it like there? It's really beautiful, especially the architecture. I glance out the window, he's quiet for a moment. It's not like Paris, it's not France, but I miss it. I miss it so much. Pause. Look, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have jumped on you with a question like that. Don't worry about it. This afternoon after school, I got mugged in the metro by some guy. His voice drops to a whisper. He was the same age as me, stole my money and phone. He raised his voice a little. Luckily, I still have a credit card and my papers. I went straight to the police station and was there for 8 hours. Tired, upset, and about ready to quit. Raised his voice even more. I like France, but it's just hard here. It's just as hard here as it is home. It's probably harder for him because not only does he have trouble with the language. What was I saying? But he has trouble with the language, but he's gonna be targeted as a foreigner, regardless of where he's from. You actually, if you have like a flag of a different country on your your backpack or something like that, it basically brands you a target, and you're gonna be like, you don't know the area, you're not familiar with it, and it makes you more of a victim. So people like from foreigners get mugged a lot in like Paris and England, like a lot of places. So you gotta watch your shit. Anyway, let's keep going. People look down on you because they don't like to look at you. You look cool to me, dude. I don't get the problem. That's the right expression, isn't it? You nod yes. They say France is the land of freedom, of human rights. But you have to behave a certain way here too, the right way. He screws up his eyes. I'd like to be judged objectively, but I guess there's no such thing as objectiveness. He settles back in his seat. What are you studying? Excuse me? A minute ago you said you were leaving school and you were mugged. What are you studying? Studying to be a mime. A pause. Really? Go ahead, say it. I didn't say anything. No, but go ahead, I'm used to it. I'm not gonna make fun of it or anything, I just didn't know mime schools existed. Gives you a big smile. Imagine when I moved to France to study it. My American friends are still having a good laugh. What exactly are you learning to do? Acting techniques, stage production, makeup. Anything related to the art of mime, really. Must be really interesting. The best. His face breaks into a smile. That's why I'm still in France. And there's no mime schools in the US. No, there's not. It's a very French thing. You sigh. France is not for everyone. What do you mean? I mean, the French usually stand up for their country. They're worse than Americans. A country is like a romantic relationship. You can't fall in love with everybody. We have our likes or dislikes, then we fall into the spell again. He's watching you. Are all cab drivers philosophers like you? You flash your smile. I think so. He's a long sigh. Thanks, man. It was good to talk to you. He slipped into the informal to form, no doubt by accident. I have a hard time controlling my anger sometimes. That's why I had trouble with the police today. How so? Well, to start, they made me sit in a room for hours with a woman who was clearly a prostitute. They didn't want to take my statement. They didn't want me to file a complaint. I had to insist. They made fun of my studies, but I'm used to that. A small smile appears at the corner of his mouth. And then, when I started to get a little mad and I mentioned the American embassy, they said if I wasn't happy here, I should go home. Certain innuendos were a little... When I got out, there were no more metros. So here I am telling my life story to the philosopher cabbie. He gives you a smile. Cops there, it's complicated here. They treat you badly too? You smile and shake your head. No need for him to know. Suddenly, the Pantheon appears among the dark buildings. Its white dome breaks up the dull orange and brown tones of the Parisian night sky. Your passenger breathes a little sigh of satisfaction. It's beautiful, isn't it? No doubt about it. You park in front of the residence where the young man lives. He pays the fare. and stretches his hand towards you. Thanks again, meeting you was what I needed. You shake his hand. He was a strong, confident grip. You know, you should film your rounds at night. It'd make great series. Huh. You answer with a smile. He opens the door, gives you a big smile, then disappears. Well, that was a nice way to end the night. You know, a proper chat with someone who's just trying to get by, you know. Mention of police, and you start the cab. All right, we'll take the money. We're out of time. We've got to go back home. Clock out, bro. You know more about your clients. You've met Sonny, who literally barely lasted anything. Sonny thinks you're a swell guy. Actually, I made a good chunk of money, though. I lost... Wait, what? What are my profits, though? Ooh, my current balance. Ooh, I lost money. Santa talked about your brother. I love Santa. I'm surprised I didn't get an achievement for talking to Santa. I'm taking Santa with me. You did not find Santa's sleigh. We did not, unfortunately. Update your board with your new clues. All right. Your neighbor flushed the toilet out of the corner. You can see that. Okay, once again. Okay. So, hopefully we have enough time. See, like, reviewing both of these takes up a ton of time. But now it's taken 2 hours. I like how it does that, though, in real life. Holy shit. This is such a mess. Like, there's got to be a more organization way. Victims are wealthy. So that source gas station. So he's got 3 things. He's got 3 things. She's got the most. Claudia has what? 1, 2, 3. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things. So Salim, victim 1 molester, never arrested. Because how old is Salim? Do we know? Defender of several molested kids. Oh, he was a promising foot. So that makes more sense now that we know about that, right? Justice. Victim 2 killed. But why? You gotta remember, if this is the judge, why would he come after us for what we did, like what we spent time for? That I don't know. But there just isn't enough time. Like, how do we know? See, all he's got is the killer's height. This guy, killer's height. He's really short. Well, he's 1.7 meters, but he's not less than 1.7 meters. There's only a couple of guys who fit that bill. He does not. Salim does not. I don't know. I'm leaning towards Claudia, but it might not be Claudia. Anyway, we don't have a choice. We don't. There's too much to do. We still have a lot to find out. So we get in the night. Phone rings. You jump. You're not used to hearing it. No one ever calls you. Must be Bousset. Gotta pick it up. Pick up Bousset. Sounds irritated. You there? Yeah. Listen, it's. She pauses. You suddenly hear a ruckus in the background. Probably noise at the station. Bousset raises her voice. Anyone got the time? Hey guys, anyone? Fuck, they're all Neanderthals here. Listen, it's early and I'm wiped out. So are you, I bet. Let's get straight to the point. What do you have for me? In a calm and methodical voice, start giving her the evidence you collected. You start with the first suspect, their connections to the victims, the rumors, then the second suspect, and so on. 2 minutes in, she lets out a whistle. Not bad at all, seriously. You should come give a lesson to the zombies I work with. A long sigh. I have some good news for you. We checked the alibi of one of the suspects I gave you. As you listen to her, you turn to the board and pull down the suspect she's referring to. So it's got to be someone else. She snickers. You know how lucky you are? I'm doing your job for you, pal. Okay, enough chit-chat. I gotta run. So if I didn't answer, I wouldn't know that this person isn't the one. I'll call you in 2-3 days, okay? Understood. Good doggy. Oh, that's condescending. I'll call you in 3 days, and you better have what I need to make a proper arrest. So I have 3 nights to make my decision. That's basically what it is. The DA has fangs. We're pretty sure he's going to turn into a werewolf at some point. She babbles on for a while. Her voice becomes softer, but just as sarcastic. That would explain his terrible breath. Okay, I'm out. She hangs up. You hold the handset to your ear for a while. You have just one thing in mind, sleeping. And forgetting it all. Okay, so who was... It's not Claudia. Wow, I just said maybe it's Claudia. It's not. It depends, Zach. I turn music off, but if you're in the stadium, usually if there's talking and stuff, there's not much music playing, you could skip it, or there's too much noise, so it won't pick up the song. Sometimes I have to, but very rarely. Anyway, with a heavy hand, you wipe your tired face. So bed, lie down. Same thing. Pondering. Alright, so obviously, guys, the way I'm going to do this is sort each stream by case. I thought I was going to do the whole game in one go, but it doesn't look like I'll have time to do that. So I'll probably do each case in each stream. So we'll probably have 3 streams for this game, if that makes sense. We no sense in, like, forcing anything, you know what I mean? Like, doing too much. You stop drifting off until you hear a voice break out of the distance. The cat is dead. And then silence. What? Where's this coming from? You're asleep. The cat I picked up? Man, that better not. You open one eye. It's pitch black outside, time for work. You get up quickly. A few minutes later, you're outside of your studio. Night 4. So I have a full week, I think, to figure it out. So 4 or 5, unless it's 6 days. I don't know. Alright, so we're nearby. We're fresh. We have fresh stuff. The idea is to try and save up enough money so that you can get all the witness reports. I'm gonna go get that one there. Get some intel. A bakery on your right is lit up. 2 bakers are smoking in the doorway. Who cares? What did I get for that? Nothing? Welcome to Paris. Apparently Parisians are bad drivers. That's what I've heard. Anyway, you leave behind your taxi and walk towards the last victim's building. Charles Bougrain-Ferré was killed in his parking garage. The large metal garage door is firmly closed. Wait for a car. There's a shady corner you can discreetly keep an eye on the door without being seen. You grin and bear it. From time to time, you jump in place to warm yourself up. Hiding place is probably the same one the killer used a few weeks ago. You sense his presence until the garage door starts to shake, the metal slats start to rise, and a car suddenly bursts out of the garage. You take the opportunity to slip inside. Your eyes take a few seconds to adjust to the darkness. You head down the ramp into the garage. There are about 30 spots, and almost all of them are full. The car's very nice. Sedans, convertibles, bright red sports car. You're in a wealthy neighborhood. According to the police report, Charles Bougrain-Ferré was murdered right here, in this empty parking spot. He used to be a notorious leader of the right-wing extremist party. When he was murdered at age 84, long after retiring from politics, it was a surprise for everyone. He was gonna die anyway shortly. Like, I'm just saying. You light up the crime scene with the flashlight on your phone. There's still a brown stain on the wall in front of you. The message written in chalk has been washed off. A voice rings out of in the garage. Concierge. Hey, what are you doing? This is private property. You turn around and see an elderly man, probably the concierge. He shines his flashlight in your direction. I'm a fan. What should we say here? I'm lost. You don't get lost in a parking garage. I'm a journalist. Let's try that. A journalist. Yes, I'm doing a story on the judge's victims, including Mr. Bougrain-Ferré. He hesitates. I'm sorry, but I'm not at liberty to tell you anything. I just need 2 minutes of your time. He nods nervously, or maybe in fright. You have trouble making out his face, but you can see his eyes bug out. Got here before I call the cops. Back up the ramp towards the exit. The concierge opens the back garage door. As you step outside, you hear the concierge say, "If I see you looking around again, I'm calling the cops." Make your way back to your cab. You glance back at the building. The furious concierge is gone. Settle behind the wheel, short of breath. So we didn't find out much information. We could have said something else. That sucks. So we didn't get anything from it because we... Well, that's a shame. Oh, no, I don't want to go there. No, stop! Change it to the hoodlum. Save fuel, man. Save fuel. No, wait, go to this one. Go to that one. She looks crazy. She's got 22 euros for here. Let's do it. Pull up to the local police station, pick up your next passenger. She comes out from under an archway, visibly frightened. Slips to the back seat of the cab and gives you her address near Montparnasse. You glance at her in the rear view and notice how she's dressed. Everything all right, ma'am? Except the cab. Eyes you intently, reluctant to speak. Yes. You can barely hear her. She points to the car radio. Can I listen to the radio? Yeah. Which station? My wallet was stolen. I fix your eyes as you freeze. I have money for the fare. Okay. Passenger senses your surprise. I just wanted to tell you I could pay. She looks down. What kind of music? Excuse me? The radio. What kind of music should I put on? News? Which shakes your head. No, can you turn to 89.4? I was trying to get some help, some info on the killer for myself. Hold down the button until you get to the station. There's nothing but static. You sure? That end of smile plays across my mouth faint, but smile even so. Should wait a second or two before answering. Can you hear it? close to the radio. Behind the sounds of electric sputtering, there's something else, a shifting sound. It sounds like... a whale song? A whale? I did get some. I just got an achievement. How do you say this? Basically the mathematician. I don't know. A whale? A strange smile flickers across her face. Yes. Now that you mention it, you're right. Her voice trails off. It's the frequency that causes it. It vibrates, it is constantly dancing about, pulled by all the incredible forces surrounding us. Most people listen to music to the news. As for me, when I work, I like to listen to isolated frequencies like these. Interesting. They're broadcast, but no one hears them. The proof that we exist. She smiles at you. You're getting close to the passenger's address now. So you listen to frequencies? Yeah, I grew up with them. They help me fall asleep. She has adopted a warmer tone, more trusting, too. I listened to them as a young girl. You're starting to hear a hint of accent in her voice. Every frequency has its own music. And every music, its own frequency. The client suddenly straightens up and points to the radio. It's beautiful, so incredibly beautiful. Listen. You listen. You only hear static at first. And then, little by little, like a distant figure, the music takes shape and slips softly into your ears. Beautiful, isn't it? To me, they were ghosts, and that's why I studied science and later mathematics. I wanted to know why. You pull over. She gets the fare ready while you slowly turn up the radio. Beneath the layer of interference, someone is speaking, like the voice of a child. Thank you. You emerge from your trance and take the fare. Your passenger exits the cab and walks away without another word. You sit there immersed in the sound of the radio a while longer. It has a soothing effect on you. You start the engine, drive away. Interesting. Maybe that'll help us relax a little bit. Alright, we're only one fare deep, and we're already like half. I mean, to be fair, we did do some investigation. Alright, there's a double fare. Do you think a double... This guy looks like a mob boss. There's a double fare there. Double fares sometimes mean a better tip. Let's go to the double fare. I'm gonna go that way. What's up, Ray? Alright, yeah, 44 euros. That's alright. My boyfriend and I headed to Vincennes. Alright, sounds good. Hop in. A couple gets in your taxi. If you add it up, their total age cannot be more than 40. Okay. They glance at each other nervously and occasionally grab hands affectionately. So, he speaks first. Despite being built like a tank, his voice is soft and a bit hesitant. Vincennes, please. You detect a southern accent. You have an address? The castle? Antoine. She gives him a look and he tries again. The metro station, actually. You start driving. The couple's whispering in the back seat. Their words are sometimes covered by the sound of the radio, the street noise, and the motor. Idiot, the castle. You think we're going to sleep there? Yeah, but I don't know where to. You smile. Passengers always think you can't hear them when they whisper in the back of the cab. No big deal. The hotel is right next door anyway. Actually, you can hear everything. That hotel of yours, I'm just not feeling it. Why? I'm just not, that's all. On their website, it looks old with tiny beds. You can get a double bed. I'm just not feeling it. Moment of silence. What should we do then? We could ask him. Who? The driver. Boy raises his voice. What, are you crazy? At a glance, you hope you haven't heard anything. You must know some hotels, I'm sure, but go ahead, ask. He'll think it's strange. Guy's a taxi driver. I'm sure people ask him all the time. Me? Why me? You're the one that doesn't want to wait for my parents to leave us their place. Whoa, what? That sounds a little sketch. That's not why. It's just that your room is to what? There are posters on the wall and, well... Oh, come on, police. Stop the excuses. You're just afraid of my old man. Awkward silence. Go on, ask. She rolls her eyes. Fucking loser. She looks at you. Hey, sir. Yes? So here goes. We need some advice. My boyfriend and I are looking for a hotel in Vincennes, but nothing too pricey but clean, with a double bed. No one cares about the double bed, Antoine. He doesn't give a shit. You shouldn't be doing this. I know a few places. Is it safe? You nod. Yes, I'm a professional, miss. Thank you. The couple has begun whispering in the back again. You okay? We should have waited until my parents left. I'm kind of confused with what's happening. Shit, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I tried to rush things in. Are you kidding? I'm the one who's in a hurry. Did they rush off? Together? Like they ran off together? You're sexy. You're an idiot. Start laughing again. Seriously though, if you want to wait, we'll see when we get to the room. Yeah. They look deep into each other's eyes. You don't pay them any attention for the remainder of the ride. They continue cooing in the back. They warm the taxi up with their sweet words that float up to your ears. You stop a taxi in front of the hotel. It's a small, discreet building, no frills or fuss. It just gives off a warm and welcoming impression. This is it? Looks pretty good. Yeah. I know the owner. She'll welcome you with open arms. They remain silent for a moment. This is it. Consider boyfriend. Let's see how much it costs. We'll wing it. Yeah. They get out of the cab. The young lady hands you her fare through the window and walks away without saying a single word. They disappear into the hotel nervously. And they got murdered 2 minutes later. It's okay. Alright, well, we helped a young couple in love, I guess. What is the deal with this person here? What are they... Has he got a mask on? Like... Oh, dude. This old bat is probably going to be funny as shit. Let's go pick her up. I'm judging people by how they look. Yes, that's what I'm doing. Sue me. Oh, excuse me. Driver, sir, the 16th. It's almost 50 euros. I'd say it's worth it. It's going to take up a lot of time, though. But it's worth 50 euros. Enter the cab makes you feel immediately uncomfortable. Why? Hard to say exactly. She looks like Cruella de Vil. Perhaps a smooth plastic set of his feet. Oh, it's a guy! It's a guy. I am sorry. Or his odd appearance or mad assortment of mismatched clothes. Good evening, good day. His shrill intonations are offensive to your ear. Tell me, good fellow and driver, would you be so kind as to take me to Rue Perrichon, number 796? As he speaks, you can almost hear the deeper accents of what seems like a second voice. Sure. You nod slowly and start the car, casting an anxious look in the rearview mirror every so often. Sorry to bother you and disturb you, but I was wondering if you'd be willing to answer a few short questions and queries. Why not? Thanks for opening up to me and being open-minded too. Good day, good evening. Do you think that building roller coasters is a normal thing to do? The question sends you for a loop. It wasn't at all what you were expecting. A what? Apologies again. Sorry. Perhaps my query and question aren't clear. Let me try again. No, it's fine. I understood the question. It's just that... Yeah, I'd say it's normal. I'd say it's normal and natural to build contraptions that make you fear for your life or panic. Your jaw drops. No, that's not what I meant. What I meant to say is we like taking risks, giving ourselves a scare, and roller coaster way of doing just that safely. Literally goggles at you. Interesting and fascinating. Thank you for sharing. What's with this guy? Who is he? Good day and good evening. What the fuck? Why have you yet to colonize... Why have you yet to colonize the satellite you call the moon? Is this guy an alien? Dude, he's a fucking alien in disguise. What? Not you personally, of course, but you as a species. And who are you? No more or less a human being. He's not. Dude, he's an alien. Weighing his words. Listen to the music playing. It sounds kind of like scary. I cried and wept just like you did when Ross and Rachel got married. he's mentioning Friends. That's so funny. And are you convinced that I'm one of yours now? Absolutely not. You get a whiff of a strange scent like it makes a turpentine and peas. Let's just forget it, okay? You nod in agreement. Wait a minute, his name is Alf. Think about it, Alf. Like remember the old sitcom Alf about the alien who lived with the family? That's funny. It's spelled differently, but definitely want to forget it. Let's question query first, then I'll leave you alone. One question's fine with you. Good day and good evening. Why is your own individual freedom more important to you than that of your species and community as a whole? Examine your pasture closely. You're reluctant to speak as if he were speaking through you, as if you were hypnotized. I'm not sure I understand your question. Yeah, because we're selfish. Let's put our own interests first. We're made that way. Pause your pasture rights posture with a movement of the shoulders. You're surprisingly honest and frank. I know the people who live in the city. I could count the number of people willing to make a sacrifice for another person's well-being on a single hand. Something you're unable to speak, as if the words were trapped inside your throat. Your passenger on the seat behind you gives a dry smile as he knew exactly what was going on. Thanks, H, or whatever. He doesn't actually pronounce your name, but you seem to hear what he's thinking. Sorry, I forgot. You didn't want that information knowledge to get out. You accidentally pull up to the address he had given you. Your passenger hands you the fare and then some. Meeting you and making your acquaintance was a memorable experience. Adieu. Dude, this dude is an alien. He exits the cab. You are still paralyzed, but you don't panic. Your body seems to know what's best. You can sense your muscles relax. A minute later, you let go of the steering wheel. The paralysis has ended. You take a look out the side window, a quiet Parisian neighborhood, utterly uneventful, not as swanky as the west of the 16 arrondissement. Your customer has vanished into thin air. You sit there a moment longer before making up your mind to leave. The sooner you pick up a new passenger, the sooner you forget that guy. Dude, he made me 60 euros though. So lit. Is there any more time for anything else? What's this? What is this? I could go home, but what is this? Dude, I gotta check that out. I gotta check it out. What is that? Oh God. You never know. What's up, Scott? Hey, homie. I don't believe this was made by the same people who made Firewatch, no. Oh, what's up, Chris? How you doing? Alright, anyway, out of nowhere you hear a voice whispering in your ear. This is where I died. Whoa, okay. It's getting creepy. You brake hard. There's no noise in the cab. No noise outside. Oh my God, we're picking up a ghost. What the hell is going on? A silhouette appears in the back seat of the cab. Its features appear one by one as if drawn with a paintbrush. So much suffering. You squint. A little boy. Would you be so kind as to drive me? Get out. No, where? Very well, let's drive then. That is so alarming. The boy's silhouette flutters for a moment and then disappears entirely. You hold your breath. Back seat behind you, the boy slowly reappears. You start driving. Montparnasse. His icy voice makes you feel ill at ease. He leaves you no choice. You drive. You tell yourself a passenger's a passenger. You must be overtired, stressed. Do you see this? Did you see how we appeared though as we were like really exhausted? Anyway, you see the sidewalks? At this time of night, they're almost empty. Here and there, a few pedestrians hurry by, headphones on. Right here, time sped up. 100 years ago, Paris became the center of the world. Right here, sidewalks sped up. The ghost features fade. His voice suddenly seems far away. People came from all over to see the metal ziggurat. Indo-Chinese temples, West Indian huts. A familiar smell tickles your nose. People shot like bullets off the moving sidewalks or walkways. Once in a while, they lost their balance, wobbled, caught themselves just in time. Engine grease, lukewarm and slimy. People had a great deal of fun. They also had fun with foreigners, subjects, slaves. Hot engine grease dripping down black bodies. My grandniece came to see these people. She never made the connection. You slowly shake your head and collect your thoughts. Not sure I understand. Nothing more to understand. Don't you see that our time has come? The boy begins to fade. You pull over by the sidewalk. His voice resonates in the cab. From all over the planet, folks gathered to make fun, to take a thrill ride. I do get it in retrospect. It's easy for me to look down on them. Everything is easier when you don't exist, when you are but a ghost. We are our own executioners. The backseat is empty, you're sweating. What the hell? Well, that was an interesting experience. It didn't count, so I still have a bit of time to do one more fare. I could go home. YOLO, let's finish up the fare. That's alarming as shit. This guy, oh man, this is only 5. It's only 5 euros. That's not much. It's only at 1.6 kilometers. I need to get out of here. This guy looks like I might be aiding and abetting. Should I refuse this guy? Fuck it. When in Rome. A few meters from an abandoned warehouse. No sign of your passenger. Wait a minute staring at the meter. Really don't like wasting your time on people who... You hear a window break on the second floor of the warehouse. A body falls heavily onto the sidewalk. Lay your hand on the door handle when a man dressed entirely in black jumps on the window and lands on the body. He stands up and takes a few steps over to your cab. Are you the cab I ordered? You nod your head very slowly. Super, I'm the one you're waiting for. Be right there. Throws his fingers on the neck of the inanimate body, takes his pulse. Oh my God. What the hell is just going on? Photos of those second. Oh my God. It's like sweat and gunpowder. He's been running. Been in a fight maybe. Oh, why did I pick this guy up, bro? I mean, because it's interesting. That's why. Muscles bulge in rhythms with his heart, which is racing. I'm not going to say anything. Sounds fills a cab until you pass your cries out in pain. Okay, alright, come on. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. You're the one. You're on to me and you know it. I'm the masked Joker. Let's go into a closer look at your passenger. Masked Joker, that hero that makes Parisian nights more peaceful? No? You slowly shake your head. Nope, doesn't ring a bell. I'm all over Twitter, so probably on the radio and the newspapers, I think. And what exactly do you do? I protect people. I'm a guardian. Like a superhero? No, I don't have superpowers. But it's the same idea. Yes, I mean, for the moment, I mostly take care of small-time crooks, pickpockets. It's not very prestigious, but you have to start somewhere. You open your mouth, but nothing more comes. Alright, that makes sense. So how about the name? You like it? I'm not sure I get it. It's Joker like the card and mask because I'm wearing a mask. Silence ensues. Your pastor eventually clears his throat. See, I wanted something that wasn't too... He searched for the right word, beats around the bush, and eventually comes out with it. Problematic. I did a lot of brainstorm, came out with a masked Joker. I haven't gotten great feedback, but it's hard these days to find a name everyone likes. You have to make sacrifices if you want your core business to succeed. That's what they tell us at school anyway. At school. Yes. And ENK. He freezes. Shit, I almost gave you the name of my business school. What an idiot. Can you imagine if Bruce Wayne went around telling everyone he was Bruce Wayne? You mean Batman. No, Batman. If Batman went around telling you he's Bruce Wayne. I'm getting all mixed up. He touches his sides for a while, like he's looking for a wound. You're getting close to your destination. I think I'm hurt. Let me take you to the hospital? No, I'm fine. I shouldn't have jumped out the window like that. But you were already coming down the street. I didn't want to make you wait. So he's supposed to be a hero. I thought he just murdered somebody. That's funny. Pull over right in front of the... I'll bet that guy was like breaking in or something. Don't worry. It's just a flesh wound. I'll be home in 2 minutes and I have everything I can take care of myself. Hazen struggles to get out of the cab. One last thing. Please don't say anything about N-Kid. I'm trying to lead a double life. It's not so easy. N-Kid? N-Kid. N-Kid, my business school. He freezes. Oh, I just got it. You're playing along. Okay, great. He looks at you for a minute. You're a really classy guy. He walks away limping. Before you watch him as he tries several times to enter his building code before heading inside finally. As you go start the engine, you notice a few drops of blood on your fingers. The bills your passenger handed you. He gave me a little bit extra. That's funny though. That was I think that was worth the... I was worried, but when you see a masked man... Oh shit, look at this. I gotta retire, unfortunately. There is something up ahead, but I gotta retire. More about your clients. You met Shore. Did I make profits? Oh, I think I lost money. That sucks. What's up, Vo? Hey, Davey, how you doing, bro? Oh, man. Time to feel sleepy. You're suddenly overcome with the desire to sleep. You close your eyes, press your fingers to your eyelids, and then blah, blah, blah. Alright, how much time do we have? Do we have anything new? We don't. Dude, we don't have anything new. Come on, bro. At least we can move this over. Get this over here. Those are from officers, though. So if they're from police officers, it's a little bit easier to figure it out. There's a lot of information on this guy, but it doesn't mean it does anything. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't mean he's the guy. It doesn't mean that at all. Like I said, anything I have space for, I'm going to put under her name to clear it. Alright, well, anyway. Stolen wallet. Killer file with victim 1. See, like, they're all getting... This guy has the least amount of stuff there, but... Victim's wealthy. Victim 2, stolen wallet. What does the stolen wallet say? So... Okay. You deserve this killer. He's only got the height and you deserve it. But this guy's got all this stuff, but that doesn't mean anything. So... Unfortunately, we didn't get anything new. So I'll have to end the night. We don't have a whole lot of time left. Unfortunately. Excuse me. Alright, wipe tired face. Self bed, creaks, Wednesday, blah blah blah. So sometimes you don't have the right starts to flutter, shake your head, mind wanders. Yeah, it's always the same. It's only your sleep. So I didn't get that much money, unfortunately, that last night. But it's fun to pick the interesting ones. Well, we have Canada Day. It's July 1st. It's basically the same thing. For a second there, you hope the evidence report was just a dream. No, you can make it out. You get up too quickly. You got up quickly. Outside of your studio. Night 5. There's only a few more nights left on this one, y'all. Alright, well, I want to go to that one spot that I had. I could listen to the radio, though. See, there's less and less people around. Have you noticed that? I'm going to take this hoodlum. He's been like... Oh, whoa, wait, hold on. This one's... Why are these ones, like... outlined? Are you seeing that? They're outlined in, like, yellow. They must have... That must mean they have, like, a clue. He's got a small fare, but it might be worth it. Can you help me out? It's Hervé, a homeless man like hundreds of others in Paris. Wait a minute, isn't this one of the suspects? This is the suspect. This is one of our suspects, bro. Known each other for years, and every now and then he asks to favor you to drive him someplace. Greets you quietly, though he always seems a little on edge. Hey buddy, what's up, pup? A strange verbal tick that you've never really understood. You start the cab. Passenger in the backseat is whistling a funny tune. He's in a pretty good mood. You look good. Yeah, thanks. Some days are like that. Everything goes your way, hey? Belly's full. Your buddies are around to help you. You're not cold. He gives you a smile. And then you know you get good news. Oh, really? Really? Something you're glad to hear. Well, out with it then. It's my... Oh, shit, I missed it. My ex-wife. Just the way we like them. I missed it. I accidentally clicked it too quick. How'd you find out? Play neutral. She sometimes comes around with stuff for me, she told me. She was embarrassed. She gave me a blanket, a few books, some canned food, ravioli. What does she do that often? Yeah, from time to time when she comes to Paris. In the rearview mirror, your pastor's face clouds over as if what he was saying had just sunk in. Something between clenched teeth, he hisses. Whore. You look up. Really? Huh? I thought you said something. No, He gives you a toothy grin. Suddenly, Hervé opens... Hervé, it's probably Hervé, I don't know. Opens the cab door. You can pull up over here. I don't want you to get in any trouble. Guys in the squad can be a little on edge hedge. You park the car and Hervé opens the door. Good night and thanks again, Ken. He gives you a smile. We know our player is now named Ken. But it's not Ken. That's not his real name. A moment later, Hervé vanishes inside a graffiti-covered building. Its imposing Art Deco facade mesmerizes you for a moment. And then you start the cab. So he gave us nothing for that, but that was an important one. Now with that in mind, I might go pick up the other one. Oh, it's this guy again. I might go pick up this person. I think that's another one of our suspects. I think that's what that means. Well, you know we've got to pick up a suspect. There's our guy right there. I love that. It's the same guy. What's up, Luke? Alright, so it's got 18 euros. Saint Ouen. Not too far. Recognized passengers climb to the back seat of your cab. His face has been plastered all over the news for the last few weeks. He's a lawyer. That's that guy who's a suspect. A lawyer who represents a terrorist. He gives you an address and you start driving. He holds your gaze in the rearview mirror like he's trying to read your mind. You drive across virtually empty Paris. Behind you, the lawyer nervously consults his notes. Everything all right? Answers without looking up. Yes. You get the message and leave him alone. You continue driving without saying a word. Passenger mutters. Oh, why did he say that to the cops? He's not taking this seriously. Doesn't get it. Idiot. There again. He says it again. Is he contradicting himself or just... You glance in your mirror, the lawyer looks like a smaller version of himself. I'll just keep saying nothing. Your eyes meet in the rear view. You see him start to break. I can't take it anymore. Takes a deep breath, loses control of his voice. This guy's a real asshole. He's not just a monster, he's a total idiot. Tears form in the corners of his eyes. I've never seen such a moronic defendant. You know what it's like to defend a moron? You know what it's like to get only 3 hours of sleep a night so you can defend a fucking moron? Do you have any idea? He yells so loudly the windows shake. Are you talking about... Yes, of course talking about. Who else? Who else could I possibly be talking about? You see my face in all the magazines, all the papers, right? His voice teeters, blind with rage. That's me, the terrorist's best friend, a traitor to his country. He pauses barely, just take time to take a deep breath. Jesus effing Christ already. He kicks the seat in front of him. Hey! That's gonna cost you. Jesus! He calms himself down, he steadies his breath. I'm the one who agreed to it. I actually fought to represent him. My own damn fault I'm being dragged through the mud. He raises his hand, snickers. Yeah, I admit it. At first I thought it was pretty great. Being on TV, all the interviews, journalists asking my opinion about everything. I shook so many hands, said so many words, sentences, yet I actually said nothing. When I worked in the hood, not a single person cared about my work. And now, in 5 hours, I have to be on the radio. In 7, on TV. He pauses, breathes, his voice sounds further and further away. You try and calm down, bro. I don't even know what that means anymore. Actually, it's simple. I almost never sleep. When I lie in bed, I stare at the ceiling and go over the evidence in my head. He sits up. It's barbaric, disgusting, so horrific, it's almost unreal. He lets out a sigh from somewhere deep inside his body, and then I discovered my client bought nails. The nails were in the bombs and at the corner market, and he kept the receipt. He kept the fucking receipt. Folded it in half and slipped it into his wallet. That's what I see when I close my eyes. Disemboweled bodies and a receipt for €2 worth of nails. Why? Raised his voice quite high. Why, for God's sake? He thought he could expense it when he got to heaven? He pauses. So stupid and so dangerous. He disgusts me. He revolts me. Why defend him? Because everyone has the right to an attorney. Everyone, without exception. Otherwise, justice is no longer just. His fit of rage subsides. His fingers are shaking. When I signed on, I thought I'd be representing something crazy. And I find out he's just a moron who played too many video games. The guy's never even read the holy book they use to justify their so-called acts of martyrdom. He read a few passages online. Do you have any idea what a complete moron he is? He chuckles. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. I shouldn't have said all that. He takes a deep breath. I don't have anyone else to talk about it. All the other lawyers avoid me like the plague. My mother can't understand why I'm doing this. She's so ashamed. She went back to Algeria. He is shaking. I get the shame. What I don't get is when people will just lump things together. I'm not a terrorist. I'm not a murderer. He made the right choice. The right choice. Laughter echoes in the back of his throat. I barely had the choice. I couldn't let injustice triumph. Everyone has the right to counsel, to stand trial, to have a fair trial. Even terrorists, even morons. His anger is back, but this time around, he's got it under control. We could hang him right there, right now. No one, I'm telling you, would shed a tear. He stays quiet for a moment, catches your gaze. That's why I keep doing this. He slows his breathing. For equality, our country was founded on it. These rights have been abused far too often for me to look the other way. His anger seems to be lifting. Taxi's almost reached its destination. In the back seat, the lawyer is much calmer. His voice is soft. I needed to be reminded of this. This will serve as a lesson. He looks at you in the mirror and bores into you with his gaze. It's odd, isn't it? That I ran into you tonight. I mean, as if, no, forget it. Don't do that. Don't leave me on that. You pull over, he pays his fare. Wait, don't take this the wrong way, but he hands you another bill. Here, this is for you, for listening, for hearing what I had to say. Sure. Slide the bill into your pocket. He looks relieved, gathers his belongings, strewn across the back seat. As he's getting out of the cab, you realize he's left an envelope behind. For a second, only one time you hesitate. It could be something important. Ooh. Forgot something. He freezes notice the envelope and grabs it hastily. You can tell he's uncomfortable. He doesn't say another word. Damn, I had to do the right thing, man. That could have helped us out, but I don't think he's the killer. It doesn't make sense. Hey, Richa, how you doing? No, this game came out in 2019 for PC, and they've just recently re-released it this week, I believe, for console. I think that's how it went down. Anyway, he gets out of the taxi, walks a few steps away, and turns around to wave at you before entering the bistro. You drive off. Wait, so I got 27. So he gave me a 9 euro plus 20 euro. What does that mean? So he gave me 18. I don't fully understand that conversion, but that was good that I took him, because I feel like I'll understand it a little bit better. Okay, who else do we have? Is there anybody else that is a suspect? It's important to take. It's funny that we have her here. She's the Tourettes lady. I think it's so funny to pick her up. But this guy's right around the corner. Where's he going? Well, I'd have to go all the way there. I'll grab her then. She's closer. I have to go all the way around just to get to him. So, no, we're going to get her. What's up, Jordan? I played the demo a while ago, but not the full version. Do étoile. What does that mean? To what? What does étoile mean? To... Your pastor has been crying. She stares at the floor and gives you an address. Do étoile. Yeah. She stares at the floor and gives you the address in nearby suburbs. You've just started driving when her telephone rings. Ringtone is familiar. Yes? There's a pause. Her tone is sharp and curt. Yes, I'm on my way home right now. Pauses, holds her breath. Yes. Another pause. She sounds annoyed. No, I took a taxi. On the other end, the voice gets louder. Who's paying? Well, I am. I don't want to take the bus home tonight. Come on, lay off. A new round of criticism begins. Look, can you just lay off? Yeah, we'll talk about it when I get back. She holds the phone away from her ear, ready to hang up, then pulls it back. Yes, I'm here. Finally glances at you. There's no need to scream. I can hear you. I told you we'll talk about it when I get home. About to enter a tunnel, miss. Say nothing. She rolls her eyes. Oh, come on. My life is not ruined. I mean, I failed one exam. Don't worry. There'll be others. Voice just raised another notch. I'm gonna have to let you go. Say nothing. Oh, stop freaking out. Why would a taxi be more dangerous than a night bus, Mom? Are you out of your mind? It's impossible to talk to you these days. I'm hanging up. I'm hanging up. Pulls her phone away from her face like she's afraid of it. You hear her ring the same tune as before. The woman hesitates, turns the phone over in her hand, decides not to answer. Sorry. No problem. To be honest, I really didn't want to go home. My mother is waiting to have a very long discussion about my future, my career, all the sacrifices she's made for me. She's a cleaning woman in one of the fancy office buildings at La Défense, and I failed my bar exam, so she thinks... She stops herself. She was going to make a joke, but something keeps her from doing so. Her smile vanishes. She thinks I'll end up as a cleaning woman at La Défense. Your passenger sighs. She thinks I dance too much. She thinks it's Lacme's fault. But mostly she thinks it's my fault. She heaves a huge sigh and stares at nothing outside. I studied, I worked hard, but I didn't pass. Well, the bar is fucking hard, man. Most people do fail on their first time out. I just don't believe in all that anymore. Now be warned, what I'm about to say will sound cliche, but I want to be a dancer, not a lawyer. Oh, interesting. My mother doesn't understand. You must work to earn money in order to succeed. She takes a breath. Sorry, I didn't mean to unload on you. I must seem like a pretentious little princess. Not really. Thanks for lying. What? She smiles. The address she gave you is not much further. I mean, I know I owe my mother a lot. I have to stop being so self-centered, blah, 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 and I have to pass this fucking exam. She clicks her tongue as if to force herself to stop talking. Instead, she keeps going. Mind you, she came to my Lacme performance. She pauses, tries to find her words. She saw me dance when we left. It's kind of dumb, but she didn't say a single word. And I think I've never felt prouder. Her silence spoke 1,000 words. Pulled her out, she takes her time getting out of the car. I don't know why I said all that, but it felt really good. Thank you. She disappears, tears have definitely vanished. That was the easiest money I've made, though. Nice, thank you. 43 pounds, or not pounds, euros, sorry, wrong country. What's up, Nicholas? How you doing, bro? Is there any, there's this guy again. I love that guy's, that's the other ghost. See, whenever you can, the interesting is you can keep picking up the same guys. I think we've driven him once. Haven't driven her. Wait, is that Phil? That's not Phil, is it? See, there's less and less people around. This might be Phil. Let's go see if that's Phil. See how he got on at the airport. Oh, it's Carlo. Okay, well, I thought it was Phil. It looked a lot like Phil. We'll take him, though. Pastor getting your taxi is drunk. Pretty normal. He all but trips as he's getting into the back seat, leaving a piece of his jacket stuck in the door. He slams it 10 times too hard. Oh, I hate that when people do that. The door doesn't need to be slammed. It's got weight to it. Whole street must have heard it. Tries to keep his calm and gives you his address. Start driving, but keep an eye on him. You never know. His head lolls, his eyes roll. He rummages through his pockets looking for his phone. So he's doing one of these. You know what I mean? Like, he's fucking done. Oh, man. You know? Anyway. In vain. Hey, buddy, tell me. Any chance you've seen my phone? What phone? The one I... Looks around. What an idiot. I lost it earlier. Not here at the bar. Starts mumbling. Or somewhere. Eyes start to look like slits. Or at the bar. He is silent for a minute, trying to remember something. When he starts speaking again, he moans. Oh, she's gonna kill me. You turn a corner and he slides toward the door, hitting the window hard. Stop hitting my shit. Oh, fuck, that hurts. Seriously, man. Get angry? You okay? Yeah, no. See, my wife, she told me not to come home too late. Made me swear, crossed my heart, the whole 9 yards. She just had a baby. And you're out drinking, you clown? We just had a baby, but you know, she's the one who carried it. We didn't find it in the street or anything. He smirks as he imagines the scenario. It's the cutest little baby, but I'm done spending my nights wiping its ass. Come on, bro. So my colleagues invited me out. He goes, well, I mean, I said, okay, like, I went with them, right? Shakes his head disgusted. You gotta help me. I have to prepare an alibi. An alibi. He nods, sure of himself. Yeah, an alibi, an explanation for where I was tonight and what I did. So she doesn't beat the shit out of me. He pauses. Dude, I'm serious. You gotta help me. Bro, I don't want to... I want the tip, though, but this is a moral dilemma. Right here. This is a moral dilemma. I want that bread. Man, bro code, though. I wonder if I should bro code him. Or if I should... Fine, I'll help you. Normally, I probably wouldn't, but it's a video game, so... Very well. Seriously? He bursts out laughing, attempts to clap his hands together, but misses. Ah! So drunk. Start with, yeah, with, he blanks out, his eyes starts to close. Just let him sleep. Wake him up. We gotta help him out of this situation. Hey! Yeah, I'm here. Main question in this case is, why didn't I call my wife? That's where I need to begin with. What about a work emergency? I work in the movie business for a production company. She'd never buy it. Once again, his eyes start to close. His eyelids look like they weigh a ton. His voice sounds perfectly sincere. 5 years of higher education, a 250-page thesis on a Soviet film director. And now I can take care of filming permits for... Hollywood mega blockbusters. He sighs. There are no work emergencies. Nothing I do matters. He pauses. He appears to have fallen asleep, but asks, why didn't I call my wife? You didn't have your phone. Yeah, but I lost it after I... That's why his eyes squeals like a child. That's it, that's it. She doesn't have to know I lost it after putting back a few. You, my friend, are a genius. He claps his hands together. Okay, alright, so how did I lose my phone? He's like, how did I do it? Dropped it in the toilet. Stolen. Because you would have come home, though, so I would say stolen. Second, they claps hands together. Yeah, I got my phone stolen. Like, I left it on the table at lunch and bam, gone. That's already happened to her, so she can't get on my case about it. Well, there you go. He chuckles. Okay, we're good on the phone. But I still need to explain why I didn't call. I mean, she knows I know her number. I'm not sleeping, I swear I'm thinking. He opens his mouth, a little burp escapes. I gotta explain why I went out with my colleagues and couldn't call her. He opens his eyes and suddenly recognizes the street. Oh fuck, we're almost there. Shit, quick, quick. Ah, I know. Something happened to me at the bar. That way she'll get that it wasn't my fault, right? That I had no choice. Oh shit, I've got it. He gloats, drooling a bit. I ran into someone I knew at the bar and we had a few drinks. It was crazy, dear, just crazy. But who? A long-lost friend. He's immediately convinced. Perfect, great, I know exactly who to choose. Damien. He's shaking his head quickly. Oh no, Damien works in marketing. Daniel. No, it wasn't me, bro. I've never seen Carl in my life. An old college friend, haven't seen him in years. I think he became a dentomologist. Oh, like the Tick, Spider-Man, Ant-Man. Entomologist. Yeah, that's it, entomologist. Yeah, I'll tell her I ran into Daniel. And then we spent the evening just talking that he's a really good friend and all. She'll be down with that. She's always telling me my friends are luscious, but Daniel, he's the real thing. And he's trying to save endangered species. My wife will totally get into that. Okay, so we're good. I have my excuse for the phone. I have my excuse for being busy all evening. Now I just need an excuse for staying out so late. That's not enough. No, dude, not at all. I need something more solid, you know? Something that puts the lie together, man. Lying to your wife is like a magic trick. You can't just saw that lady in half. You have to turn the box around, too. I mean, the lady's got to think it's funny. Like, lol, hilarious. I'm cut in half and I can still shake my feet. His eyelids drop. I need a strong finale. Something like, well, something, you know? He looks like he's asleep. An old lady who got mugged. Some weird guy started following. Your driver needed someone to talk to. That's funny. Some weird guy started... an old lady who got... No, it's too extreme. It could be simple, like just driver needed someone to talk to. Some weird guy started following you? Let's try that. His eyes open suddenly. Dude, you rock. He leans nonchalantly on the door and starts an imaginary conversation with his wife. Honest to God, it was terrifying. Terrifying. I was walking home since the metro was closed and I heard footsteps behind me, like someone was copying my pace. I turned around and saw a shadow disappear into an alley. Since there's a serial killer on the loose, I was obviously scared. I sped up, didn't hear anything more. I got to the entrance of our building, and when I thought to open the door, I heard a sort of husky breath on the back of my neck. I leapt into the lobby and pushed the door shut. Baby, all I could think about was you and the baby. I was so scared. He pauses. And then I take her in my arms. You hear that, man? You hear what a kick-ass screenwriter I'd make? Thing is, though, you're drunk, bro. She's not stupid. Mom, give me the fucking Palme d'Or for my performance. He imitates the sound of the screaming crowd. And the Palme d'Or is awarded to Carlo Caruti for lie invented with a super nice taxi driver. He lowers his voice a bit, turning into a TV anchor. This is Carlo's 10th fib this year, but it was without a doubt the finest, near perfection. She'll eat it right up like child's play. He slaps his thigh. Should I stop him? Stop him. You really shouldn't say that. They'd look at you, I had no idea what you're talking about. Huh? Your wife deserves better. Here, we're saving it. Sounds like a kid who's annoyed when he doesn't get what he wants. This voice seems harsh, mean-spirited. What do you know about my wife, huh? He has a nasty laugh. You don't know anything. She just gave birth. Pause for too long, he stares at you. Shit. He looks at the floor. Slowly closes his eyes and opens his mouth. He looks up in his eyes. He looks like an angry child. You suck. I've known other drivers that are much nicer. His head wobbles. He looks like he's about to fall asleep. So I want to give him a lecture? Yeah, I'm giving him a fucking lecture. I don't want to lie to your wife so you can escape your responsibilities. You have a baby and you'd rather go drinking? You throw him a nasty look in the rear view. Time to face the music, bro. A moment of silence. He lowers his eyes. He shoots you a dirty look from behind. You are really... So such flight doesn't finish. He's gonna say, I'm right. His head slowly slides towards the door and hits the window. The rest of the ride is punctuated by your passenger snores. Finally pulled to the front of the building, you shake his leg. We're here. Wakes at the start. An asshole. You sigh his hand. He hands you his wallet and falls back on the seat. You take the wallet. Take more money. Take the exact fare. Put the wallet back in his coat pocket and help him out of the car. Staggered with your passenger up to the front entrance of the building. Pulls his keys out, opens the door, and he puts his hand up. I'll take it from here. Thanks, man. He disappears in the lobby just before the door closes. You hear him trip. You get back in your car and drive off. I got a tip. I could have just jacked more, but I got some decent money out of it. I couldn't steal. I couldn't be the guy lecturing him on what the right thing to do is and then take money from him. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't work that way. Okay, that's gas. How are we doing for time? We're doing good for time. We're making bread. This guy's been like all over the place, but I was gonna pick her up before, so I'll go grab her. See what she has to say. A familiar smell tickles your nose. Oh no! The ghost is back. He remains still as he watches you. Nice to see you again, my friend. You sigh him again. His presence makes you ill at ease, but you've stopped trying to find an explanation for his apparitions. You start driving. Rue de Rossier, please. You stare at the rearview mirror. Just start driving. Little ghost heaves a short sigh, seems happy. Your stomach starts to growl, you're hungry. Strange, usually you never fall victim to the night munchies. Your colleagues often gain weight when they work the night shift, nothing to do but snack. Tonight, however, you are famished. We're going to the Rue de Rossier to eat the best falafel in Paris. I love walking around there, drinking in the smells, hearing the hiss of fried food, seeing juices and sauces dripping off the sandwiches. He's almost giddy. Oglers who twist every which way to catch a piece of tomato about to fall. Oglers. The silhouette blurs. I wish I could taste it all. The rear window lowers all by itself. A gust of icy cold wind fills the cab. You close the window as quickly as possible. Behind you, the little ghost voice starts to break up, scatter. I can just imagine, but it's not the same. It's just not like the real thing. No, not at all. The same. He seems far off, but about to disappear. Everything all right? He does not answer your question, becomes vague and hesitant. They're screaming, shouting, throwing themselves to the ground. A bomb goes off. Another. Same. He catches his breath, looks outside, points at something in the distance. He's probably referring to like the war. You know what I mean? That's what I'm thinking. There, Rue de Rossier. Paris stopped here. The city wall on which so many children played hide and seek no longer exists. I never even climbed up there. Now the stones are hidden in other buildings. So the wall was knocked down and it grew. The city grew. And no one... Oh, see, I'm not even moving. I was looking at this meter. No one will ever find them again. Such is the life of a city. He grows silent for a moment. A nauseating smell takes over the cab. It takes you a few seconds to recognize it. Gunpowder. Rue de Rossier, bittersweet. How many people thought they were at home there before leaving to grow old elsewhere? There was a terrorist attack. Right here. 6 dead. Right in the middle of lunch. Plates were being passed. Bottles being poured. Forks falling on the floor. The child in the black back blurs. Becomes distant. I can imagine the last sentences they pronounce, the last words. No, no, don't worry about it. Yes, yes, I can give you something else instead. 2 coffees. Coffees. When he starts to speak again, his voice is broken quality, as if there was a far-off threatening figure walking towards the car. I'd like to drink coffee. I didn't even know it existed before when I was still alive, breathing, walking. This figure flutters. What about you? Do you like coffee? You can tell this is not just a simple question. A child smiles at you. Tell me about coffee. Its taste, texture, its warmth. Tell me everything. Talk about coffee. Coffee is a drug, a hard one. It screws with your stomach. Reminds you you're really just a machine inside tubes, pockets, filters. It burns your throat and stomach. I don't know anything about what you're talking about right now, bro. I don't get it. Why do you drink it then? I don't know. I think that sums up who we are, doesn't it? You glance back at the kid. He's listening in silence. So you don't like it. Oh no, I do. But it's like cigarettes, a slow killer. No matter the quality of beans and tobacco, it's poison. Okay, we're not comparing coffee to cigarettes, are we? Relax. A memory floats through your head, a heavy-set figure rolling a cigarette between its worn fingers. We are complicated beasts. Yes, we like to mistreat ourselves. Like what happened to the Rue de Rossier. Suddenly he is gone. You brake sharply, keeping an eye on the rearview mirror. You're now alone in the taxi. You were always alone in the taxi. Alone and craving falafel. Well, shit. We were closer to that girl's been trying to get us. Like, we've been trying to pick up that girl from the fair back there, like, you know, around here by the roundabout. Like, how often have we been trying to find that? That lady looks old. Okay, who looks like they've got money? She's pretty. We're picking her up. Oh, man. What's up, DJ? Hey, Matt. How you doing? She only wants 20 euros. Next passenger's alone waiting for you on the sidewalk. Guessing the cabin whispers. Hello. She has no handbag or suitcase, just a small handmade sign with an Indian name printed on it. Charles de Gaulle, please. She is young with a soft and slight accent. Her face shows no emotion. Her fingers play with the small gold chain around her neck. It is the only piece of jewelry she has on. You drive, glancing back at her from time to time. Her head seems to be elsewhere. Everything all right, miss? Nods her head gently, cracking a tiny smile. It's really early. The first planes to come in are the worst. Everyone is exhausted and half asleep. Yes, exactly, and she sighs. I must confess I don't really want to go there. A tiny smile lights her face up for a split second before disappearing. Ah, family? My future husband. Oh, arranged marriage. Well, future, I've never met him. Her accent suddenly becomes stronger. You know this habit well. Just before confiding in you, passengers tend to relax into their natural accent. I'm sure he's a great guy, as they say here. Sadness appears in her voice. But I don't know him at all. Well, of course. My parents chose him. It's crazy, isn't it? Are you shocked? No. Sad smile washes over her face. It's tradition, or at least it used to be. My parents are a bit old school, even by current standards in India. I chose to study here and not in England like my sisters. She flashes a smile. I fell in love with Paris and decided to stay. I almost never go home. Actually, this is home now. Anyway, my parents insisted I meet him. He decided to make the trip, saying he had a meeting as a pretext. I don't agree with arranged marriage, but then again, it's not my culture, so I don't want to go out and just I meet him. He decided to make the trip, saying he had a meeting as a pretext. I think she should be able to choose what she wants to do, though, so I'm gonna say it's unacceptable. You understand? It's just the way things are. And I knew it would happen one day. They've been talking about it for ages. I try to avoid the subject. It's understandable from their perspective. I mean, it worked for them, right? You said something bubbling up, anger before she freezes. Some people refuse to let their emotions out. She slowly regains control of her body. What day trips would you recommend outside Paris? Nearby. She nods. Versailles, of course. It's really beautiful. Definitely worth it. Her face lights up. It's perfect. I'm sure he'll like that. Or there's Fontainebleau. There's a huge park, very wild, if he likes hiking. I literally think that means blue fountain in French. There's a huge park, very wild, if he likes hiking. I don't really know. Well, I guess she wouldn't know. Smile shyly. You prefer to say nothing. The airport is not much further. Something about the young woman makes you feel uncomfortable. Why? She looks as if she's about to scream, but is holding it in. Time passes and silence fills the cab. Which terminal? The question startles her. C2C, I think. It's supposed to be a nice day out today. Is it an Indian airline? I guess we can ask that. Indeed. Okay. It's definitely 2C. The flight's coming very early. Yes, fairly early. Thank you. You parked the car in front of Terminal 2C. So still being professional, doing your job like a boss. You Your passenger grabs her sign and exits the cab. She pauses for a second as if she were about to say something. Then she disappears. Oh. Interesting. You're meeting a lot of people in this work, hey? See, I see this. I see that. So I mean, I see a couple of witness ones. But they're not there anymore. So unless they're referring to these, I think they're referring to the ones I've already gone to. So that was just trolling me. Alright, I have enough time for one more fare. She's closest, so I'll go pick her up. See what's up. Feel yawn moving its way up your body. Stop it from coming out. Alright. Oh, she's got 35 euros for me. It's a big trip, though. 10K. Next passenger slides into the cab, slams the door. Stop slamming the goddamn door. She gives you her address. You start driving. You give her a quick once over. No suitcase, no purse, no pile of papers or tickets, no wedding band, and looks like a look of defeat on her face. She drops someone off at the airport. Not her kid, not her husband, not a colleague or client. I guess we were at the airport. Who? Should I or shouldn't I? You raise your head. Excuse me? Your passenger jumps. Did I say that out loud? Her face turns crimson. I'm sorry, Shakes her head, apologizes profusely, and stumbles over her words. Is everything alright? Yeah, it's just, takes her head slowly. It's a bit hard to understand what's going on with me right now. He said she needs to talk about it more like she must talk about it. Her voice is warm and deep and has a stunning accent. The West Indies. I'm in shock. No, not the West Indies. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. On the contrary, I'm in love. Silent, she's from an island, but you can't tell which one. Out of the blue, just like that, whereas I'm usually... Shakes her head. I'm usually the one people fall in love with. I'm demanding, complicated, I always have someone on my mind, but it's never the right person. This time it was reciprocal. She flashed an incredible smile. She's American. She lives in Seattle. She's a journalist like me. She was here covering the terrorist trial. Our eyes kept crossing. We spent 4 days side by side. Just enough time for the trial to come to an end, for us to wrap up and spend an evening wandering along the banks of the Seine. I can't remember how to say it. Her eyes got a bit misty. It was really cold out, but we didn't even notice. Her smile suddenly vanishes, and I just dropped her off at the airport. There you have it. She pauses. Why'd you do that? It was short and tense. We'll probably never see each other again. Come on, girl. Maybe it's better this way. A vacation romance. I kind of want to encourage her, like she could have. Say that. Exactly. In the dead of winter, but that's the idea. The journalist. I just got an achievement for that. Just a fling. She shifts her body slightly and seems to forget you. She's lost in thought. You can see her lips move, tremble, form words she doesn't say out loud. And suddenly you hear her whisper, "Go with her." An odd look takes over her face. Yes, take a plane, follow her, find her. But, she giggles. What would I tell work? I can't just... She doesn't bother finishing her sentence, even if she doesn't believe the lie she's telling. Yes, I have time to make up comp time. It's the least my editor can do. She pauses. Yes. I mean, why not? She's got a layover in London, has to spend most of the day there. I go to the ticket counter and she stops. No, tickets will cost me a fortune. She sighs. I know, I already looked. The next flight is at 6. Her eyes wander. A fortune. None of that. Was really intending for your ears, but I feel like answering all the same. Indeed. Yeah, what if she's the love of your life? She almost jumps. The love of my life. She leans towards you, wrinkles her forehead, and smiles a genuine smile. So what kind of cab driver are you? Matchmaker as well. Investigator, lawyer, seance guy, or what do you call those people? Medium. I'm a medium. I talk to dead folk. Psychiatrist, police officer. What else am I, bro? I'm like a bit of everything. Tourist guide, you know, like I got a little bit of everything on my resume. I think we often make bad choices for the wrong reasons. Bad choice for the wrong reasons. That's deep. Let me think about that. Her gaze wanders outside of the road. Parisian suburbia, the yellow street lamps. Do I really need this money? It's money I've saved up to visit my family, but when I'm there, I feel out of place, like I'm suffocating. Where are you from? Reunion Island. You know where that is? Let's Google it. That way I can pretend I know. Reunion Island. It's in France, yes? Oh. There's literally, the city is Le Tampon. I'm not kidding you. The biggest city. Oh, It's Saint Denis is there. French department in the Indian Ocean. So it's French, but it's got Saint Denis. That's funny. You remember from whatchamacallit? From but named after Saint Denis, like in, yeah. Anyway, interesting. Reunion Island and the main capital, the Tampon. Yes, I know where it is now. She shrugs. When I was younger, I thought I'd never be able to leave, and now I feel like going back would be torture. She raised her hand abruptly. I'm the problem. I just don't feel like home anymore. My mom wants me to come every year, and she lets her sentence hang for a second. Seattle. She looks you straight in the eye. I have to go, don't I? Yup. Very well. Whip a shit hook. Yep, there you go. Turn that bitch around. Susie Kennedy, turn around, start heading back to the airport. Honestly, it's moments like these that I would like to be the cab driver. I feel like I could be a matchmaker. Be like, you know what, man? It's wholesome. It's a wholesome trip. The last planes have already left, and the first ones won't take off for a few more hours. Your passenger watches the road go by. I feel good. For the first time in months, like a weight has been lifted. That's love for you. Her grin gives color to her words. You say that like it's obvious, like it's a natural state. A lot of people are scared, they're in pain, they're suffering. She says it, a little smile on her lips. And you, how are you? Her question throws you off guard, she can tell. A bit complicated. Thought her voice cast a chill over the cab. Oh, okay, I didn't mean to. Shakes her head. We don't have to talk about it. Pastor's a journalist, maybe she could help you, give you some information. I need your help. You need my help. You explain the situation, they attack the hospital. Of course you leave out Bousset. You don't talk about the wall at your place, the nightmares, your anxiety. I'm doing my own investigation. Her face lights up each time she learns something new. I didn't cover this story, but she slips into thoughtful silence as you park in a drop-off spot at the airport. I know someone. She gazes deeply into your eyes. The first plane to London doesn't leave until 6 a.m. I'll have time to call my contact. There you go, boys. That's what we do. He'll send you what he knows about the judge. Between us, though, it's risky. The killer clearly knows people in high places. You nod. And now all I have left to do is empty my bank account, wait for my plane. Time to go. Well, there you go, people. Good things happen to good people. When you do good things for people. You wave at her a bit nonchalantly. She does the same. You watch her as she disappears into the terminal. So not only did we get paid, but we got information. That was a smart trip we just did. And I'm glad we persuaded her to go hop on that plane. All right. So we have time. We don't have time. We got to retire, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen. But we got some more intel. So I met Hervé, who is one of our suspects. I forgot we met 2 of our suspects on the same night. Salim is also a suspect. I don't think it's Salim, though. The more that cab ride, I don't believe it was Salim. Met Grace. That was the girl who wanted to be a dancer, etc., etc. Anyway, do we have any more intel? Sign get to work. We do not. I mean, we kind of do. I don't think it's Paul. I don't know, man. I don't think it's Salim, but defender of the Douar case, defender of several molested kids in poor neighborhoods. See, that's what I don't understand. We don't know him. He's a cop. We don't know much about him. The only thing he shares, like these 2 guys. This guy we know is a homeless guy, but he knows Charles. And apparently Charles, here's the thing, Charles Bougre was what did that guy, our contact who worked at the stadium, do you remember that? He knew Charles as well. So it seems like, I don't know, maybe Herv seems to be, victims are wealthy, which means he's, you know, he's homeless, he's got no money, so you deserve this. Victim 2 stolen wallet, and there was a stolen wallet. What if there's a bunch of killers? I don't really know, but we got to find out. We don't have any new information down low. That's annoying. I feel a little worried. I feel worried that we don't have any new documents. But you never know, right? Bear with me, guys. I have to use the washroom. Hang tight. Be right back. Sorry, squad. Let's keep going. I really have a hard time figuring out who's who. We don't have enough intel on enough people. Do you know what I mean? So I guess I could have put him to sleep, but I would have missed anything. Need more sleep. Far away from here. Shake your head. Mind wanders. Question comes to mind. Very odd one. Say it out loud so you make sure you're not drilling. Was that really Santa Claus? You lie there for a moment, listening to the echo of your own voice resonating around your studio apartment. Silence lulls you. Right about something rubs against your leg. In the shadows, you see a face. It looks like a combination of all the faces of your suspects. You wake with a start, look quickly around you. There's no one there. You lie back down, feeling restless. So he's tripping out, man. He's down on sleep. He's paranoid. You know? You slept badly. Sometimes you're so tired you can't seem to get any rest. You'd like to understand how that's even possible. You get up quickly. And a few minutes later, you're outside of your studio. So we're on night 6, and I think there's a total of 7 nights we have. We don't have a lot of time left. Annoyingly, I gotta pick... Oh, wait. This is one of our this was one of our suspects, but we know it's not her. She had an alibi, right? I think I should pick her up. I think that makes the most sense. This guy, I've been wanting to deliver, you know? Or, you know, cab around. But we're going to pick her up first. This seems kind of story-based, you know? What's up, Gotans? She's going to give me 30 euros. Money hasn't really been an issue. Have you noticed that? Pick your next passenger in front of the Paris office of the medical examiner at the morgue. She gets in, you were surprised. How can she be a suspect? Well, she's not. We know she's good. Her face, beautiful and soft, doesn't go with her clothing, her style, or her attitude. She gives you her address, start driving. Her voice is dry, frank, and she has an accent you have trouble determining. South American, maybe. She seems far away, lost in thought. A few seconds go by, and she still hasn't taken so much as to look at you. Smile. She seems surprised by your smile and lets it hang there just a second, enjoying the gesture. Thank you. I think I needed that. That accent again, the one you can't place. Where's your accent from? My accent? Raise your head, surprised by your question. Argentina. We need that. Must be breathtaking. It is quite beautiful. Takes a pause. Although it's been years since I've been back. Why? I prefer France. Don't look surprised, it's complicated. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but there was a dictatorship in Argentina. She lowers her voice a bit and sounds far away. There we go, we got that clue. See, it's important to get that. I don't know if it's going to clear her, but it could be getting information on her, you know what I'm saying? So, anyway. There was a military junta, my parents died. I don't think I could go back. France is just fine. It's a beautiful country. And the thing about France is, like, if you go to the south of France, it's like it's basically like a beach, like, town. You know what I mean? Like Nice, you know, the Nice area. That beautiful, beautiful. It's crazy. Like, various countries have, like, in Europe, have so many different types of, you know, different types of, like, like, environments. You know what I mean? Like, whereas where I live, my entire province is, like, bigger than France, basically, and it's all prairie. That's it. It's prairie in the whole thing. So, yeah, if that makes sense. Anyway, let's see what's next. France welcomed a great deal of South Americans in the 70s. Argentinians, Chileans, Bolivians. I had no idea. No problem. It was a long time ago, 20, 30 years. It's in the past. It's over. She pauses. So is it like mid-2000s then, roughly, when this takes place? Like it never happened? Late 90s, early 2000s? She goes teary-eyed. I sometimes wonder if I set a small run to go to price like a shooting star. Second goes by slowly, very slowly. Then the meteorite explodes, your passenger breaks down. Let her cry. Hear her say something. Give me a minute. Please. Let a word and slice notes you slow down. The road passed by slowly in no hurry. The moment she sits up. Can I ask you something? She takes a deep breath. This may seem like a ridiculous question, or at least a stupid one. Actually, it's completely stupid. You give her an encouraging smile. But I'd like you to hit on me. She blushes and immediately follows up. I mean, not for real, just for play. Like we're at a bar, like you want to buy me a drink. Shakes her head. Forget it, stupid, totally stupid. Screw it. Sure. Most honest, she seems surprised. Really? Yes. You don't mind? I thought you'd refuse. Let's have a few rules if you don't mind. First, I don't want to talk about Argentina, my home, or my parents. Fair enough. Avoid the subject. She pauses. Does that work for you? You nod. good. This is interesting. Second, I don't want to talk about work. I'm a medical examiner. Do you know what that is? Yes. I cut open dead bodies. Yeah, I figured. Take out bullets, tumors, cirrhosis-filled livers. At first, people are always fascinated, but they quickly get disgusted. So nothing about work. Fair enough. Let's start if you're ready. You nod. We're in a bar. It's not very late. Not very late, but we're the only ones there. I'm alone at the bar finishing a drink. I get up to leave. Silence. Please go ahead. Hitting on a pasture. This is definitely a first. You gotta find a good line. Something will set the tone. Bold line, straightforward line. So it's like, I want to be on you. Like, that's the bold line. Straightforward line is like, hey, look, you're pretty. Can I buy you a drink? Romantic line is like, hey, baby, you looking beautiful tonight. And a polite line is like, excuse me, miss, I just wanted to say you're very pretty, and I wanted to know if I could join you. That's the polite route. So, what are we thinking? Right in the pussy. Let's get down to business. You looking good. And excuse me, miss. Which of those four is the way to go? I don't know if bold is the way to go. I think it's a bit pushing it. Because you don't want to just like, you know, you don't do that in France. But wait a minute, it's France. It's France. France is different. You can be very aggressive. Not like aggressive, but like, do you know what I mean? Like, you can be, I don't know, man. I think we'll do the happy medium of straightforward. No, wait, do we want to, I don't know, it might be something stupid. Fuck it, bold. I like people who drink alone. They always seem so confident. She giggles. It's often just for show. Her voice, that's not what I thought, man. That's not what I thought he was going to say. Relax and sharp. Confidence is always just a facade. True. Sits up a little and points to the imaginary bar next to her. Buy me a drink? Of course. How about a little game? And I'm like, how about you buy me a drink? You look like a whiskey man to me. Something strong, yet quite subtle. Text bit of hair. Oh yeah, that's the flirtatious faction. I am a whiskey man, actually. I could be mistaken. What about me? What is my kind of drink? She rolls the R on the last word. Something sweet, subtle, strong. I don't want to be like, give her something sweet, because she's from Argentina. Trey, thank you for the sub. She's from Argentina, and she could probably handle her tequila. I know that's more of a Mexican kind of a thing, but I feel like that, I don't know, maybe something not strong, because I don't want to get her drunk here. I think subtle. Let's try that. What do you mean? What's something special? You want to be surprised by life. She bursts out laughing. Aren't you good at this game? Gets back into character. Yes, that's exactly. You read me like a book. Kobe, got it. She stares at you. Something about her posture in the back seat is different. Don't you think time goes by too slowly? I do. We wait. We hold on. We get bored. I'd like it all to go faster, for things to speed up. She relaxes, giggles. She's letting go. She looks at you expectantly. I like the way you laugh. There's one thing that I know, ladies and gentlemen. You don't say a woman is beautiful off the snuff. It's not. You just don't. You don't ask what they do for a living. You compliment on something they say or do. In this case, she laughed. So you say, I like your laugh. It's like not like aggressive. It's, you know, it's playful. If she had said, you gotta always address what they're saying. Listen, my dudes. For all the gentlemen out there, use your fucking ears, okay? Or ladies, whatever you're into, I don't care. But I'm gonna say the laugh. Let's go that route. You do? Give them confidence. That's an odd compliment. No, it's, what? You've never heard that before? It's an odd compliment. It's true. Thank you. Close her eyes and stays that way for a little while. You don't just be like, but it's France. I keep forgetting we're in France, bro. What's up, Sierra? Anyway, thank you. You were perfect, unusually kind. She nods slowly. A few charming words. I think I got what I wanted. Your passenger sighs contentedly. She seems happy to leave, so she's good with what happened. She's not flipping over the moon, but she's doing good. Let's see. You pull up in front of the address she gave you. It's strange. What's that? There's something different about you. You're not like other men, as if. She watch her slip her number. Dude, are we gonna get them digits? Slips you a tip. Don't refuse it, please. It means something to me. You nod. I hope to run into you again. You shiver. One last smile. Goodbye. Deuces. Watch it be like she wrote her number down on the card. You watch her until she disappears. Oh, no number. Pfft, lame. Still, we got 40 euros out of it. That's all right. I'll take that. Getting that bread. All right, we got some new folks around here. This guy, I remember. No, this guy's been. But look how far we have to go. We have a lot of time, but we're kind of lacking on fuel. I could go here and then go here. Tell you what, let's fill up the fuel, and we'll run back to Jimmy Hoffa or whatever the hell this guy is. This guy looks like a trucker. He looks like he's no good. So let's just go get some fuel. Alright, let's fill up. Yeah, we're used to this. Not a soul. We'll have to go talk to the guys. I know. Just leave. Alright, let's fill it up. Dude, I can't get over the gas prices here. It's giving me straight AIDS. Like, I cannot, like, 78 euros for a tank of fuel. You are shitting me. Evening. YOLO. Scratch and sniff, scratch and sniff. Damn. No win. Alright. Newspaper. Wait, do I want it? Oh, I wish I hadn't. I should just talk to the clerk. I say, a guy like you, someone who spends most nights here, you must have said about the killer, right? I said I was happy you brought it up. There you go, get some intel, bruh. Good night, I guess. I hope people say that. Yeah, like I remember one time I went on a date with a girl, and after the night, she's like, "That was nice to meet you, I guess." Like that. Like I'm like, well, fuck you too then. Sorry, like pissing your Sunday. Many years ago, though. I felt salty about that because I'm like, why do I get treated like shit? I bought her dinner, and she's like, I guess it was nice to meet you. I'm like, how about you go away? Oh, dude, dude, the guy's gone again. This is the crazy chick with the rumblings in her vagina. For the people just joining us, that actually happened, okay? So, I don't know if I want to take her again. And I'm not about it. So, I might try taking this trucker-looking guy. No, it's currently on Steam, this game. Oh, he's going pretty far. I need a cab, quick. Well, I hope you got the bread, bro. Part of the American embassy. He does look American. You can't recall ever picking up a customer here. They probably have a fleet of their own. Or a contact with a private company. Door opens, you take an immediate like for the guy who gets in. Really? Find him somehow reassuring. Like a lost tourist. He babbles something in English. You had to listen hard to make out the address. Sorry, I'm just back in Paris. I forgot my manners. Flash you a sparking spot. Voices tingle with a slight American accent. Turn the key in the ignition. Thanks. What's your name, pal? Surprised to hear him use a familiar two from form straight off the bat. Hussein. Is that his real name? I thought it was... Or no, maybe Hussein isn't his real name. And it's... What was the other one? Keith? Something like that? Nice to meet you, Hussein. He stares at you intently for a moment. My name is... Not solely as if disheartened. I reveal my name, I'll be left with no other choice. I'll have to kill you. Pause. It's way too long to be joking. His face darkens. It's a different man in the seat behind you. And then his face... Yeah, he's cheesing. Of course he's cheesing. Hey, amigo, I'm joking. I work for the CIA, that's all. The CIA? You know, Jason Bourne and all that? Spy business? You're a spy. Yeah, you could say that. Is that why your French is so good? I speak 8 other languages, too. You give a low whistle. Like that. Not bad for a Yank, eh? He bursts into laughter. No wonder I'm a spy, eh, amigo? I have a wave of sadness comes over your passenger. You can read it in his gestures, in the look in his face. You cast a glance into the rearview mirror trying to catch his eye. No luck. Tough night. It's like any other night with its share of highs and lows. Soft drunken burp tells you what his highs are. It's just that he sits bolt upright as if someone had struck him on the back of the neck. I don't have any children, amigo, but I've had some under my supervision, kids. One of them is... Stop short, doesn't have time to finish. You know where that sentence ends. You slump heavily against your seat and focus on the road. On automatic pilot, your mind a blank. What would you do if your children disappeared? Something awful you can't even imagine. The wrenching sorrow of a parent who loses a child. First time I saw him, his voice has gone up a notch. He almost jumped. He was beating up a black market supplier. The guy had sold him shoe polish that smelled like shit, and his business depended on shoe polish. He was always stationed around Krakow Cloth Hall. The Poles call it sukiendus, calling out the passers-by at the top of his lungs. His voice trails off. Bogdan. He wasn't the first kid I ever supervised. It's just there was something different about him. He caught on fast, amigo. Know what I mean? He could think on his feet. He knew when to get tough and when to play dead. Bodan was... Oh, wait. Did I say Bogdan? It's Bodan. My bad. It was like a little Polish monkey. Can you say that? Smart, cunning, fearless, brave, a real comic book hero. He breaks off again. You really cared for him. Great deal. I think he reminded me of myself. Like I said, amigo, I sensed it immediately the first time I set eyes on him. He was beating up the supplier, and I went over and handed him a Mars bar. That's what we always gave them back then. We had about 5 minutes for a serious talk before the sugar kicked in. That was back in '88. Poland was no longer part of the USSR. The Soviets had lost. What an amazing country, amigo. Have you ever been there? Never. That's too bad. You arrive at your destination in a nondescript building, all glass and metal. Every person is unique. Your passenger reaches into his pocket fishing for the fare. Some are as cool as concrete, others fragile like cut glass. Pulls out a bill and hands it to you. The poles are made of steel. His voice falters, his eyes glaze over. Very sorry. You know, amigo, I'm not sad, I'm disappointed too. Disappointed. He feels for something in his vest. The idea of having a gun gives you quite a start. That kid entered my life like a jingle, you see what I mean? I'm struggling to find the right metaphor. Life, it's like a radio. There are the songs, the interviews, the ads, and the jingles. The jingles are short, but they stick in your head. You can't get rid of them. That makes sense. Nod assent without thinking. Your client grins. The police got him. I trained the kid, then he went and got himself whacked. Through his own fault, too. I thought he was smarter. It's been 30 years, but Bogdan, or whatever. So he did say Bogdan the first time. Or whatever. That kid could have made something of himself. And he let himself get caught pickpocketing a couple American tourists. Then made a run for it and got shot in the back. That's fucked up, dumbass. He opens the cab door, the cold air rushes in. I taught that kid everything I knew. Everything. Well, so much for him. He exits the cab, the door slams with a resounding echo. You sit stock still, taking in his parting words. And then you start up the cab. No better way to get your mind off things. So, I wonder if you ever get stood up for a fare. You know what I mean? I wonder if that happens. Alright, she was over south, so I'm kind of waiting. I have a lot of time left on my shift. So I'm kind of wondering. Let's go grab her. You never know. Alright. Yeah, a little Tom Selleck action. You're driving along when a strange burnt smell suddenly fills the cab. You look around, sniff. Is it coming from the outside? Park. As soon as you see a free spot, you pull over, park. You freeze. Something. Or someone is in your taxi. Oh, shit. Resonates around the cab. I can't. I need a better signal. Ah! I'm here. You turn around slowly. A young woman has appeared behind you. Don't shout. I'm afraid I'll lose the connection. I don't have much time. There's something strange about her face, as if she has several different people at once. Listen to me carefully. I come from the future, and you must know that you met... She stops moving like a computer glitch. She stays this way, still frozen. Then she suddenly starts moving again. Where I come from, everything's in ruins. A virus has contaminated the majority of the population. Does the name Hyoga mean anything to you? You stare at her. Answer, we don't have much time. Name doesn't ring a bell, or maybe it does, just vaguely. Cartoon, maybe? A manga? Is it one of my passengers? You can see the irritation. Yes. Doesn't ring a bell. Not in the slightest. She looks at you briefly. Suddenly, all the hope seemed to have drained from her body. Shit. I got here too early. She rolls her eyes. I don't have much time left, but she rolls her eyes. Hyoga is the leader of an extremely violent movement, fascists. Fascists in suits with tons of money and control of social media. In 2037, he decides to cleanse Europe, literally and figuratively. Her voice suddenly sounds far away. It crackles. Melanin, evolution, we must. President of Iran, hello. Hero, sorry. She vanishes at once, leaving behind a pungent burnt smell. The radio suddenly starts playing a strange song. It sounds like jazz or something North African, played on metal instruments. A second later, it's all over. The smell is gone. Music has stopped. And all that's left is you and your monumental headache. What just fucking happened, bro? So, what was the name again? Hyoga or something? Oh, it's this guy again. Oh, no, this is a new guy. This is one of our suspects. This is the ex-cop. We have to go pick him up. We don't know shit about him. We need more stats. Well, I don't care how much. I'm too drunk to drive. Well, you better reveal your secrets, bro. Pull in front of the address central office gave you. A crepe joint. Quite a popular one by the looks of the line spilling out of the door and onto the sidewalk. Sit for a moment, the door opens and a group of 30-somethings come into view. All the men and women are dressed alike, sporty, running shoes, jeans, small shoulder bags. They're officers from the Paris Anti-Crime Squad in plain clothes. You sigh, they're brutish types. Ones who like to race, tackle, clobber. Ones who ruin the afternoons you spent wandering around Paris in your teens. After a bit, one of them pulls away from the group and comes over to your taxi. He opens the door and claps into the back seat. He's stocky and of Asian descent. You can see his muscles through his thick winter clothes. He smells like crepes and hard cider, and his face is bright red. Pierrot. Hey, what's up? I live near Tournai, I guess. He chuckles as one of his colleagues rushes over to the taxi and pulls an imaginary gun out from his cone. Points to his badge and screams at you with a big smile on his face. What a douchebag. The other cop eventually backs off and you drive away. Sorry, man. We were having a going away party for a colleague and celebrating Christmas too. No worries. Your passenger smiles and puts his fingers back on his temples. I drank too much shit. I'm a lightweight and they knew it. I think they were trying to loosen my tongue. His behavior changes abruptly like he's just seen a ghost. One question. Yes? Do taxi drivers have some sort of policy or ethics code? Not sure I understand. Like priests or doctors. They tell you something and you keep it to yourself. Start speaking before you have a chance to reply. I've been lying to my colleagues for years. I joined the squad 8 years ago and they all think I'm in a relationship with a woman who lives in Strasbourg. Well, we know he's gay. We know that information. And that we were going to get married. He makes a strange yelping noise like an air bubble bursting on the surface of a river. As soon as they got too close to Strasbourg, I started making up stories. We've almost broken up 10 times. I convinced them we were trying to have a kid, but it hasn't worked yet. He sighs. Fuck, saying it out loud is just the worst. His eyes are getting shiny. I'm gay. A deep breath. I'm getting married in a few weeks to my boyfriend. Another breath, longer, deeper. No one at work knows, not a soul. The next sentences come out in a rush. He holds his breath the whole time. I like men. I've always liked men. But I work in a police station and listen to their comments, to their jokes all day long. When we catch a guy who's never done time before, we tell him briefly what he should expect. We talk about the violence, about the finally he breathes in again. I say we because I'm in on it. Because I can say fag any time of day without any prompting. The word rolls off my tongue completely naturally. Fag. He finally looks you in the eye. They're not mean. Who? He shakes his head. My colleagues aren't mean people. They're cops, not me, just doing the job. I just flash tiny cookie smile. You know what I'd really like? Pauses. I'd like to have them over for dinner. Everybody on the squad. They could see my place. We could play a board game, something normal, you know? And they could just meet James. He's your husband to be? You just want to think about your question? Yes, soon. He smiles at last, a genuine smile. Can you believe we're getting married in 2 weeks? After living together for 9 years. For 9 years, he's been willing to live in a lie. Damn, that. Can you imagine? He understands? It's wild, but yes. He knows I love my job and couldn't possibly do anything else. He loves me enough to let me keep lying. He slowly shakes his head. But I can't go on like this. I have to. He freezes. Shit, my head is spinning. I don't feel so good. Why am I telling you all this? Why? He grabs onto the seat in front of him. Hey, can you pull over? I just got a achievement. Le Flic. You stop immediately. He opens his door and leans the top half of his body out. He throws... Oh, God. Throws up. Open your window to air out the greasy smell of fried crepes and the sour scent of cider. Crepes and cider. That's an interesting combo. A moment later, the cop sits back up. Okay, I'm all set. I got it all out. Are you going to be... It's a good thing I had time to scotch God. You start driving again. I'm sorry. Really. It's alright. It happens. I hate all that. These sausage parties. Cheap alcohol. Lies. You nod while you pass your modes and quietly says, I'm sorry. Don't worry. Let's catch his breath. Shit, I haven't barfed like that since last Easter. They made me drink this South African liquor. Something with cream and cocoa. Nasty. I can still picture I was doing shots while they shouted out my name. Karate Kid. Karate Kid. That's a tad racist, wouldn't you say? He seems uncomfortable. It's my nickname on the squad. Karate. Yeah, I was a judo champ. Oh. And I'm a gook. So, run sanitizers by like showcasing it for the Home Shopping Network. So Karate Kid. Yeah, I know it makes sense, but karate is... I should know this. Karate is, I think, Japanese? No. Wait. He's a judo champion. Right? Judo is Brazil. No, what is it? What's judo? Judo is Japanese. And karate, I think, is Japanese as well, actually. Yeah, it is. Okay. I can't remember. No, it's racist. I get it. Yeah, a little, but at first I didn't do anything. And now, I mean, I'm used to it. He stopped suddenly. Everything's spinning again. Can you? But then again, in the Karate Kid, Daniel is like, well, very Italian. So, anyway, you pull over. A repeat of last time. He opens the door, leans his head out, his torso, his arms. The sound makes your stomach churn, so you stare straight ahead. Can I ask you a question? More puke on the sidewalk, a little inside the vehicle. God damn it. Go ahead. Fine, shoot. He sits up, prompts you to drive. So here goes. What should I do? Should I keep on keeping on? Should I confess? Should I invite them to my wedding and surprise them? He pauses. It's a long one. Be straight with me. What would you do if you were me, if you were in my shoes? I think you're being hard on yourself. You're hurting yourself rather than trying to solve the problem. I agree. You need to be true about yourself. What's up, Cam? Hey, Anakin, how you doing? Sorry, guys. You're not going to change your sexual orientation or leave your husband. So there aren't a ton of alternatives. You have to... No, you have to tell them. Find a new profession. Are you shitting me? That's both adding to the problem. You have to tell them. I've got to tell him. He looks at you in the mirror. Can you take me somewhere else if you don't mind? I don't mind. My colleagues are at the bar. I'll go see him and tell him everything. If I don't do it now, then I'll never do it. It's true. A smile of relief spreads across his face. It's not just the alcohol talking. Yes. But I think it's about the 10th time I've gotten wasted this month. You're right, I'm hurting myself. He gives you the new address. I need to tell them now. I feel terrible, but I think I'll feel better if I speak to them directly. Sedek is apparently back and has knocked him out a bit. You're used to having drunk people in your cab. Actually, the majority of your Saturday night passengers are drunk. I don't know how to tell them about this. From the tone of his voice, you can tell he's beginning to panic. I don't think I'm ready. Don't give him that option. I think he is ready. I'm gonna say nothing. So it's hard at you. You can tell your silence is giving him doubts. I want to go home. It's not a good idea to talk about them when my blood alcohol level is so high. Thank you. And his ride is long. So he's having trouble sitting still. Once or twice he says he's about to break and change his mind. Then nothing. He appears to calm down, but he's completely still, lost in his own head. Keep an eye on the road. You have almost reached your destination. In the back seat, your passenger is almost asleep. And you park in front of the small townhouse. There's a light on upstairs. He's still up. I'm going to talk to James. He looks at you. I don't really remember everything I said, but thanks. He chuckles. I hope this taxi ride wasn't just in my imagination. Pays and gets out of the taxi. He listens to his clumsy footsteps on the cobblestones. He climbs up the few steps up to the door before he has time to find his keys. Door opens. Warm, soft light floods the street. You drive away. All right. Well, that was interesting. We learned a little bit about him, but it's making this a lot tougher. Oh man, we gotta go pick him up again. We honestly gotta pick up as many of our suspects as possible, because we have to learn as much as we possibly can. Because I feel like some of the suspects are just for show. And he's actually gonna pay me this time. Last time he gave me a free one. It's Hervé. He greets with his bizarre verbal tick as usual. I get to see you again, Jen. Hey Hervé. You start the engine. Pretty cold tonight, right? His voice has a peculiar lilt to it, as if certain syllables were sung to stop him from stuttering. Aren't you cold with your ass stuck to the car seat of yours? Oh, I'm fine. Well then enjoy, boy. I got a place to stay in Passy. Any way you can give me a lift? Well, we're already moving, so sure. Great, mate. That way we stay nice and warm. In the 15 years I've been on the street, it's never been this cold, I swear. You know some guys aren't gonna make it shit. That's how it goes for us, yes. A pause. The smell is gradually permeating the inside of the cab. It doesn't bring back fond memories, but it doesn't bother you either. You leave the door open later on the air out the cab. The other cab. But you know I'm used to it, even before, sure. I don't think I've ever told you. When I was a kid, I was never cold, old. Never. Weird, uneasy break. One time, my mother dragged me to the Pyrenees during vacation. I didn't know what the hell to do with me. Like to drink, you see. And the first night we were there, I broke the bottle of gin she'd brought along. Sorry, guys. Should have seen her. Threw a fit. Shit. She gave me a thrashing, but I gave as good as I got. That's how we used to talk back then. She ended up dragging me by my pants and locked me out on the balcony. Icicles were hanging from the eaves. It had snowed the day before, sure. I sat there for an hour, arms crossed, with like a cardigan on my back, and underpants on my ass. I didn't budge. She was storming around the apartment my old lady was, yelling at me, but I didn't hear nothing. And while the cold didn't get me, see, felt nothing at all in that. Wish I could say the same today. What happened in the end? Well, it got dark out. She let me in, did. She was furious all week. It was the last time we went on vacation together. After that, she died. Number up. Yep. Pause. I used to tell my buddy Seb that story all the time. You know, the tall black guy who used to hang around with me? Yeah. Well, he really loved that story. He asked me to tell it to him over and over again. But I think what he really loved was hearing me talk about my old lady, you know what I mean? Doesn't make us any younger. Hey. The cab pulled up to the shelter in Passy. Fuck, the last time I was here was a protest out front. A bunch of guys from the neighborhood who didn't want us to squat the place. They were yelling their heads off, sounding like a bunch of goddamn sailors. Yeah, sailors. So I guess even those rich dudes have balls. He exits the cab. Thanks, man. I know I can count on you. Good luck. Rubs his hands together and walks towards the shelter. Oh, so it was free again. Fuck. This guy's costing me bank. But I don't really know what to say about it. You know what I mean? Like, I really want to pick up, I'm not seeing him anymore, or her. Remember that one lady? She's been there. This guy is hilarious, but he pays. But I like picking up new people. You know, meeting new people. So I'm gonna go to this girl. I was gonna go. I saw her toque, and it like, I need help. She's German. It's chilled to the bone. Would you mind? Turn off the heat immediately. Thank you. Her teeth are chattering. She looks like she's in the end of her rope. Thank you. I've been wandering around in the woods for 3 hours. Why? She looks at you. I'm not a. Let her speak. Mumbles an audible thanks, shuts her eyes for a second, and enjoys the warmth. Where to? Nowhere. Here, actually. I need your help if you're willing. Lean over to her. If I can be of help. Yes, I think. I lost my cat. Ah. Yes. Dude, we know. We drove. I know this sounds crazy. Some people join us. But we drove her cat. And he needed to get away because she was too over-the-top affectionate. She might help me look for him. I guarantee it. It's the same cat. You look left, you look right. You start to drive very slowly. You're able to hear him. He's wounded. A gust of icy cold air fills. What's his name? Maybe freezes. His name is Vincent. Like the woods. That's where I found him. She looks away. You've been doing this job for a while? 2 years now. Nice, okay. Several minutes silence fills cab. She sticks her out of the window, calls for her cat. Petit. Petit, petit, petit. She catches you looking at her in the rearview mirror, looks back at the window. Vincent. Vincent. See, it's... Did she lie about that? Say nothing and stare. Look straight at her. Look straight at you for a second, a very brief second. Okay, fine, I must confess something. It's not exactly my cat. Whose cat is it then? She smirks. I'm a vet student. The cat is from the lab at school. It escaped, and if I don't find it, I'll get a really bad grade and I have to repeat a year. And if I have to repeat a year, my parents won't pay for school anymore. See, my mother and father are very reputable veterinarians. I can't let them down. We'll find him. Lois Gay's voice is soft and muffled. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. This kind of thing never happens. Usually the cats are... She cuts her sentence short and looks outside. I thought I saw something. You keep driving. You've never driven this slowly in the Bois de Vincennes. From time to time, your passenger looks like she's seen or heard something. She hits the seat abruptly. Over there, I can hear him. You stop the taxi. Tires squeal softly on the gravel. Well, they wouldn't. You wouldn't be able to squeal tires on gravel, but whatever. Your passenger runs off into the night. You wait for her for a second and begin to hear the cat's cries. She actually find it? Meows are harrowing, painful. Passenger reappears without the cat. What's going on? She's obviously in shock, staring ahead into nothingness. I can't. It's terrible. Oh no. What's happening? Look where we are. We're in the middle of the ocean. Or are we actually in the woods? Like, what's going on? That cat was... She finally shuts her eyes and catches her breath. We were in the middle of dissecting the cats when this one woke up. He's half open. Oh my fucking god. She lowers her head so you can't see her tears. I can't leave him like that, but I can't bring him back. He's suffering. Oh, dear god. That hurts. That hurts me to the core, bro. Oh, poor kitty. Oh, no, you can't leave him. She won't be able to do it. No, it's no, Skulls, wait, I can't ask you to do that for me. It's my fault. I'll take care of him. Damn it! Leave him? No, I'm not a psycho. Leave a cat in pain. She has to do it. I have to do this. We're not allowed to operate on live animals. I broke the rules. I'm going to do this. Notice that footsteps squeak on the gravel, then on the grass. Even with your headlights on, you can't see anything that's happening. The cat meows one last time. Time passes and your passenger returns. She gets into the back seat. She looks petrified. Turn the key in the ignition. Start driving. Her passenger is speaking, but her voice sounds far away. I live on Rue de la Contrescarpe. You nod. A few minutes later, you leave the Bois de Vincennes. The city goes by. You feel like it's only just been built, just settled in. You're shaking a little. The backseat, your passenger starts to sob. I'm so sorry. If I'd known, I wouldn't have. You stare right at her. You're not far from your destination now. You want nothing more than to smoke a cigarette, forget all this, move on. Your voice immediately betrays how tired you are. She is responsible. That really sucks, man. Fuck. We had to deal. She had to deal with it, but stop worrying about it. Well, she is responsible. What's done is done. You're responsible for it. I don't know if I can manage to live with this. You can. Your words are aggressive and hard. She stares at you and says, "Perhaps you were right." She looks out of the road going by. I haven't really accepted responsibility, actually. Her voice slowly fades. I know that. She suddenly shakes her head and looks at you strangely. You've seen that expression before, big eyes and raised eyebrows. Who are you exactly? She doesn't ask the question. She settles for silence. Silence fills the cabin in. You keep driving in silence, paying no attention to the movements of the back seat. You pull up to the address she gave you. She pays it forever without another word. Opens the door and gets out of the taxi. After a few meters, she freezes. Everything okay? 5 seconds go by slowly before she hurries head bow toward her building. Disappears behind a large wooden door. You suppose she lives in one of the old maze chambers on the top floor. Yike. That was a dark one, y'all. Damn. That was a different girl than I thought. Oh shit, that's one of our suspects. We haven't talked at all to him. We're going to him right now. We have enough fuel. Hey, what's up, donkey? Working on live animals. Man, that's messed up. Hospital Saint Louis, please. We have to accept one of our guys. One of our suspects is your suspect, the retired policeman. Judging by his looks, you could have easily guessed. Hospital Saint Louis, please. You nod your head and start the engine. You notice right away that your passenger is cold, very cold. In fact, he is shivering and chattering his teeth. You start driving, but keep an eye on him. Turn off the heat. Flash a crooked smile. It's not really necessary, thanks though. It's not cold, it's my medication. Pretty bizarre side effects. 1 minute I'm hot, next I'm cold. Not much fun really, but it's for my own good. His face says otherwise. He's not quite convinced. What's up, Gwenlock? How you doing? Sorry I missed you, bro. Actually, maybe it's the cold. It hasn't been the cold in ages. Since 1982, I think. 83 maybe. And almost in a whisper he adds, the year of the tiger. Chinese year of the tiger? Smiling now, but continue shivering ever so slightly. No, the year we hunted a tiger down in Paris. Nothing to do with the Chinese. It's a really nice story, actually. Well, maybe nice isn't the right word, you'll see. And it'll get my mind off things. He has a nervous laugh and is clearly uncomfortable, probably not used to appearing fragile. It was late December, the weather was crap, never been so cold in my life. The water in the fountains and gutters was frozen. At the office, most of my colleagues were sick, stuck in bed. I was sick too, but I was new, so I sucked it up. I was blowing my nose every 5 minutes. My nose was red. My breath reeked of cough drops. We all looked like we were about to keel over. The switchboard phone rang and no one answered. I sighed, got up, picked up the phone. A woman screamed in my ear. A tiger, she had seen a tiger, orange and black, big as a motorcycle, in the Rue de Bucci. I burst out laughing. I told her it was a good prank and hung up. Less than a minute later, the phone rang again, second line too, then the one in the chief's office. He points to different areas of the car, as if he can still hear the phones ringing. A tiger. A really big one. Rue de Bucci, Rue de Seine, Rue de Beaux-Arts. The passenger rubbed his chin and seemed deep in thought. We were starting to think something fishy was going on. So we gotta move on. We grabbed our coats and scarves. One of the guys from the squad called his brother-in-law who works at the zoo had been sent. He sighs. Outside, it was snowing buckets, huge flakes the size of your gear shift there. We were better off on foot. When we got to Saint-Michel, actually, I think it is, we walked down the Quai de Grand Augustin, knocking on doors. The people we talked to wanted us to take their word for it. They swore they'd seen a tiger, and they were dead serious. Walked the streets, snow was slowing, but only barely. Looks at you. I'm sure you're familiar with that moment, in the middle of the night when Paris is completely quiet. You nod. It's incredible, like the city just stops for a moment. Yeah, well, it was just like that. Utter and total calm. Absolute silence. The team broke into pairs. We checked alleys and passageways. Back then, the neighborhood was like Swiss cheese, with nooks and crannies all over, garages built without permits. It wasn't the highbrow neighborhood it is today. He leaves aside, he seemed sad. We went into this narrow street because my partner thought he saw paw prints, and he was right. There was snow all over the dumpster, on the roof of the garage, the building's balconies. The tiger climbed up there, so we followed. We pulled out our weapons and started after the prints. Dumpster, garage roof, balconies. My partner was huffing and puffing, huge puffs of steam were escaping from his mouth. Your passenger snickers. He stopped and told me that we must look at like our ancestors, like prehistoric men wielding flint spears. We couldn't help laughing. We knew how stupid we must look. We got up to the roof. The tiger was there. Damn, what a shock. It was a magnificent beast, almost 2 meters in size, maybe more. Took our breath away. The tiger looked at us. There was fear in his eyes. He was shaking. We realized we'd screwed up. We never should have came. If it attacked, we had to kill it, but neither of us wanted to kill it after seeing it. It stared at us. Paris was utterly calm, snow as far as the eye could see, a white skyline. And then, dashed by slow as something in his voice cracks. He jumps off the roof. It was remarkable. A moment of silence. He is still shivering. He was trying to escape. No. He didn't aim for another building or for me or my partner. He jumped into the void. Knew he'd been cornered. Pastor needs a few seconds before going back to his story. You get the impression he's still shaking as much as we got in. Now where was I? Oh yeah. We leaned as far as we could off the roof to look below. He looked like he was asleep, lying comfortably on the snow. A giant orange and black spot on a feather bed. He watches the street go by. The hospital is closed now. What happened next? Paperwork. Lots of paperwork. The squad really took it to heart. It was a huge blow to morale. Like one of us had killed him. Like we'd lost one of our own. His hands go to his eyes as if he checked for tears. It was just a tiger. He closes his eyes and heaves a huge sigh. Just a tiger. We park in front of the hospital. Your passenger suddenly speaks up. His voice sounds more confident than before. I think I just did what the tiger did. His death seemed so calm and gentle. It can't hurt too much to fall onto a huge bed of feathers. He glanced quickly at a shaking hand. In the rearview mirror, the police inspector seemed oddly small, as if he had shrunk during the ride. Seriously, it can't hurt too much. Well, you clearly never been to the mountains and snowboarded slash skied. It can hurt like a fucking bitch. Anyway, he hands you his money and gets out of the cab. You watch him walking away without saying a word. The sliding doors at the entrance to the hospital take far too long to open. You drive away. Man, I don't even know. All these guys they keep giving me, they don't seem like anybody could be the killer. You know, you'd think it's got to be one of them, unless it isn't one of them. Now, I have enough time for one more, and who the fuck is this guy? I don't know about you guys, but I'm gonna go see who this clown is. No. Switch. This one. This one, please. What's up, Desmond? We need your kind of help. What is this? It looks like some weird... He's not even facing. You know, your next pastures are in dark alleyway. That's a good sign. I put it in disguise. That's 4 superheroes in spandex suits stretch over their bodies. Are you shitting me? Show from your childhood. Think about the show. Show aired on Wednesday afternoons after school. You used to go to your friend Edward's house. His dad was a geography teacher. Superheroes are in the show were a group that fought against some kind of aliens in foam suits. Someone knocks really hard on your window. You jump. Pastor, he or she is standing right there dressed in pink. You roll down your window. You are a driver? It's a he, and even with his helmet on, you can smell the stench of booze on his breath. Yeah. He turns around in his pink suit. Hey guys, hey! The rest of the group turns around. It's our cab. A yelp of joy comes from the alleyway. Did they all end up sitting in the cab? All 4 suited passengers get into the car one after another. Their aroma of beer and piss wafts into the cab. How did all 4 of them fit in the back seat? Oh my god. Okay, man, I'll be brief. We lost Ultra Yellow. We don't know where he's hiding. The one dressed in green starts screaming in the taxi. Deep male voice with a southern accent. We're drunk. It'll get you drunk. Yeah, like we didn't know already. You wanna look for her? We have to find her. Dramatic pause. He extends a shaking finger, points to the roof. Ultra. Oh shit, I don't feel so good. Yellow is one with the keys to our hotel room. Pink clears his throat, and it might be a technique for getting the alcohol out of his system quicker. It's like budget Power Rangers. Anyway, you can just drive around the neighborhood slowly. She can't be far. One in red, silent up until now, raises their head. Yeah, dudes, yeah, we're gonna look for her. We're gonna find her, and we're gonna get a drink because I'm thirsty, aren't you, dudes? A woman's voice or a teenager? You're not sure. Who's thirsty? Puts his hand up. Yeah, he fills the cab. Everyone seems up for a drink. Okay. You're past overwhelmed with joy with the exception of the silent one leaning against the window behind you. Yes, let's go. You start driving. Keep your eyes peeled, okay, guys? See, I was looking at the back of his head. That's why, that guy's head. Ultra Pink is riddled with hiccups and acid reflux. So where should we start? They were at Furiosa with Ultra Yellow. We were drinking there until they refused to keep serving us. Fucking Nazi hipsters. Bring it down a notch. No need to get so excited. Why don't we start there? Maybe she's at the hotel, enjoying emptying the minibar, lucky duck. Oh yeah, not a bad idea. Or she's in the little park where we went to the drink mead. You're drinking mead? Were they in a LARPing tournament or something? Anyway, a sigh escapes from the red helmet. The beer was so cheap, it was called beer. Spelled wrong on the label and everything. But red is right. Yellow might be in the little park. What should we... Oh fuck, my stomach. Where should we go? The park. Let's go to the park it is. Maybe she's still there. I know she was at the bar with us, right? I don't know anymore. They tell you how to find the park they're talking about and you start the car. In back, they spark up a discussion centering on the following theme. Which country has the best price amount of alcohol ratio? Jesus, these guys are just smashed out. Giant lushes. You quickly tune them out. You let out a sigh and shake your head, hoping you'll be done with them soon. Pink and red vote for Bulgaria. Green shouts that the only right answer is Croatia. As for blue, he hasn't said a word all evening. You're starting to worry. The park finally comes to sight and silence fills the cab. I don't see anyone in this park here. You sure it's this one? Yeah, I recognize it. That's why I yacked up my inside. And yet you're still totally drunk, dude. I'm not that drunk. I'll prove it. I can remember my credit card number. 4434. Give out your credit card number when you're drunk? No, never, except when I'm drunk. Silence in the cab. Does anyone have a fucking idea? You clear your throat. There's still the bar. Yeah, the bar, good idea. Meanwhile, I'd be like, well, we could check the airport, man. Let's run up the tab, you know? Yeah, maybe we can get a nice cola while we're at it. No, we're going to look for Yellow. Plus, they don't want us in there anymore. Do I need to remind you of the scene you made? So whispers the address of the bar so far. Start the car and can't help but smile. Well, wait, guys. Wait just one tiny second. Anyone check the trunk of the cab? Red and pink sigh. Oh, come on. How can you be more drunk than I am? See ya, Gotans. Did you pop some pills in the toilet again, huh? No, man, no. And they go on to discuss their darkest memories of boozing past. As for Blue, he still hasn't said anything. You watch him in the rear view. If you go by the way his head is lolling, he's starting to fall asleep. You finally get to the bar and park where you can. Despite the time, the bar is still full and patrons are scattered across the sidewalk. Hey, look, over there! What do you see? That's ultra yellow, isn't it? They all lean over except Blue to try and make out the shape in the darkness. Oh, come on, that looks something like her. Honestly, you really need to stop drinking. I'm serious, you're making me thirsty. But I swear I thought it was her. I've had enough of him, I swear. No need to get upset, we'll find her eventually. We're never going to find her, never ever. Jesus, stop screaming already. Car totally smells like licorice now, you're such an ass. She might be at the hotel. They'll look at you in silence, not a bad idea, you're the man. Guy's genius. At the hotel, she might have already crashed. Maybe she hooked up with someone. Shit, yeah, okay, let's go. Start driving, a mild migraine taking over your head. You start driving to the address the pink guy gave you. Behind you, the discussion's getting out of hand. Pink and red think they never should have eaten all that at that sushi restaurant. Green is screaming that yellow is totally nuts anyway. As for Blue, not a peep. Starting to get worried. Is he dead? Let's leave him alone. You turn your attention back to the road ahead and forget about the troop in the backseat for a while. Despite the stench of booze, despite the intermittent giggling, a few minutes later you pull up in front of the hotel. It's the kind of place that tries really hard to appear classy. The flowers in the entryway are clearly artificial. Okay, so what's the plan? I'm going to ask if she's there, and then, hey dudes, look, she's right there. Sitting right in the sidewalk, a few meters from the hotel, you finally catch a glimpse of Yellow. She's leaning over and seems completely drunk. The pink guy starts fumbling in his spandex pants. We're going to take care of her. I think she needs us. Need any help? No. You get the impression he's suddenly in a hurry. Thanks for your help, man. We'll take it from here. Oh yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for your help, man. Stop screaming, for fuck's sake. Your taxi was like an angel that fell out of the sky into a barrel of beer. Come on, get out. Everyone's had enough of your stinky breath. Oh my god. They get out of the car one after another. Oh, okay, Niche, relax. Who's Fallen 4? What is this? What's Fallen 4? What's that? Are these the Fallen 4? Anyway, once on the sidewalk, they walk over to a friend and surround her. You focus your attention on the taxi for a while and collect your thoughts. The one guy who is screaming is vulgar friend. Your head is pounding, you're shaking up. Sounds like it was a raid. I think it's a raid, guys. Was it a raid? Wait, chill out. Just chill out for a second. Hold on, Grant. I think it's a raid. That's good. Someone sent people over here to say what's up. It's all good. Your head is pounding, you're shaking up. Yeah, it's a raid. It's good stuff. Don't worry. It's not negativity. All right. Well, thank you. Shout out to, what was it again? Sorry, I missed it. Fallen 4. Shout out to Fallen 4 for the raid. There you go. And just as you're pulling away from the hotel, you smell an unpleasant smell. You turn around, Blue left to stand on the backs. Of course he did. Did he shit himself? He pissed himself? It's not really pee, nor is it vomit. It's indescribable. Nice. Let's see. You glance outside. Oh, it was a mix. It was a mix of Gareth and Grant. No worries, guys. I mean, most of the time. We don't get raids that much on YouTube. Have you noticed that? It doesn't happen that frequently. So, yeah. Anyway, what's up? Thank you guys for coming over from that stream. Yeah, I know. I saw it was a timeout. I know. But still. Anyway, you glance outside. Your passengers are no longer in front of the hotel. Maybe they went inside. You open the windows and start driving. With a bit of luck, it'll be dry before you pick up a new passenger. You make a mental note to clean your taxi before the end of the shift. Good call. You'd think they would have given me more. The amount of places we went, you think I would have got more cash. But I'm at the end of my time, so I've got to clock out for the day. And honestly, I don't feel like we're getting any closer to the solution. That was this one night, man. I remember Cloudy. Yeah, that was the shit. The military coup. I actually made profits today. No, I didn't. I didn't make any profits. I lost money again. You have met Ada. Wait, see that Ada LV426 alien reference. You have met Janet. That's cool. It's a nod to Alien because that's the planet where they set down. And I think I'd know Alien. That's funny. Told you he was gay. A lot of stuff we found out a lot of stuff, but we already knew all this. Gotta love those drunk Power Rangers. That night lasted a long time. I don't know what's going down though, bro. Time to moving on. I'm not learning anything. I'm honestly kind of salty. I'm not really learning anything. All we know is he's got a rare gun, which makes sense for him. I gotta say, this game is leaving me a bit salty because we're not actually really finding anything in terms of the killer. It's just a lot of like interesting cab fares. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't really know. And it's just like every night I don't have enough. Like, she wants me to arrest somebody. And I don't know, man. I'm not getting any more information. I'm not getting any more documents. I'm not really learning anything. I mean, we're getting some funny circumstances, but again, I'm not really finding anything with the story. I mean, I found out that Claudia was completely... I don't think it's Pierrot. I think he's too... And I don't think it's Salim. I'm leaning towards Hervé. So far, I'm leaning towards Hervé. But it's really, really hard to say. Like, you know what I mean? Like, at the end of each night, we're supposed to find a lot of stuff. I don't know what to do anymore. We'll see. I mean, phone rings. Moment of truth. Gotta pick it up, man. We need info. We need intel. Hi. Ice cold. So, she's alongside. There's no background. No, she must not be at the station. I'm going to tell you, but then somewhere, none of your business. A light clinking noise, sound of a teacup on a coaster. I'm listening. What have you got for me? She clears the throat. Her voice sounds loud and more confident. Glance at the wall. Your suspects are all lined up. All the evidence, a whole mess of your ideas. Your stomach is in a knot. I don't have to remind you. You cannot get this wrong. I have a meeting in 2 hours with the district attorney and the chief of police. Even the minister of the interior will be in a corner of the room somewhere. Obviously, I'm thrilled, but but I certainly don't want to put too much pressure on you. You can almost hear the smirk she must be wearing. You lay the receiver down on the table. Now you have to... that's all I get? Dude, I don't fucking know. Dude, I don't think it was any of them. Man, shit. I think the sources you want... The only one who's both... See, it's not necessarily what they said at the beginning. It's not necessarily the person with the most evidence stacked against them. It's the stuff that's the most legitimate. I don't think I did enough. I know it's not Claudia. At least I know that. The only thing he did is there's a bit of a... Like, I wish I could look into that a little more. You know, but I can't. Salim is kind of in between. Victim 1. Protected by the Saint-Ouen mayor. Victim 1, molester never arrested. Messed on the crime scene, justice. Victim 2, killed an Algerian man, never arrested. This guy is Algerian. The killer's height is less than 1.8 meters. If it's related to the revolution in Argentina... Well, we don't know what year this takes place in. That's the problem. The ex-cop is this guy. But I don't really think there's enough evidence. All we have is that it was used in the 70s. A rare gun. That's all we know. On victim 3 only. That's it. So he could be connected with it because he joined the police force in 77. And he moved to France in 76. Hervé... I don't fucking know, man. I don't like this. I don't feel like no matter who I went with, I didn't get enough information. I probably should have stopped at more gas stations instead of taking fares. Because I think gas stations really give you an insight, you know, getting intel on who it was. See, it seems like each crime, like crime on 1 and 2 and 3 are all basically very different MOs. But honestly, I was gonna say it was her, but she has a cold cut alibi, so at least she's out of the equation. It was one of these four. That's all we know is one of these four. I don't believe it was Pierrot. I really don't. I don't think Pierrot did it, because all that he shares is this, but it's not letting me look at the intel. You know, like it just says you deserve this, and it's just telling me what. You know, Mom got health issues at the Rick Todin health scandal. I think that happened here too. Yeah, Rick, he did too. Couple arrests for breaking and entering. I don't think it's Hervé. I'm honestly leaning towards Salim at this point, because he's a well-known lawyer. He's very stressed out. All these molestation cases. Victim 2 is related to him. He's suffering a lot of stress from the... he's suffering from a lot of stress because of he's defending... But I don't know. I really don't know. I don't feel... I thought I had another day to look at all the evidence, guys. I thought I did, but I didn't get enough evidence. I really have no clue. I just don't think Pierrot did it. He's been like super timid, but sometimes it's the quiet ones you gotta watch out for. But he's not... All we know is that he's slightly the same height. You know what I mean? Hervé has a stolen wallet. Victim 2. But Victim 2 was what? Was an Algerian man. Or Victim 2 killed an Algerian man and was never arrested. A message on crime scene 1. He was all about justice, was he not? Salim was all about saying justice. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. This is going to be tough. I don't think it was him. I really don't. The thing is, he meets the bill for being shorter than 1.7 meters. But too many people... There's only... like, who said he was 1.7 meters? A customer did. Heard in your taxi. That's it. Some guy said he was 1.7 meters. That's not very concrete. But a cop said he was less than 1.8. So we don't know for sure. But Salim is kind of in the middle. See what I mean? 1.75. So... I don't know, man. I don't think it's Pierrot. I think it's either between Hervé or Salim at this point. Because he's got the most evidence that makes sense. He's the defender of molested kids. And you remember that we went to go see that one guy? And the second, I believe it was the second victim, was the one who we went to go see. That guy, like our old friend who worked in the stadium, who said that the guy was molested like he was a coach. The coach molested young kids or whatever, like soccer players. So I don't know, man.
Woo!
I can't. There's just not enough evidence on anybody. There's nothing that really makes them. And the thing is, this judge guy, Danny, thank you for the sub. The judge guy has tried to kill us. So you think any one of these guys would give off the fact that it was him? You know? I don't understand why. I don't think this is it though. I don't know why this guy would be it. The only thing we have on him is that it was a rare gun used. That's it, unfortunately. And on victim 3, on the third victim, and we know he's like, we heard from a customer. I don't know if I can put a poll up on YouTube. I don't think polls work on this. I'll try. No, I can't put a poll up, unfortunately. It's just this game is leaving me kind of salty because it literally didn't give me any information on how these guys could be connected. I can't even look at it properly. Do you see what I'm saying? This is supposed to be the easiest one. We know it's not Claudia. Like that, she's gone. I don't know. It's probably the person I least suspect. Like, watch it be him. But he's only connected to one of the murders, not all 3. Right? Because we have autopsy reports where the victim was wealthy. All the victims were wealthy. Heard at a gas station, though. That's a gas station source. That's not necessarily true. The stolen wallet was from a police officer, so that's legit evidence. A lot of it is scuttlebutt. So he spent bullet case, killer fought with victim 1. You gotta look at it that way, too. If the victim 1, who was victim 1 again? The molester. He fought with him, which I kind of think links more to Salim because it's more personal. Perot, victims were wealthy. Killer knew the victims or researched them. Death was execution each time. Victim 2, fierce politician. Interesting. So he was a fierce politician. I think it's leading towards Salim. Killer left message in chalk on the first 3 crime scenes. Okay. Victims killed with 1 bullet in the neck. And the rare gun, they found out that the rare gun was from was a 70s weapon. Let's see. Spent bullet case, that doesn't help me. It's a picture. How come I can't look at it? Like, you'd think I'd be able to look at it. Victim 3 had no sign of violence. That comes from 2 different officers. So the third one, the killer's height is greater than 180. See, a cop said that the killer was 1.8 meters. Greater, so taller. See what I mean? It's all over the fucking map. Are all the murdered criminals? I don't know. I don't think they were criminals, but I think they were, like, extremists. Or they've done something. Oh, they were. Wait a minute. They might have been. Because the victim 1 was a molester. Oh. And if they were all criminals, the ex-cop would have had access to their files. And do you remember his speech? His speech about the lion. They're really making us, like, question it. I mean, I'm curious what everyone has. It might be the ex-cop. And look at, wait, divorced from a judge. So he used to be married to a judge. So that's kind of related. When did he retire? I wish we had more information. I don't think it's Perot at all. I really don't. Because who was victim 2? I can't look at the problem is it won't let me look at the files anymore. You know what I mean? It won't let me look at anything. Oh, wait, unless I can look at the Passadex. You met Grace, admitted she wanted to be a dancer. So there's some... So in order to get all the things... These are all things you have to unlock. Met Xavier. So you can only take so many rides. Ada LV426. You've met Sonny. Met Phil. See? Croaky. You drove Croaky to San Lazar. I fell asleep? You've met Janet. What did Janet say? There's a lot of interactions. I can see why it takes so long. See, we missed one thing. You did not find Santa's sleigh. I wonder if you can find Santa's sleigh. Angelique was hilarious, man. I'm just trying to see if any of these are... Hunted a tiger. That's all we know. We don't know enough information out of him. Was I in the wrong districts where I could have picked them up multiple times? The ultra skaters. It's funny. This doesn't really give me any information. Does it? None of these do. We have met him, but we didn't find out any information on him, which kind of sucks. Damn it. Well, there are tons of rides. Yeah, we missed out on... The thing is, you're supposed to replay it and keep picking people up. That's why it takes so long to 100% this game. I don't know who to go with. Now that I realize that all the... I wish I could look at, like I said... I wish I could look at the evidence a little closer. If they're all criminals, it might be him. But there's just not enough info on him. A weapon, a rare gun used in the 70s. I feel like that kind of... But that's only on one of the victims. I don't fucking get. I don't know. I feel like you have to retry and get more information. So we might, here's the thing, we might actually be wrong about the first time. The thing is, though, it seems almost overwhelming to go back and collect all the information from these people. You know? Like, some are lesser known characters, like, see, Alf, they're not really pertinent, but some are. Some are more pertinent on the... Like, look at this. We found out a lot about Pierrot. We did. Pierrot told us a lot of stuff. Talked to his colleagues. I feel like we could have let him open up. Man, I'm gonna have to make a call. Okay, let's go over the evidence one more time, okay? But here's the thing. Okay, so he tried to kill 3 people, right? We know that 3 people were killed. We were attacked and we were in a coma. So one of us, we survived, but there's hints to knowing that we went to prison. We don't know what for, though. They didn't really go into that. So we're trying to figure out, so we are also a criminal. Our character is a criminal as well. So it would make sense that when he retired, he went kind of vigilante on it and went to go seek his own form of justice. That does make sense, considering, but here's the thing. Where was it? Victim 2, there was a stolen wallet. Doesn't really make sense. I don't think Hervé, the more I think about it, I don't think Hervé did anything about it. I think they were wealthy, but at the same time, we aren't wealthy, right? We're not, but we don't know enough about ourselves. So, the killer fought with victim 3. So we know that the killer fought victim 3. Was there something about killer not fighting? Victims killed with 1 bullet in the neck. And we know that it was from a 70s weapon. A very rare weapon. Killer left messages in chalk. Which makes sense because there'd be a chalk. Think about it. There'd be a chalk outline on the crime scene. Right? So a police or like a crime scene investigator would have like chalk outline or whatever. So maybe the chalk is related to that. He's in that industry. Victim 2 is a fierce politician. We heard that in our cab, though. Death was execution. Bam, in the neck. The killer knew the victims or researched them. So he might have interrogated them or something. Victims killed with 1 bullet in the neck. The more I think about it, the more it was this. I'm starting to lead towards, honestly, I didn't think about it first, but it's the lack of evidence effect that's trolling me. Hervé, I don't think it was Hervé, because he fits the bill of being quite short. I feel like someone would notice if you're less than 1.7 meters. Because let's just quickly look. 1.7 meters is, well, he's like 5'6", right? So like let's see. Let's just see what his actual height is. 1.69 meters is 5'6". I think you'd know the difference between someone who's about 5'6" and someone who's a little like 5'11". You'd notice. So he does check 3 of the things, and the killer's height are both from cops. Oh no, wait. This is from a customer. That's heard from the taxi. This we know he's shorter. But they're all shorter. Man, this is gonna take me a long time. I've been doing this for a while. Exactly. I haven't heard them either. I haven't heard anything. I haven't heard enough. Hervé, let's talk about Hervé. We've known Hervé for a long, long time. I feel like that kind of makes him out because Hervé has used us. Why would he go after us? Right? Why would Hervé go after us? It doesn't make sense. Pierrot is a cop. So Pierrot has access to the same thing. But his dad was a cop, died 2 years ago. And he's been going through, like, you know, coming out at work. That's been his things. I don't think it's him. You deserve this. I don't think he has enough personal... Because some of these guys have been in, like, the game, have been doing these criminal shit for a while. And based on what Leo had said, how this... sorry, my brain isn't working. Jesus. My head isn't working. Argentinian, that Argentinian coup happened in the 70s. He was a cop in the 70s. So, and everything points to the 70s. So, it's starting to make me feel like everything is pointing at Paul, even though there's not enough stuff that we have pointing at Paul. So, Pierrot doesn't make sense. Salim is dealing with defending. I don't think he had time. I think I'm gonna go ahead and go out on a limb. What makes the most sense based on what you guys brought up and mentioned, I think we're gonna go ahead and accuse Paul-Marie Fragonard. Let's give it a go. Let's accuse. Let's give it a try. Pick up the phone, explain your choice. Why, how, the evidence, your sources. She lists without saying a word. You stop talking, catch your breath. Okay. I'll buy it. Seems like a solid choice. I can fish around a bit to vet your info. Pause, you can almost hear her nodding. I'll call you tonight, try to get some sleep. She pauses. No way she's going to hang up on such a positive note. No, she's probably going to. It might be your last night of freedom. She snickers and hangs up. You put the phone down, you might as well be standing in the ice-cold emptiness of outer space. You decide to go to bed to sleep. Best way to kill time. Well, it's out of our hands now. With a heavy hand. Okay, Grandpa, we don't know if it's actually the ex-cop yet. Let's not. Let's see what happens. You lie down on an open sofa bed. I wonder if it's wrong if we get to retry. Open one eye. You had a hard night, restless. You get the impression you aged 5 years in a matter of hours. You get up quickly, and a few minutes later you're outside of your studio. Night 7. So we're actually running around? Wait, we're doing more fairs? What the fuck? I thought we were done here. No. Barely gotten downstairs when you catch sight of Bousset. She's leaning up against the door of your cab, eyes wide open, forehead creased. Get in. You obey, it's too early to react. Alright, we're about to find out, ladies and gentlemen. She settles into the back seat, flashes a smile. Good news, you're right, or at least the DA thinks your evidence is sufficient. No motion of voice, she's giving you the facts, nothing more. We're going to bring Fragonard in tonight. She nods, her expression clouds over. I have trouble. She freezes. Fragonard is a mentor, mine and half the squad's. You can't understand. He's an institution, She stops, clears her throat. I need your help one last time. Later on tonight, we're going to get Fragonard to leave home and find a way to get him into your taxi. She pulls some kind of pen out of her pocket that she puts in the little cubby just above the car stereo. This is a bug. You need a confession. If you feel like it, if you think you can manage. I've seen you and heard you enough to know that you have a trick, a gift for getting people to talk. I need someone I can trust to get close to Fragonard without making him suspicious. He's a cop, he knows how we work. No one's ever sent a taxi driver to make an arrest. He won't put up a fight. I hope he'll open up to you, that he'll confess before things fall apart. Not too far from the hospital where he goes for his treatments, there's an alleyway under construction. There won't be any civilians, just us and him. She sighs. Two teens walk by the cab and the intense smell of weed fills the cab. Bousset doesn't budge. I know you can do it. If you stick to the plan, nothing can go wrong. Understood. What's up, Spider? She gives you her typical smile, like an owner admiring her dog performing a perfect trick. I'm off. Well, she lays her hand on the door handle. You pick the suspect up, drive to the meeting point, and you're free. Easy as pie. Alright, guys, let's try and get a confession, or at least a nod. Sorry, guys. I'm just gotta quickly... Okay. Shit. You hit the dashboard, intense pain spreads through your hand. You grab the keys and the ignition and turn. Motor comes on. The night is about to begin. Your last night. Well, shit, boy. Here we go. So last night. Now here's the thing. Where is he? Do we just pick up randoms now? I thought we were done here. This guy has been looking at me. You know what, man? I need a fucking laugh. Let's go talk to her as she goes and swears at stuff. I mean, there's no point in really... Eventually he's going to pop up. We're going to have to pick him up, right? So we're just kind of killing time until then. So I figured we'd get some more information on her. For those of you who don't just joining us, she is our very, very first customer, and she's got a bad case of Tourette's syndrome, and it's been very entertaining. So Angelique, taxi, Victor Hugo, stay, infected hemorrhoid station. I'm accepting. That's the easiest yes I've ever had. Recognize the passenger sat in the back of your cab. Pricey perfume, fur around her neck, and a strange form of emotional trauma that caused her to say terrible things. Oh, it's you again. You know, dickhead. My daughter and I were talking about you the other day. You listen to me, and I don't often cross paths with people who listen to me and don't make fun. I really appreciated it. Flashed a sweet, charming smile. Cunt cheese. Oh my god. She gently shrugs her shoulders. Drive towards the 16s or on Dismall, please. She purses her lips and manages to stifle the insult ready to escape. You start the car, praying that this time around your pastor won't say anything during the ride. Dude, I want her to say something during the ride. She's a hard sigh. He didn't even take me home. Talking to herself in a voice that's steeped in sorrow. I wasn't asking for much, a little tenderness. Rotten phallus! He's my spouse after all, my husband. Married for 25 years. 25 years. Everything alright? She lifts her head abruptly. Beg your pardon? Lowers her eyes. I was talking to myself. Lukewarm shit! Please forgive me. Is everything alright? I don't know. I don't know anymore. Anything anymore. He leaves me, ignores me. Asshole! He sends me a bouquet of roses for my birthday and invites me to dinner. Then leaves as soon as the bill is paid. She freezes. She stays that way for a few seconds without moving or breathing. You okay? Suddenly heaves a deeply sorrowful sigh. Not from the heart, but from her gut, her bowels. You jerk off! You're young. You raise your gaze to look at your passenger. I love the light mood music that plays during her affair. Perhaps you don't realize what it does to you. Actually, no one seems to understand. She is shaking. Shit! It's all ending. Everything is broken. It's all a waste. She stares at you. You can see the shame in her face. Her cheeks turn crimson. Her eyes fill with tears. Please forgive me. I ask you, bitch, to please. Whore, forgive me, bastard. Look understanding. Of course. Don't get angry. Don't be an idiot. Don't worry about it. They're only words, ma'am. You pause. I know you don't mean anything by them. Your pastor's voice seems more distant than before. What if I actually did mean what I was saying? I don't know what's going on in my mind anymore. At first I thought it was dementia, that I was becoming senile. Catch the breath. As for you, you approach your destination. I just left dinner with my husband. He was distant and cold, even though he was the one who insisted we see each other. He even chose the restaurant, La Pierre, a very, very nice place. Shakes her head. I still don't really know what he wanted. He had almost nothing, didn't drink a drop of wine. It was dismal. Then he got up and left me there alone like a fucking idiot. Well, what did you say? My question is, what did you say? She smiles. A fucking idiot. That's what I am. One hell of a fucking idiot. She sighs with relief. Excuse me, but I think that did me some good. Your wide eyes make her laugh. Sorry, I got carried away. It was... You look for the right term. Surprising? She giggles. It was my first and the last time. Crossed my heart. Silence. The last time. You park the taxi in front of her place. Your passenger stares intently at her building for a few seconds like it looks ready to step off its foundation and run down the street. I think it's past. I feel so much better. I feel relieved. Like... She smiles. Like a dick sucker! Not quite past. She all but throws her fare in your face. In seconds, she slams the door and runs toward the lobby of her building. Once she's inside, you drive away. Whoa! Dude, she tipped me almost 21 euros. 65 euros. That's a good tip. Oh shit, here he is. Guys, it's time. Let's pick him up. Ignore the Tourettes for a minute. And let's go see what we can do. This is where it comes down to the wire. We gotta get a confession. The hospital. Alright. Watch him get arrested like, I'm gonna need that fare money though. You recognize the next passenger getting in your cab, a cop, the detective. You're suspect. Let's see what we can do. He has a tired look about him, and not just because it's early, his voice drags. Usual place, Saint Louis Hospital then. You start driving. Your passenger seems to have his mind elsewhere, not entirely awake, stubble on his chin. You scan his skin, his movements, his attitude. It's cold as shit this morning. His voice makes you jump. You nod. You have more people or not as many when it's cold like this? Folks tend to stay home when it's too cold. There might be more of them, but they make shorter trips. Makes sense. Dead silence. Should I say nothing? No, say nothing. Drive in silence for a second, the road goes by. You don't want to look in the side mirrors too often. You haven't seen a trace of the cops yet. Bousse told you not to worry, but you know what's funny? Just this morning I was thinking about an old case, one of my first cases actually. Uh-oh. Is he opening up? Are we in trouble? It was just after the Mezrine case. You know who Mezrine is, don't you? Or am I really that old? You sense it's the right time to get him to talk. Public enemy number one? Exactly. Public enemy number one. I joined the force a few months after his death and everybody was still talking about it. Public opinion was very divided. Did the cops murder Mezrine or was it self-defense? I know the answer. They shot him down like a dog. Oh man, it's starting to look like he knows. He feels a little pissy. Donkey, thank you for the follow. He looks right at you. You can see the hint of underground fire roaring deep in his eyes. He looks pissed. And I most certainly do not want to die like a dog. Understood? He catches his breath and clearly shaking. He ever so slowly reaches the mark. Oh my god. Le judge, where did Bousset ask you to take me? Uh-oh, I just got the achievement for the judge. This was right. It was him. He's the judge. Excuse me? Don't take me for... He's a fucking detective, bro. He's too smart. Let's not lie. Tell the truth. A warehouse, some old garage. They're waiting for us there. An ambush. I'm no Mezzarine, you know. I'm not going to pull a grenade from under the back seat here. He cuts off with a groan. When he starts speaking again, his voice is chilling. Bousset. You can see his finger on the trigger. It's shaking ever so slightly. How much does she know? She has evidence. You're alongside, coming from the back seat. A few seconds go by. You try to concentrate on driving, despite your sweaty hands and dripping brow. Okay, why hasn't she tried to arrest me then? You shrug. Don't know. She told me it'd be easier this way. I think she hopes you'll turn yourself in without a fight. He looks away. You know, Bousset is really one of a kind. She doesn't fit into today's world. Neither do I, for that matter. Please do not kill me. The weapon he's holding is shaking, slightly wavering. You suddenly notice he's speaking to you in a more familiar tone. He did it, bro. He got us. He got us like a fish. That's why I killed them. There's his confession. Bastards, all of them, rapists, murderers, and liars who escape prosecution. 100%, there's no way around it. You guys were 100% right about him. His suspicions, the fact that you realized they were criminals, good call, good catch. Because they were criminals and they all escaped prosecution. Now Bousset would like to do the same thing I did, slam a bullet in the head of the first murderer she could get her hands on. But she can't, you just can't do that anymore. A long, painful, heavy sigh. In any case, now there's only one truth left. No more confrontation, no debate, no need for justice to be served. They were guilty and I killed them. I can write that down if you want. It's no secret. I knew I'd be caught sooner or later, either by Bousset or by his sentence hangs in the air. I'm sick, got cancer, all over. They hope some new drug might cure me, but what's the point, honestly? So he had nothing to lose in his mind, so he just went out and sought out justice for himself. He probably accelerates his speaking pace. I don't want to go to jail. A cop can't go to jail. I don't want to see my face on the cover of magazines and newspapers. But I don't want to deny Bousset the pleasure of catching me, her and her team. So here's what we're going to do. There's a place in Montmartre, a place I really love. It's my first memory of Paris. I must have been 6 or 7. My mother had come all the way from Martinique. She thought she could convince my father to... Yeah, anyway, there's no point telling that story. I want to hear it. He snickers. And buy yourself some time? Nah. There's a bench up there, not far from Sacré-Cœur. This bench has 2 clear advantages. First, it faces the city of Paris, southern facing. All the monuments are there, staring back in splendor. He starts to speak with confidence. I especially like when all the buildings poke out above the cloud of pollution. What's up, sniper? Notre Dame Square Towers, Pompidou and its colored pipes, the Eiffel Tower. He shakes his head and his voice sounds deep and serious again. The second advantage to sitting on this bench is that you turn your back to Sacré-Cœur, an ugly building. They only built it in to rub the church the right way. He looks away and remains silent for a while. His hands shake a little. I want to see Paris one last time. It's a little too early to watch the sunrise, but at least there'll be people around. Lovers, life. I just want to go and sit on a bench, look out at Paris alone for 5 minutes. And when you go, and then you can go to the meeting point so Bousset can pick me up. What do you say? Okay. You turn around. You'll see, the view is incredible. Neither of you say a word for several minutes, you drive in silence. Then as you're beginning to climb up to the top of Montmartre, the cop lowers his weapon. I want to apologize. I'm sorry I hurt you the night of the attack. He knew who you were. Everything could have turned out so differently. You're nothing like the guy I took down, you know. He was a kid at the time, but there was something in his eyes, something bad, something evil. His eyes sparkle for a bit, tears perhaps. Seconds later, you park a few meters away from Sacré-Cœur. The bench is right over there. I just need 5 minutes and we'll go. You got it? You nod. Don't do it. He lays his hand on the door handle and gives you a genuine smile. Do what? I know what he's doing. You're gonna kill yourself. He pauses. Perfectly honest, I don't really know yet. Cop suddenly seems older than he really is. His voice croaks slightly as he says it to you. Thanks, friend. He gets out of the cab. You watch the old cop. He takes a few steps toward the bench, walks around it like he wants to look at it from every angle. He doesn't so much as glance at Sacré-Cœur and its dome, lit up with powerful spotlights. A few passers-by, chilled to the bone, are wandering about nonchalantly on the square in front. The cop finally sits on the bench. He stays there a long minute, contemplating Paris. Strings of light weave around traffic circles and intersections, making a magnificent canvas. There's a sudden movement. In a matter of seconds, he pulls the gun out of his pocket and up to his chin. A shot rings out. There you go. Grant, you called it. Predicted the suicide. Honestly, it crossed my mind at one point, and I'm like, I wonder, the way he was speaking, I got nothing to live for. Might as well go out on my own terms. People do that all the time. Those were his last words. Are you fucking kidding me? No. Lieutenant Bousset watches you. Her jaws clenched, locked, more like... What else did he say? He confessed to his crimes. The wire you put in the cab must have caught it all. You have the recording. Bousset stares at you for a second before looking away. Shit, it's not how it's supposed to end. You're not clear on whether she's angry or sad. Sorry. Or he talked about you. What did he say? It's all in the recording. He said you were like him. Of course, that guy was my mentor, a father figure actually. He taught me everything I know. That's why I slipped you his file. I couldn't investigate him. No one on the team wanted to either. It was unthinkable, unfeasible. Fuck. A semblance of a smile spreads across her face. Awkward, strained, perhaps. It makes your blood curdle. You're free to go now. Don't leave the country, though. We might have some questions for you at some point. She opens the door. Icy air seeps in. You shiver. You really came through, you know? I didn't think you'd do so well. Her voice breaks up a bit with her last words. Who knew? She gets out of the cab and slams the door behind her. A blunt, metallic noise. Unidentifiable vibrations. The car quakes and shakes like a boat. A minute goes by before you can move again. You slowly come back to your senses. Stay a little longer. You sit there for a moment contemplating the scene in front of you. Police squads are moving about, tape keeping the onlookers away. Spotlights flooding the judge's lifeless body with white light. Hard to believe it's all over. You need to get away for a while. Drive without thinking, distance yourself. A cop on the roadside waves his flashlight, motioning for you to leave. You have no reason to be there anymore. You become a stranger again. Key in the ignition, handbrake off, foot on the accelerator. You leave Sacré-Cœur behind. Well, shit. There it is. Alright, so we figured it out, ladies and gentlemen. Our one night, 4.5 hours, which is about the time they said it took to beat, we did exactly that. To be fair, we spent a lot of that time debating. Like going through all the evidence, discussing things. We're a good team, I gotta say. So the thing is, you gotta use, I don't know what that means. If it was giving me a minute to read it faster, I'd probably be able to give you an idea of what it says. Something's about to come up. You drove all night long with your window open and the radio tuned to that phantom frequency. The electric static kept you awake. You're so tired your chest is tight and your eyes are heavy, but you can't stop. Not now. You're going to run out of gas soon. The light went on about 20 kilometers back. You're somewhere in Normandy. Maybe you'll run into the cat who gave you a ride that one night. You smile and relax at the thought. You pull over onto the shoulder and get out. There's almost no traffic. You step over the guardrail as your eyes adjust to the colorful break of dawn. The sun will soon rise over the horizon. Get your phone out and dial a number. Doesn't ring, direct to voicemail. Voice asks you to leave a message after the beep. Hey, I wanted to... You catch your breath. When Aid... Is it Addie or Aid? I don't know. Told me she'd held onto the phone just to hear the sound of your voice. I thought it was stupid. But now, the sun is slowly rising and its colors are flooding the landscape. Bare underbrush, a tiny village lost in fog off in the distance, a hilltop sparkling with dew. The view seems alien to you. I wanted to thank you for giving me the opportunity to redeem myself. Thanks. That word disgusts you, but it's too late. Thanks to you, I did something important. I mean, I think. Who knows? Silence. Your head is spinning. You haven't spoken to your brother in years. Well, in a matter of speaking, you grin. Aid is good. She's doing better. Her business is doing well. She doesn't think about you so much anymore. She's seeing someone right now, I think. She doesn't tell me everything. That must be his ex. Truck flies by just meters from you. I thought when it was all over, I thought I'd be able to get some decent sleep. Close my eyes and sleep, really sleep, finally. But sleeping is just a break. It doesn't put an end to it. It all starts up again as soon as a voice cuts you off. You have reached the maximum time limit. Please. You hang up, your phone feels heavy in your hand. What should you do now? There's a broken fence in front of you leading to a small footpath into the woods. Behind you is the highway leading to the sea. Get back in the car. You sign or trace your steps onto the other side of the guardrail. You'll find your overheated cab. Next gas station can't be much further. Slowly turn the key in the ignition. There's got to be something for you out there. go. All right, so that was one of our case, ladies and gentlemen. I think. So if I do this, let's just go new game really fast. I'm not 100% sure how this works. I think they're completely different cases. The Angel of Death. Random victims, unknown motive, weird case, slightly more difficult than the others. So yes, we have 2 total cases, the Angel of Death and the Sandman. So that's interesting. So the thing is, we've solved it, yes? Go back. How do you go back? Sorry, I'm just trying to go back. Oh, right click. So does yellow mean it's solved? Yeah, I think the yellow means it's been solved. Okay, well anyway, we have 2 more. So it was kind of weird the way they made it seem. So we're gonna go back to the menu. So the first case, the judge is in the book. So I think each case is around this length. And we ended up finishing the first one, which was the easiest of the 3. So let's hope that in the next ones we're gonna, you know, do a little bit better. So I gotta restructure this series. I thought the entire game was only about 4.5 hours, 5 hours, but it turns out that's 1 case, and there's 3 cases total. So we're starting with this first case. And one thing I will say though, I feel like there's a lot of filler in this game. I mean, it's funny to go from part to part, but it doesn't really discuss what happens with the killers. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't really make sense. Most of it is a lot of filler, just like taking fares and making decisions, but at the end of the day, I still want to check them out. So I wish there was a bit more to it and less dilly-dallying, beating around the bush. I wish there was more stuff involving the cases, because I felt very out of touch, even though it made sense in rationalizing it and thinking about what we were discussing and who to like accuse. I still felt like there was no proper, I kept feeling like after each night we didn't really learn anything. Like, it was all given to you. You never really got a chance to inspect any of the evidence yourself. It just automatically put it on the board. So I think I'm overcomplicating the game, but at the same time, a little more exploration and discovery and investigating on my end would be a lot more entertaining. So I don't know, but we're gonna keep coming back. We're gonna go and do the next case and the case after that until we get this all done. So we're gonna go ahead and call that here, guys. It's been a great stream. I enjoyed myself. I hope you guys enjoyed this one. A little bit change of pace. Tomorrow we're gonna go ahead and do the next case and keep this train going. So we'll see how it goes. I'm looking forward to it. So if you guys enjoyed the stream, please leave a like. It does help very, very much. Don't forget to comment down below as well. And yeah, we are going to come back tomorrow, same time, same place, and we're going to tackle the next case in Night Call, which is, what was it called? The Angel of Death, I believe it's called. So, and then after that, the day after, we're going to be doing the Sandman. So, anyway, that's it for the judge. The judge was brought to justice in some manner. He went out on his own terms, but he did it. So, anyway, thanks again, guys. Can't wait to see you in the next one. Have a good one, all right? We'll see you soon.